I assume, I don't know, I assume they were at the runway, whichever family members were here. The plan was for the astronauts to get off the shuttle, go back to crew quarters for medical checks and exams as follow-ups to some of the research they've been doing. And you said lunch, and I think it was more casual than that. I think once the exams are over, they simply enjoy a light lunch and just reunions with their friends and family. Nothing all that formal, but I believe they were here at the runway when this happened.
Bill, Dan Rather, there's bound to be a long investigation by NASA.
Oh, yeah.
It's far too early to even speculate about how far this will set back the space program, but I'm keeping in mind there are astronauts up at the space station. I believe there are 3 up there at the moment, are there not?
There are, Dan, the Expedition 6. This is the 6th full-time crew to be on the station, commanded by Ken Bowersox, the former shuttle commander, his science officer, Don Pettit, and a Russian cosmonaut, Nikolai Budarin. They're supposed to come home in March aboard the shuttle Atlantis, which would be the next flight to go. Obviously, with a failure like this, they're going to have to get to the bottom of what happened before any mission launches again. But for the safety of the station crew, keep in mind that the space station has a Russian Soyuz reentry vehicle attached to it at all times. They can carry all 3 of them back to Earth safely if the shuttle, for whatever reason, can't get up there in time to bring them down before supplies run out. While we've been on the air this morning, Dan, the Russians launched, or were supposed to have launched, an unmanned Progress supply ship with fresh food and other consumables to the station. I assume that got off okay. And as I said, Eileen Collins, the first shuttle female commander, is due to command the Atlantis, taking off around March 6th to go to the station, bring the old crew home, take the new crew up. But obviously, with something like this, that flight will not fly until they get to the bottom of what happened today.
Bill, is there any indication that the astronauts aboard the space station know what happened this morning?
I'm sure they do by now, Dan. They live according to GMT, you know, the kind of time they have in London. They're about 5 hours ahead of us. It's late afternoon to them, but I'm sure Mission Control has told them. The Space Station Mission Control Center is literally just down the hall from where the shuttle controllers sit, and I'm quite certain they know what's happened at this point.
Well, for clarity, there are 3 astronauts in the space station. They're due to come back by another shuttle flight, flight in March.
Correct.
But if for any reason, if for any reason it's determined that the shuttle flight shouldn't go up to get them, they could come back with that Soyuz emergency vehicle that's attached to the space station.
Absolutely, Dan, and they also have quite a few supplies. They always leave the space station with enough supplies on board to last a crew long enough to get past any reasonable shuttle launch delay. So I'm sure they're good as they are today, well into the spring before you would have to start entertaining the possibility of coming home on a Soyuz. Now, of course, as you know, in the case of Challenger, there was an issue, a long-standing issue with the boosters that we weren't aware of at the time that took a lot of research to get back through. It's not clear yet. It could well be that whatever happened today, it could be something complicated. It could be something that'll leap out of the telemetry at them and be relatively easy to fix. I think the big question is losing an irreplaceable $3 billion spacecraft. There's no production line left for space shuttles. It leaves NASA with 3 orbiters, and you have to, it then becomes a political question about what the government and what the country wants to do with the space program now that it's down to 3 space shuttles.
Bill, I hope that you'll bear with us here. That a lot of people might not know what telemetry means. You say the information comes out of telemetry.
Right.
Let's go through that. What do you mean by that?
The shuttle is wired up with sensors literally all over it, from everywhere from tire pressure sensors that just measure how much air is in the landing gear tires to fuel temperature sensors, flow rates, cabin air, all of that. There's a very heavy stream of this data that gets sent back by the shuttle's flight computers throughout a mission, and during descent especially, all of those data streams, I'm calling them, basically coded radio signals that have data in them about temperatures, pressure, velocity, altitude, all of those things about how all of the subsystems in the shuttle are working from second to second. Some of those systems are sampled, meaning they take a little snapshot of the data every few seconds. Some are happening more than once per second. All of that data comes down to the ground. They've asked the engineers to lock it all on the hard drives to preserve it, because they'll go back through all that data line by line in the days ahead to look for any indication of what might have led to this. And I can tell you, based on past experience with the shuttle, I'm quite certain they'll find something, because no accident, even though it looks like it happens in the wink of an eye, when you have computers checking these things, you know, many times a second, I'm sure they'll see something that'll give them at least a hint of what might have gone wrong. But to this point, we don't know what that is.
We'll be back to you shortly. Let's go to Mark Knoller at the White House. Mark?
Dan, the official word from the White House is that the president left Camp David by motorcade just a little bit after 11 a.m. Eastern Time. It takes about an hour and 15 minutes for the president to get back to the White House. The reason he is motorcading instead of flying by Marine One is that the weather is inclement. It was the reason that the president and British Prime Minister Tony Blair were unable to have their meeting at Camp David yesterday, as was the plan. So the president is motorcading back. He had been informed of the shuttle situation earlier in the morning by White House Chief of Staff Andrew Card. The president had spent the night at Camp David. As a result of the information that he received, he decided it was best for him to return to the White House. If anything is an indication that the White House fears the worst about the shuttle Columbia, it is that the president is returning. By coming back to the White House, it enables him to better monitor developments in the situation, to be briefed on what happened, on what it means, and also to address the nation on the impact of a shuttle disaster or a apparent shuttle disaster of this nature. And that's what we're waiting for. He should be back at the White House about 12:15 p.m. Eastern Time, a little over an hour and 10 minutes from now.
Mark Nola at the White House. The next scheduled event, and I use the word scheduled loosely, it will be about 11:30 Eastern Time. That would be about 23 minutes from now. NASA is scheduling its first official news conference since word that the shuttle went down over North Texas. The fate of the crew officially unknown, but the flag has been lowered to half-staff at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. That would be an indication, a very strong indication of what NASA believes has happened to the crew, but I emphasize there's been no official word on the fate of the crew. NASA has said, number one, that the space shuttle is down. Number two, that what's believed to be some debris has been located in North Texas. Site of that and other details unknown, but those are two telling facts that we have. NASA says the space shuttle is down. Two, it says that some debris, what it believes some debris has been found. And then off to the side, if you like, the flag has been lowered at half-staff in Florida. Now, NASA will be holding this news conference at or about 11:30 Eastern Time, 10:30 Central Time. Now, for those of you who followed the space program, the American manned humans in space program since its inception in the early 60s, this is the third disaster, if you will. The first was what is now called Apollo 0. You know, the Apollo program is what took the United States to the moon. A training session on the launch pad in January of 1967 was scheduled to be the first manned mission on February of 1967. Fire swept through the command module, and the crew died in that Apollo 0. Virgil Grissom, Edward White, Roger Chaffee. Now, we also had the Apollo 13 accident in space, which the well-known movie was made about Apollo 13 in the early 1970s, in which they had a crisis aboard the spacecraft. But in that case, April 17th, 1970, the crew, James Lovell, John Swigert, Fred Hawes Jr., they all got back to Earth. And then, of course, we had the disaster of Shuttle Challenger in the mid-1980s, in which the crew was all lost as the shuttle went into a fireball just some 73 seconds after takeoff. Russ Mitchell.
Dan, 7 astronauts were on board the Space Shuttle Columbia, 6 Americans and 1 Israeli citizen. Ilan Roman, a colonel in Israel's Air Force and former fighter pilot. Because of his presence, security was beefed up around this flight. However, there is word from the White House this morning that there is no indication that terrorism has been involved in what may have transpired today. I want to go right now to CBS News correspondent David Hawkins, who is in Tel Aviv. David, I know the launch was scheduled to be covered by Israeli television there. What's the latest from your end?
Well, here in Israel, there's not much more information than is coming out of the United States. 2 weeks ago, a little more than 2 weeks ago, it was practically a national holiday here when Ilan Ramon, the 48-year-old fighter pilot and Israel's first astronaut, first man in space, took off. Today is obviously a day of mourning. His family, his wife and 4 children, were in Texas to meet him. His father was here in Israel watching the return on television. Like many other Israelis here, Israel's in a state of shock. There's really no way to describe the situation other than to say that Ilan Ramon's flight in space was a bright spot in an otherwise gloomy situation here. And today, it's again another Israeli tragedy, as well as an American tragedy, and a tragedy for just about everyone. Russ?
We know the colonel is 48 years old. What else can you tell us about him?
Well, Colonel Ramon fought in 2 of Israel's wars, the 1973 Yom Kippur War and the war in 1982 against Lebanon. He's also said to have participated in the mission to destroy Israel's nuclear reactor in 1981, I believe. He's a distinguished fighter pilot and has been training for several years, or had been training for several years for this flight.
Excuse
Russ?
me, David, it's Dan. Of course, you meant to destroy Iraq's nuclear missile capacity in
Yes,
1981.
Iraq's nuclear reactor.
Right. Well, one point we want to make, Russ and David, is that the Israeli being aboard the Space Shuttle is a continuation of a program by NASA that has gone on for some years to take aboard U.S. Space Shuttle missions various people of other nationalities.
Yes.
There have been a wide variety of people of various nationalities taken aboard the Space Shuttle. This by way of NASA, the U.S. government, and for that matter, the people of the United States saying to the world that while we lead, and we clearly lead and are preeminent in human exploration of space, that we want to make it as global as possible. And that indeed was part of what this flight today that has ended so disastrously. I don't think there's any doubt that we can now say that it ended disastrously, since NASA says the Space Shuttle is down somewhere in North Texas. They've found debris. They've lowered the flag to half-staff. And if you don't mind, I'd put up that photograph again of the crew posed for their mission picture. Colonel Rick Husband, Navy Commander William McCool, Navy Captain David Brown, Kaplana Shalva, Dr. Shalva, Lieutenant Colonel Michael Anderson, Navy Commander Laurel Clark, and then the Israeli Air Force Colonel Ilan Ramon. All of them, to use the military phrase, missing in action, not yet officially presumed dead. However, the fact that NASA has lowered the flag to half-staff in Florida is seen as pretty indicative of what they believe has happened. But we will know more in about maybe 15 to 18 minutes when NASA has scheduled a news conference. I want to point out to you, they haven't said it will start precisely at 11:30 Eastern Time. One can understand that NASA, having been hit by a disaster, a catastrophe, that it will take them a while to determine the facts, and there's nothing that speaks louder in one of these situations, Russ Mitchell, than the facts. And up to now, we have very few facts about what could have happened to the shuttle.
Very few facts. David Hawkins, you still there?
Yes, I am, Russ.
One question for you. You mentioned a few weeks ago that it was almost a national holiday in Israel when it was known that Colonel Ramon would be on this flight. Given the world situation right now, even though this is a continuing program by NASA to bring folks in from other countries to fly on these shuttle missions, given what is going on in the world right now, was there concern in Israel for his safety? Were people wondering about that?
Yes, there was concern about the safety of the flight. My understanding is that NASA laid on extra security for the very reason that an Israeli astronaut was on the flight. So it was something foremost in many people's minds. Russ?
David Hawkins, thank you.
Russ Mitchell, David Hawkins, we know from past experience when we have these kinds of situations that there is a tendency just to, fill airtime, just kind of lather on. I wonder if it isn't time for us just to take a pause, just on the air here, take a pause, think about these brave astronauts and what their families are going through at the moment. And we may want to do that from time to time during the day. Let's recap now for those of you who may have joined us late or just joined us. Still no official word from NASA but it would appear the Space Shuttle Columbia has been lost. NASA now says that shuttle debris has been sighted in north central Texas. NASA says that the shuttle is definitely down. Mission Control, remember, Mission Control is in Houston. The launches go from Florida, but Mission Control is in Houston. Mission Control lost contact with the shuttle just minutes before it was to land this morning at 9:16 Eastern Time at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. The shuttle was over Texas at the time. People as far away as Louisiana report having seen it. You know, the shuttle flies so high. It was at roughly 200 miles plus up when this happened. So people as far away as Louisiana report watching the shuttle as they had gotten used to doing on these shuttle missions, and then seeing it, thinking something was wrong. One reported seeing a ball of flame, another said it seemed to go to pieces. NASA has declared, quote, an emergency. It scrambled rescue crews from the Dallas-Fort Worth area and elsewhere. The flag next to the countdown clock at Mission Control has been lowered to half-staff. President Bush, who was at Camp David in Maryland, Mark Noller reports from the White House, our CBS man there, that the president is on his way back to the White House, and the president is receiving updates. NASA has put out a public advisory to people in Texas to avoid any possibly hazardous debris that may have come from the Space Shuttle. And let's make this very clear that some of this material, for reasons that may be too boring to go into, can be toxic. And that's the reason NASA is saying that to anybody in the North Texas area, any place else that thinks they have any debris, see any debris, stay away from it. NASA has ordered flight controllers to retain all their records. There were 7 astronauts aboard, including the first Israeli astronaut, as we've mentioned. Partly because of his presence, security surrounding this mission was tight. A spokesman with the Homeland Security Department said this morning there's no indication that this was a terrorist incident or that any foul play was involved. Keep in mind, if there's any doubt in your mind, that the shuttle at the time it broke up and started down to Earth was far beyond the range of any missile that could be fired from Earth. We've had several people kind of call in and say, well, what could have been brought down by missile? The answer is no, not at that altitude. Now, we here at CBS spoke earlier in the day with the Fort Worth resident, Sam Knight. He described hearing what he called 2 sonic booms. And then he said they saw 2 large vapor trails in the sky at the same time. The shuttle Columbia had been on a 2-week science mission, which until now had been deemed a success because virtually every experiment worked. The astronauts did their job. The orbiter was an altitude of more than 200,000 feet plus. As I mentioned, it was traveling at some 12,500 miles an hour when contact was lost. CBS News correspondent Bob Orr is in our Washington newsroom. Bob is an aviation expert. What can you tell us about the situation at this moment, Bob?
Dan, at this moment, like the rest of America, I think the federal authorities are just trying to get a handle on the tragedy that happened this morning in the Texas skies. We've heard the warnings, and we can't say them often enough. It's very, very important that people that may be near some of these debris fields stay away from that. There are hazardous materials, but beyond that, there's another component. The authorities at this time are focused on the 7 astronauts and their families, and of course, that has to be their primary mission. But beyond that, then there are the big questions about what happened. And in order to know what happened, they need to be able to literally put the pieces back together. They need to go through the recovered debris and figure out what caused this tragedy. After Challenger blew up in ¡86, there were a lot of critics who thought that the space program just had too many risks. Since then, 88 flights of the shuttle have taken place without any problem until this morning. The fact that it was on landing, this is a glider on landing, the fact that the breakup happened there is quite curious. On launch, of course, there are the giant propulsion rockets, a lot of combustible materials. On landing, far less fuel on that shuttle, just small fuel pods used for maneuvering of the shuttle. So they'll be looking at things like possible mechanical failure, some kind of catastrophic breakup. Might there have been some kind of pressure problem? But I want to emphasize at this point, nobody, and I mean nobody, even has a good clue as to what went wrong there. The first thoughts, of course, with the astronauts and the families. Beyond that, the investigation will begin, and it will be lengthy. Dan?
Bob Orr reporting live from our Washington Bureau. The Associated Press quotes former astronaut John Glenn as saying that he and his wife had just turned on their television to watch the Space Shuttle Columbia return home. This morning, when communications from the craft were lost as it soared across Texas. Of course, we all know John Glenn, former United States Senator, a national hero, as the first American to orbit the Earth. Astronaut and former Senator Glenn said, and I quote, "We were going to watch the landing and then it got into trouble." Continue to quote him, "Anytime you lose contact like that, there's a big problem." Of course, once you went for several minutes without any contact, you knew something was terribly wrong, and indeed, something was terribly wrong. The shuttle is down somewhere in Texas. NASA reports finding some debris, didn't say where, and no other details are available. Flag has been lowered to half staff next to the launch site in Florida, and we await official word from NASA, which is scheduled to begin a news conference sometime on the order of 10 or 11 minutes from now. Bob McNamara, our CBS News correspondent in Dallas, what have you learned about those near ground zero in and around North Texas?
Apparently, thousands of people either heard the shuttle explode or saw it break up in the skies. Those who saw it break up say it looked like a falling meteorite that just disintegrated. Some report that the force of the explosion shook their homes. Now, the search at this time appears to be in the southeast Texas area. There are reports that pieces of debris have come down in the town of Nacogdoches itself. That's in southeast Texas, deep southeast Texas, in the Piney Woods region. Pieces of apparent structure were found anywhere from 3.5 feet long to 1.5 feet long. There was a man we heard a little while ago standing next to what he said was a piece of angle iron, which appeared to have fallen from the sky, and that was in downtown Nacogdoches. There are also reports of possible debris being found around the areas of Palestine, Texas, Tyler, Texas, Lufkin, also Jasper. There were reports also there could be debris down in a field near Corsicana where there was an apparent fire. People who were driving along Interstate 45, which is the main artery between Dallas and Houston, say they saw or heard the shuttle come down. Also, people who were driving on I-35, which is between Dallas-Fort Worth and Waco, say they heard or saw it. There is also a report in Plano, which is just north of Dallas, a large suburb where a piece of debris apparently came through an apartment building and started a fire there. We called there a little while ago, and the fire department said that they were putting foam on it. Now, they have warned people that if pieces of debris are found, to stay away from them, don't touch them because of the exotic fuels involved and apparent toxicity. So that's what we hear now, Dan. It all appears to be in southeast Texas, over near the Texas-Louisiana border, in the Corsicana area, Nacogdoches in particular. Dan?
Bob McNamara in Dallas. Well, as Bob says, that the indications now are that most of what's left of the shuttle will be found in southeast Texas in the general area of Corsicana and Nacogdoches. For those of you who don't know that part of the world, it's heavy pine tree country. Part of southeast Texas has a particularly almost impenetrable forest swamp area known as the Big Thicket. In this area, it may be a long while, just knowing that area, it could be a long while before most, if not all of the debris is found because of the nature of this part of the state. The Texas-Louisiana border, heavily forested with pine. There are swampy, as I say, almost jungle areas in that part of the world. And so the indication being that most of the shuttle debris may, I underscore the word may, be in that area would indicate that it may be a long, long while before they're able to come up with even most of the debris. Let me pause and say that we're trying to be as careful as we can in our coverage this morning to tell you what we know, what are facts, and separate that out from what is speculation. We're trying to keep speculation to an absolute minimum if possible. But even when we have reports that we believe to be true, I think as a journalist it's important to say that in these kinds of situations, frequently the first things you hear turn out to be not right, or at least not quite right. So when we talk to you here and do our best to report to you, it's in that context and from that perspective. Russ Mitchell, who's been working this story all morning long. Russ, once again, we as a people became we Americans kind of blasé about exploration in space. There was the shock of the shuttle in the mid-1980s, but then things have gone so well since then that we just begin to think, well, it's, you know, it's sort of like a bus going up in space. That they leave regularly, they return regularly, and we've been reminded this morning that it's very, very dangerous.
These became very routine to us, and to see the shuttle land as we have many times before, it seems just so easy. It almost looks like a huge airplane landing, one that can almost land anywhere. But as Bill Harwood has told us several times today, that's not the case. This is something that requires a special landing area, and once again we are reminded that this is not routine.
Well, I heard someone once describe the shuttle as a space truck. And in a way it is. That is, it hauls equipment up and comes back. But that really diminishes the accomplishment of putting these huge vehicles up in space and getting them back in sort of routine fashion. But then from time to time we're reminded how dangerous, and in this case even deadly, it can be. Rob Perillo, a local meteorologist in the area of Lafayette, Louisiana, and he is the meteorologist for our Lake Charles, Louisiana station. Now, are you with us there, Rob?
Yes, I am with you, Dan.
And Rob, I want you to go over again what you saw, and you have a photograph showing the breakup of the shuttle?
Yeah, we're dumping off the video right now to our local videographers. Basically, I look for the shuttle when it comes in across southern Louisiana. Every time it has a trajectory to come across our region, it either comes in via Dallas. We're in Lafayette, Louisiana, and it'll either come in through Dallas or San Antonio. And I shot the video earlier this morning and knew what I saw when I saw it. What you're looking at right now is actually National Weather Service radar, Doppler radars, picking up on the plume of the shuttle as it was moving to the east-southeast. So that line that you see on your screen there from just south of Tyler on through the Toledo Bend area is actually the plume of the Space Shuttle, and probably we're shooting that at about 20,000 feet.
I want to make clear, because I in no way want to confuse our viewers, what you are looking at and what you looked at there at the end is a satellite photo taken for meteorological purposes primarily. That was a satellite photo. Couldn't tell much, but you could, for those of you who are acquainted with space flight, could see the indication that the shuttle was breaking up. Now, I'm told that Rob Perillo has his own video, which this is the meteorological shot, if you will.
Right.
But Rob, you have some video of your own, which you're trying to get to us, and we look forward to seeing.
Yeah, I pretty much, from my angle, saw a singular system coming in and then moving into multiple projectiles pretty much coming at us. And again, these are that video right there is what I saw, again, coming at us. We see it about 100 miles away when it's crossing the Texas-Louisiana border. And again, I saw that particular shot. I saw the multiple projectiles spreading out in a manner that was quite random. And then what I went ahead and sent one of your directors was the National Weather Service radar site that we just showed, and the Doppler radar is actually picking up on that smoke plume that you see right there. That's the smoke plume, and that's the direction that more than likely the debris would be falling in across southeast Texas, perhaps into western Louisiana. And as you mentioned earlier, Dan, a very thick area, very woodsy area, a lot of evergreens in that area, so maybe some time before debris is completely discovered.
Rob, as we await your video, this is Russ Mitchell, by the way, Rob, as we await your video, what can we expect to see on that? What did you see through the lens?
Well, you know, it's unfortunately, I'm an amateur videographer, so it wasn't the best video in the world, but nonetheless, it did indicate a singular plume and then multiple plumes and, of course, fireballs heading in different directions. And, in fact, I did see a little bit of a turn to the northeast on the plume, and I did hear one viewer talk about that as well. A viewer from northeast Texas also described that. So some of it seemed to take a sharp left turn off or turn to the north and east right at the end of when we saw this thing breaking up. A little bit past this point, this is where I picked up watching it, and And then as we got in a little bit closer, this is what I saw, and that turn, again, a little bit off to the east-northeast. There, again, you see on the National Weather Service radars. In fact, we've confirmed this on not only the Lake Charles radar, but also Shreveport, Fort Polk, and Dallas, the same plume. And in all likelihood, that is the plume of the debris plume and the vapor plume left from the shuttle.
Rob, Dan Rather, from this satellite picture superimposed over a map, all you can do is use your knowledge and give a knowledgeable opinion. From this, it would appear most of the debris is going to be over, you say, the Toledo Bend area of southeast Texas?
Yeah, I would say draw a straight line right along that. We are picking up on those Doppler radars winds at about 20 or 25,000 feet. So that's pretty much the line that the shuttle was coming in. And since, from what I'm hearing with respect to some of the debris discoveries right now, I would estimate that the bulk of the debris would be in eastern Texas and perhaps streaming into western Louisiana across, say, Vernon Parish. Kind of tough to tell when you get projectiles that are moving at 5,000 or 8,000 miles an hour how quickly and where they're going to land. But nonetheless, we confirm from what we see on the video that we see on also the Weather Service radars that again your plume and your debris plume may be across that part of eastern Texas into western Louisiana.
Rob Brillo, thank you very much. We're going to put up the picture again of the shuttle crew. These are heroes, and whether any of them are found alive or not, which now seems, on the basis of the facts we know, highly unlikely, but while NASA officially acknowledges that the shuttle whom these proud and heroic people were aboard is down, its debris scattered over southeast Texas and perhaps part of Louisiana along the Texas line, that NASA has not said anything about the fate of the crew. But the indication, as we've mentioned several times before, that they've lowered the American flag to half-staff near the launch site would indicate what NASA believes to be the situation. Now, the NASA news conference scheduled for roughly 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time obviously has not started at that time. We see no sign that NASA is ready yet. NASA just simply sent word earlier that they were hoping to have a news conference in or around the 11:30 Eastern Time, 10:30 Central Time period. So we await that, and at that time expect to have more information. But Russ, let's you and I go down quickly now as we turn this half-hour mark of what we know, what we don't know. The shuttle got into trouble over North Texas just after 9 a.m. Eastern Time, just after 8 a.m. Central Time this morning. Eyewitnesses described seeing what they thought was the shuttle in trouble. Chris Linville said, from the viewpoint we had, they were looking out in the backyard, we did see some flames. We thought maybe it was from the engines or something we didn't know. We knew it was flying over and we were actually looking for the shuttle passing by. We had no idea. There are a lot of eyewitness comments to that extent. Exactly. Now, NASA didn't say anything for a long while other than that gave an indication it thought something had happened and that the flight was overdue for its landing. It was, after all, on a long, if you will, glide pattern, if one can call it that, to the Florida landing spot. Then came word that NASA believed the shuttle was down. Then came word, NASA said the shuttle was down. Fate of the crew still unknown and unspoken officially by NASA. NASA then put out word that at least one piece of debris, what they believe was debris, was found at an undisclosed site in North Texas. What else?
As you pointed out, the shuttle was scheduled to land at 9:16 Eastern Time. Around 9 o'clock Eastern Time, NASA discovered that they had lost contact with the shuttle. At that point, we had the initial report from NASA, from Mission Control, saying we've lost contact, but the hope was this was a temporary thing and contact would be restored. But of course, that never happened. Bill Harwood, if I can bring you in just for a moment, we spoke of this earlier. Routinely, during that last approach by a space shuttle, what's going on at Mission Control?
They're all monitoring their data. You know, it's a computer-controlled descent on the Space Shuttle. It has 4 flight computers that are really doing all of the flying. The commander and the pilot are really along for the ride until the shuttle gets down to an altitude of about 50,000 feet when it's directly over the runway, basically. So at that altitude, everybody's sitting back watching the data, making sure that everything's working properly, and of course, occasionally checking in with the crew to chat with them and just make sure everything's going okay. So very calm. You know, the Mission Control Center is calm. The astronauts were probably enjoying the ride. They all say on reentry it's a pretty spectacular ride. You get that bright plasma sheath, they call it, very superheated, brightly lighted incandescent air around the crew cabin of the Space Shuttle. It puts on quite a show. I'm sure they were all monitoring their instruments but enjoying that until whatever happened happened. And of course, we still don't yet know what happened. But Russ, I've been listening to you talk. I want to add one thing. The telemetry stream from the shuttle, the data that gets radioed back to Mission Control automatically by the flight computers, I would be very surprised at this point if they don't have some idea what happened. When they're comfortable enough to share that with us, of course, we don't know. But there is simply so much data coming down. I don't believe that whatever happened could have simply happened with no warning. I believe there's probably information buried in that data, and by now they may well have some inkling of what happened.
Bill Harwood, Dan Rather, stick in here with us, but we have an urgent just moved on the wires from the Associated Press. Dateline, Nacogdoches, Texas, an old Indian trading post, one of the oldest settled areas anywhere in Texas, deep behind what's sometimes called the pine tree curtain down there. Dateline, Nacogdoches, residents say debris, including bits of machinery and bits of metal, have been found strewn across the city. That's Nacogdoches early this morning, hours after NASA lost contact with Space Shuttle Columbia. James Milford, the owner of the local barber shop in downtown Nacogdoches, right around the square there, says, it's all over Nacogdoches, the debris. There are several little pieces, some parts of machinery. There's been a lot of pieces about 3 feet wide, unquote. That's in Nacogdoches. NASA declared an emergency after losing communication with Columbia as the ship soared across Texas at an altitude of about 200,000 feet while traveling, and keep this in mind, traveling at 6 times the speed of sound. At that speed and at that altitude, any even small thing going wrong in a spacecraft can be disastrous. So what we have here is apparent confirmation that large parts of the debris are spread over an area of deep East Texas in and around Nacogdoches, Corsicana, stretching over toward the Louisiana line. As we still await the news conference from NASA, this photograph you see in the encircled part, the Space Shuttle as it was coming down. This is a satellite photograph taken for meteorological purposes, but it shows you that streak in the left-hand corner of the screen of the shuttle coming down. And Bill Harwood, you've made this point repeatedly during the morning, but again, I'm keeping in mind so many people are joining us in progress, that because the Space Shuttle has sort of short wings for kind of stability, people tend to think of it in terms of an aircraft, but in fact, if anything goes wrong and it begins to drop, there's no joy in saying this, it really drops like a stone.
It really does, Dan. You know, when they line up on final approach like everyone is familiar with seeing when they're getting ready to land on the runway, they come in at almost a 20-degree angle. I mean, that's 7 times larger than a commercial airliner because it has to keep its speed up. The wings, these short, stubby wings, don't give it the lift of a full-size aircraft, and so it really does drop like a rock. I've heard it described as flying a brick. I've flown the shuttle in the simulator at the Johnson Space Center before, and it has that sense to it. You really are. It looks like you're flying straight down when you're on the flight deck of that thing. It's impressive. And Dan, I wanted to point out one thing from what you were saying a few moments ago about the debris. You know, traveling at 12,500 miles per hour at an altitude of over 200,000 feet, I'd be very surprised if the footprint, they call it, the area where the debris lands, isn't spread out over a pretty wide area. And of course, I think one of the big concerns right now, Dan, is recovering or finding the crew module. That crew module on the Space Shuttle, the area right up here between the nose and the start of the payload bay, was actually designed to withstand 20 Gs, 20 times the force of Earth's gravity. In the case of the Challenger accident, the crew module pretty much stayed intact until it got to the ground. I'm certainly not suggesting this will help the crew, but if the crew has in fact perished, they obviously would like to recover the bodies for the family members, and as well as part of the investigation. And I'm sure that's another thing they're going to really be focusing on today.
Bill, let's talk about that debris. NASA has advised residents of North Texas, if you see any of this debris, don't touch it. What kind of materials are we talking about here?
Really rocket fuel primarily, although there's other materials on board that are dangerous too. But when the shuttle is in orbit, it has quite a few thrusters in the nose area and in the back that use hypergolic fuels, they're called. That's a rocket science word. It just simply means when you put them together, they burn. You don't need a spark plug. It makes for a simple engine design. But those hypergolic fuels are extremely toxic if you breathe it. If you even get some of it on your skin, it can cause serious problems. So I think NASA's just playing it safe. If any small tanks of this material survive to reach the ground, if the shuttle did in fact break up at altitude, they're just telling people to stay away from it, and it is extremely dangerous.
Bill, Dan, if you'll hold on for just a second, I do want to get right back to you. But let's go quickly again to the White House and CBS News correspondent Mark Knoller. Mark, has the president arrived back at the White House, and are you getting any flow of information there? Well, unfortunately, we're not even getting audio out of Mark Knoller, so we can't know whether he's getting any flow of information or not. These things happen with live television. Let's go back to Bill Harwood. Bill, there are going to be people say, in fact, some no doubt are saying it already, you know, there's something inherently wrong with the U.S. manned space program because, quote, we keep having these accidents. Number one, it's not true that we keep having these accidents, that the Challenger explosion in 1986 was the last, disaster that we had before today. But there's also the question of, well, the Russians have had a very active space program, manned space program. Do they have these kind of accidents?
Dan, you know, it's interesting. I think people lose sight of what a reliable spacecraft the shuttle is. This was the 113th mission, and they've had one failure. No other major rocket system in the world has a record that good. The Russians, of course, have a good launch record, but remember, their whole space program has been based on going to a space station. They only launch rockets every 6 months or so. NASA's been launching the shuttle 5 or 6 times a year and doing it with remarkable success. It is a high-risk venture. You know, in the journalism world, you know, when something becomes routine or seemingly so, people stop thinking about that level of risk, but it's always been there. You know, at launch, that thing weighs 4.5 million pounds when it's loaded with fuel, and it goes from 0 to 100 miles an hour straight up in 10 seconds. At the end of 8.5 minutes, when it gets to orbit, it's going 8 times faster than the bullet from an assault rifle. That's an amazing thing that we all lose sight of. And then when it returns to Earth, it goes 25 times the speed of sound and then glides to a landing at 200 miles an hour on the runway. That will always be risky, regardless of the rocket system.
Bill, dateline again, Nacogdoches, Texas, which is the central city in southeast Texas, in deep East Texas. The Nacogdoches police spokesman Greg Sowell says that there were several reports of falling debris in Nacogdoches. That's about 135 miles northeast of Houston. He did not know exactly how many reports there were of citizens calling and saying they'd seen debris in and around Nacogdoches. Nacogdoches has enacted its emergency operations center and is sending emergency crews to the reported debris. According to the police spokesman in the Texas city, at this point, we're just trying to get it out to the public to not touch or tamper with this debris. And we've said it before, we're going to say it again to anyone. You must not, absolutely must not touch or tamper with this debris. Number one, there's all kinds of toxicity, which is to say really hurtful stuff on some of this debris. And number two, of course, anytime you touch the debris, you run the risk of making it more difficult for investigators to find out exactly why this disaster happened this morning. I do want to mention that while we said some time ago that NASA was trying to put together a news conference for 11:30 Eastern Time, 10:30 Central, NASA emphasized at the time, don't hold us to that precise time. That press conference by NASA, in which we hope to find out a great deal more about what happened this morning, has been delayed. There's no word yet on a new time. When that news conference happens, you, of course, will see and hear it here at CBS News. Now, we have another person who says they're an eyewitness. Andrea Robinson is in the CBS News Bureau in Dallas. Ms. Robinson, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Could you tell us exactly what you saw, when you saw it, and how you saw it?
Well, I knew the Space Shuttle was going to be going overhead at 8:03 Dallas time, and I was laying in bed and I heard the house shake, and I was half asleep, so I thought it was my daughter playing gymnastics upstairs. So then she came down and she said, "Mom, did you hear the house shake and the boom?" And I said, "Yeah, I thought it was you." And she said, "No, it wasn't." I said, "Well, the Space Shuttle is supposed to be going overhead." She said, "Why didn't you tell me?" So we ran outside. I live on the golf course in Las Colinas, Texas, and we saw the trail coming down, and it was a real wide trail. And at that time I was thinking, that's really strange that the trail is coming down from the sky instead of going across, but I really didn't know anything about, I had never seen the Space Shuttle before, so I just kind of left it at that. And then I came in the house, and my friend called, and she said, "Turn on the news." And I said, "Oh yes, the Space Shuttle was supposed to be going over, and we just saw the trail." And she said, "No, it just exploded," and we were just devastated.
Robinson, I want to ask you, you mentioned that you knew that the Space Shuttle would be coming right over the house. You know, there's been a theory for a long time that Americans lost interest in the whole space program, even the manned space program. But what you said indicates to me that you and your daughter were very much aware of what was happening in the program and when it was happening.
Yes, they announced it on the local news that if you wanted to see the Space Shuttle, that you would be able to at 8:03 Dallas time. So I was going to get my whole family up, but you know, it was Saturday morning, and I was just a little bit behind schedule.
We thank you very much for being with us, Ms. Robinson.
You're welcome. Thank you.
We're holding for a potential NASA news conference, the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, as soon as they can put together facts, so important in these circumstances. As soon as they can put together some facts, they intend to hold a news conference. The Space Shuttle is definitely down, pieces of it over southeast Texas. Debris found, what is said to be debris found in Nacogdoches, Texas, deep in East Texas. NASA has acknowledged the shuttle is down. NASA says it has a search mission underway. The fate of the astronauts officially unstated and officially unknown. However, unofficially, NASA has lowered the flag to half staff next to the launch site in Florida. And that there is a report that a piece of debris sparked a fire at an apartment building in Plano, that's just north of Dallas, Texas. We have not absolutely confirmed that apartment fire was caused by debris. It's believed that it was. Let's go to Ed Crawley, who's chairman of the MIT Aeronautics Department. He's at our CBS News station in Boston, Massachusetts. Thank you for being with us, Mr. Crawley.
Good morning, Dan.
What can you tell us about this situation, to put it in context, to give it some perspective?
Well, as has been pointed out, Dan, it's early in this series of events, and as you commented some time ago, the things we learn early are often not the final facts. But what we know so far is that this was the 107th flight of the Space Shuttle. There have been 88 successful flights, including in the last few years a spectacular series of successes that have gone to the space station as part of its assembly sequence. We've seen the video a number of times, and the video tends to indicate, as I watch it, that something broke off the shuttle early. The shuttle then went along for some time, and then there was a more dramatic event which indicates a loss of attitude control of the shuttle. It then seems to break up into a number of pieces and then begin to descend.
I want to point out that Ed Crawley, who's speaking to us from our CBS affiliate WBZ, great news television station in Boston, Massachusetts, is an engineer. He worked at the Johnson Space Center and helped train the Columbia mission astronauts. Mr. Crawley, it's Dr. Crawley, isn't it?
That would be fine.
Dr. Crawley, you've done well in putting this in an overall perspective. Let's review why this mission went. What was it that they sought to accomplish in space?
Well, this mission was one of a string of missions to the space station. There was some resupply. There was some science performed on this mission. This is one in which visiting crew, as the Israeli astronaut in this case, often go and participate in It's a sortie up to the space station for resupply and provisioning, and as well as the conduct of intermediate science objectives over the course of the stay on orbit, about 2 weeks.
Dr. Crawley, you mentioned earlier, while emphasizing we simply don't know what happened.
That's right.
And I think fair to say we're not likely to know what happened for a very long time, if ever, given the fact, and it now appears to be a fact, that debris is spread over at least parts of southeast Texas, east of Dallas and north of Houston, and possibly on into Louisiana. But you mentioned a couple of things I want you to go back over. You said that there are question areas. No one is saying that we conclude that these caused what happened today, but you said there are a couple of questionable areas. Could you go back over those for review for us, please?
Well, the NASA team will immediately freeze the data at JSC. They have a very well-established procedure for freezing all the information that they have so as to have the best possible chance of recovering the sequence of events that led to this tragedy. Now, unfortunately, because this was at a time when the spacecraft was just at reentry interface, where it was just entering the top layer of the atmosphere, this is a time of maximum heating, and the aerodynamic pressure is building on the spacecraft. And this period is characterized always, even on a normal flight, by a loss of transmission, a loss of signal from the spacecraft. So without having seen the telemetry yet, I suspect that one of the difficulties in reconstructing this will be that this was in a period with either reduced or no radio contact and reduced telemetry. They'll have, of course, ground track information and so forth.
Well, while we await what we believe will be a NASA news conference at some point, it's already been delayed from the hoped-for time of about 20, 21 minutes ago. We were talking to Dr. Ed Crawley, who's with MIT, the Aeronautics and Aeronautics Chairman at Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Dr. Crawley, there were two things in the sequence of events involving this shuttle mission that now raise at least a question mark in one's mind, and I want you to put these in context for us. First of all, a crack was discovered on Shuttle Discovery, not on this shuttle, but on another shuttle, and because that, you know, I think we're talking about a very small crack was discovered, all the shuttles were then investigated for cracks, and this mission was given a go-ahead. Is that the kind of thing that investigators will be looking at, or is that too far back?
Well, Dan, one of the things the NASA team will do in the next hours and days is collect all the information they have, the information from pre-flight inspections, from the launch telemetry and videos, and start to identify what they call potential root causes. Any recent crack or damage like this they see will certainly be on that list, as will be the potential for an explosion on board the spacecraft on the orbiter, as will be the potential for a failure of the thermal protection system. And this is the time of flight when the thermal protection system is most important. These three things, any immediate previous defects, and a possibility of an explosion and a loss of the thermal protection system, the insulation literally around the spacecraft, will be at the top of their list to follow as leads.
Now, what about the report? It wasn't just a report that after this shuttle had been launched, there was some concern about a piece of insulation, is my understanding, a small piece of insulation, perhaps unaccounted for after the fuel tank so necessary for the launch itself came off. Do you know anything about that, and is that not the kind of thing, or is it, that they'll also be looking into?
Well, I don't know the specifics of this case, but let me explain what happens, which is the tank, the large tank on which the orbiter is actually attached, has a thermal protection system of its own, mostly to keep it cool before launch. Of course, in the launch sequence, the tank is separated and falls into the Indian Ocean, so it's long gone. But if during the launch, during the maximum aerodynamic forces that occur during launch, a piece of that insulation fell off, as I have also heard reported this morning, and impacted the thermal protection system, the famous tiles that we remember from the early days of the shuttle. If a piece of the insulation fell off and impacted the tiles, that would be a point of suspicion that the NASA investigators would follow up very quickly as to whether that led to a series of events which subsequently could have caused a failure of that thermal protection system. Again, We have no idea at this point whether that's in fact the string of events, but it would certainly be on the list of early considerations they would look into.
Dr. Crawley, again, and I know you agree with this, at the risk of being redundant, we want to underscore nobody knows what caused this accident. How long might we anticipate the investigation to take?
Well, in the next few days, there will be a decision whether NASA will be charged internally to conduct an investigation into these events, or whether more of a presidential blue ribbon panel, as we had in the case of the Challenger accident, will be commissioned. I think that's something that in the next few days you'll hear from the White House, whether they have confidence that NASA will be able to do this and be charged, or whether a larger national inquiry will be caused. A lot of the time scale of what happens next depends on that decision. If it's an internal NASA investigation, it will likely go months. The Challenger investigation went years. We have had 3 now accidents in our spacefaring history, American history, of a human loss, and on average the last 2 have run about 18 to 20 months as the scope of the investigation.
We're talking to Dr. Ed Crawley of Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Dr. Crawley, stay with us for a second, because I want to share with you and our viewers that Bill Harwood, our CBS man on the scene at NASA in Florida, says that Sean O'Keefe, who is the NASA administrator, will hold a press conference now. NASA is hoping at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. That would be 12 noon in the Central Time Zone. Yes, previously NASA said it was hoping to hold a news conference as early as 11:30 Eastern Time. I now repeat for emphasis, and of course our CBS News coverage will continue straight on. The NASA administrator will hold a news conference hopefully at 1 p.m. Eastern Time, and at that time we may learn more, although I don't think anyone should anticipate learning a whole lot more. You just never know, but one wouldn't want to build expectations too high, because NASA is still, the whole National Aeronautics and Space Administration is in a state of shock about this disaster that has happened with the Space Shuttle. Now, also, datelined Cape Canaveral, Florida, a senior U.S. official says Space Shuttle is, quote, gone. You can say, well, didn't we already know that? But the fact of the matter is that we have not had a senior U.S. official from Cape Canaveral, he's unidentified, but saying it that flatly, saying that the Space Shuttle is, quote, gone. We've reported to you previously that various people in and around Nacogdoches, Texas now report finding debris, many reports of debris over the city. We have not confirmed that what these people say they see is in fact debris, but there's so many reports from Nacogdoches confirmed by the police department, people calling from, quote, all over town, in that East Texas city, that it seems highly probable that what these people are seeing is in fact debris. We'll go back to Dr. Crawley, and I really appreciate your time, Doctor. There are now only 3 Space Shuttle vehicles left. Is it likely any new ones will be built? And if any new ones are not built, is the whole program in some kind of mortal danger?
Well, that's a very interesting question, Dan, and it's obviously a little early to weigh in on that. The last Space Shuttle, the one that replaced the Challenger, was commissioned in about 1987 or 8 and finished in the late 80s or maybe 1990. And it was built using some spare parts that had remained from the original construction. They had essentially laid in some spares. It's now been about 13 or 14 years since that time, and I think it would be unlikely that NASA would try to commission the construction of another orbiter at this time. Still too early to say. NASA has just completed a reprogramming of its efforts to replace the shuttle, which involved building sort of an intermediate space plane, mostly to transport crew to orbit and back to go to the space station, and delaying the development until the next decade of a fully reusable replacement for the shuttle. I suspect what's more likely to happen is this series of events will cause Sean O'Keefe, the NASA administrator, and his team to re-examine those recent decisions and see if the timing and pace of that replacement schedule is still appropriate.
Dr. Crowley, from MIT, if you'll stick with us, please. Well, we have some news to pass along. Just a moment ago, we reported Dateline Cape Canaveral that a senior U.S. official says that Space Shuttle is, quote, gone. There has still been no official word from NASA, keeping in mind that NASA now says that it hopes to hold a news conference at 1 p.m. Eastern Time, 12 Central. But this same senior U.S. official says there is no hope for either the shuttle or its crew of 7. Let me repeat that for emphasis. A senior U.S. official says the space shuttle is, quote, gone. He says there's no hope for either the shuttle or its crew of 7. Let's pause for a moment to absorb that, and let's put up the picture of the heroes. Russ Mitchell will read the names of those aboard the shuttle as the word comes from a senior U.S. official that they and the shuttle are gone.
Commander of the flight, Colonel Rick Husband. This was his second mission, as you can see there, 45 years old, from Amarillo, Texas. Lieutenant Colonel William McCool was the mission pilot. This was his first mission, 41 years old. His hometown is San Diego, California. And as we're going to see here, these folks come from around the country and around the world. David Brown, Commander David Brown was the mission specialist, 46 years old, from Arlington, Virginia, right outside of Washington, D.C. His first mission. Commander Laurel Clark, a doctor, Dr. Laurel Clark, commander, first mission, 46 years old, from Racine, Wisconsin. Kalpana Chawla, engineer, aerospace engineer, her first mission, 41 years old. She was born in Karnal, India, but she became a citizen of the United States. Michael Anderson, Lieutenant Colonel Michael Anderson, mission specialist. This was his second mission, 42 years old. He's from out west, Spokane, Washington. Nilan Rahman, Colonel Rahman, from Tel Aviv, Israel, his first mission, 48 years old. He was part of this NASA program to involve more countries in the U.S. space program. Because of him, his nationality being from Israel, security was beefed up on this flight. However, there is no official word from anyone, as we've been reporting this morning, as to what may have happened here. And the thought of terrorism, while not been completely ruled out by the White House, certainly is being seen as something that is not a possibility, not very much of a possibility. And there we are once again, these 7 astronauts, 6 Americans and 1 Israeli citizen.
And 2 of those astronauts were American women. Let's go to Bill Harwood in Florida. Bill, if you're there, bring us up to date on what you're hearing, what you've learned.
Yes, Dan, I'm here. No real change yet. The flight controllers, of course, are still looking over the data. As you say, NASA Administrator Sean O'Keefe, new on the job, just appointed recently, is obviously faced with his biggest challenge. I'm not even sure the right word to pick for this, is going to address the media and the nation, really, at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. But no word yet on what might have caused this or what the impact might be.
Bill Harwood, as you sit there from your vantage point, earlier you told us you looked out the window and the flags are flying at half-staff. What other activity can you see there from where you are?
None at all, Russ. This is a Saturday at the Space Center. The only people that would come in today is the landing team. They were all out at the runway, which is a little distance from here, and of course in what they call the firing room, just over my right shoulder, the launch control center, if you will, is where the people are. Behind me, of course, is the launch pad that Columbia took off on January the 16th when this flight began 16 days ago. And as you say, when they rolled out and lowered that flag to half-staff, that was a terrible sight to see, very reminiscent of what happened on January the 28th, 1986, when they lowered the flag, and that was the first sign at all that we had that NASA thought the crew was lost.
Bill, Commander Rick Husband had just one other space flight under his belt. How and why did he become the commander of this mission?
That happens, depends on the merit of the flyer, Dan. A lot of times commanders, their second flight, their commander, and of course in the early days of the program, when they didn't have a lot of flights and an experienced astronaut base, the commanders were first-time flyers. So that in and of itself was not unusual at all. Before any flight, it's estimated that the commander and the pilot do more than 1,000 approaches to a runway in NASA's shuttle training aircraft, which is a business jet that they've rigged up to handle just like a space shuttle on final approach. It has the same instrumentation. He wears the spacesuit. It's just like landing the real thing. More than 1,000 of those per flight. So I don't think there's any concern at all about his competence or technical ability. And plus, at that phase of the entry, Dan, the computer's flying under the control of its computers, the shuttle, I should say. They don't take over manual control until they get to an altitude of about 50,000 feet, and that doesn't happen until just a few minutes before actual landing. So they were sitting there watching their instruments as this whatever happened, and not actively involved in flying the shuttle at that point.
Well, Bill, let me make explicitly clear and underscore that the thrust of the question was not that Commander Husband in any way
I completely understand.
was not prepared. An Air Force colonel from Amarillo, you have to know, we do know, that he was prepared by long hours, grueling hours of preparation. But I seem to recall, I may be wrong about this, that the original commander for this mission got ill or something. Perhaps I'm wrong about that.
No, we had a couple of flights last year where some crew members got replaced. One space station crew member got replaced at the last minute because of illness, and the pilot of a shuttle mission late last year had to be replaced again because of an illness issue. But in this case, Rick Husband's been commander assigned to this flight since I think 2001, as I recall. He's been in training for this mission all along.
Well, and let's have no doubt that on the word of the NASA official who says not only is the space shuttle gone, but the crew is gone, that Commander Husband and others, all others in the crew, died heroes. Quickly giving you a look at the situation at the moment, NASA has scheduled a news conference for now 1 o'clock Eastern Time, 12 in the Central Time Zone. NASA declared an emergency after losing contact with the crew and sent search teams to the Dallas-Fort Worth area, and now search teams are headed more to the east in East Texas. Ed Rohner, who's Nacogdoches, Texas airport manager, has said that some type of tank ended up on his runway. He said, he's talking about some sort of tank off an aircraft. Mr. Rohner also says that there are pieces of debris all along the entrance road to the Nacogdoches airport. National Guardsmen have been called out to protect the debris. A search for debris is underway throughout the area east and north of Dallas, stretching on into at least parts of Louisiana. Gary Hunzinger of Plano, Texas, said that he saw the shuttle flying overhead. He said he saw two bright objects flying off each side of it. He thought that they might be some sort of pursuit aircraft at first, but of course the shuttle was flying at 200,000 feet plus, so there could be no other aircraft up there. Benjamin Laster of Kemp, Texas, says his barn started shaking, and he and his family ran out and started looking around. Laster said he saw a puff of vapor and smoke and a big chunk of material fall. And the situation at this hour is that a senior U.S. government official says the space shuttle is, quote, gone. This same official says there's no hope for either the shuttle or its crew of 7. The next event, in terms of which we hope to have some official information to get perhaps additional facts on this disaster, scheduled for 1 o'clock Eastern Time. And Russ, I'm reminded that Ronald Reagan, President Reagan, in his speech to the nation on the day the shuttle Challenger exploded, killing all 7 of its astronauts, quoted the following: "The crew of the Space Shuttle Challenger honored us by the manner in which they lived their lives. We will never forget them, nor the last time we saw them this morning as they prepared for their journey and waved goodbye and slipped the surly bonds of earth to touch the face of God," unquote. President Ronald Reagan with the Space Challenger eulogy back in the mid-1980s.
In fact, it was January 28th, 1986.
Bill Harwood, if you're still with us in Florida, this is a picture of the shuttle Challenger exploding. Sometimes on television it's difficult to tell what's today and what's yesterday. This was the shuttle Challenger exploding just after the commander had given the full throttle forward, 73 seconds into the flight, it exploded and crashed to Earth. Quite a different situation today. These are the old Challenger explosion pictures. Today we have only a few photographs from today high in the sky, but this was on descent. The first time that shuttle has had difficulty, certainly anything approaching this kind of difficulty on descent. Now these are pictures from today. Bill, I was going to ask that, keeping in mind that the Challenger shuttle exploded on January 28, 1986, and then this happens in early February. Will or will not, one of the things to be looking into is there something especially dangerous we didn't know about with shuttle launches in deep winter, even though they're in Florida?
Well, Dan, I think in this case, I wouldn't think that at all. The temperatures here when the shuttle took off and leading up to launch, you folks up in New York would probably consider balmy. It got a little chilly for us, but it wasn't anywhere near a level that would affect a piece of aircraft equipment or even the space shuttle. I don't think, in this case, wintertime was an issue at all. I think this was, whatever happened today was a mechanical failure of some sort that took place, and I think the timing is purely coincidental.
Bill, the Columbia was up at 200,000, more than 200,000 feet today when they lost contact with mission control. At what point, at what altitude, potentially does weather become a factor?
Oh, they have to get much, much lower in the atmosphere for that to happen. Remember, in a commercial airliner, or even the Concorde, which flies up to 60,000 feet or so, 50 or 60,000 feet, they're up above 99% of the weather. I mean, there's not much above 60,000 feet, maybe a little bit, but not much, and certainly nothing along Columbia's track. Well, weather becomes an issue when they get down in the manual flying range of 50,000 feet or so. They get there just a few minutes before landing, literally in sight of the runway when they get to that point. And as a matter of fact, they were worried about winds aloft a little earlier today, at that point when the commander, Rick Husband, would have taken over manual control to guide the shuttle, but certainly nothing at 200,000 feet that would be an impact. I can't imagine what it could be.
Bill Harwood, stick with us down in Florida, if you will. We want to recap now very quickly for those of you who may have joined us in progress. The Associated Press is quoting a senior U.S. official as saying now the Space Shuttle Columbia, quote, is gone. That same official is quoted as saying that there are no survivors among the astronauts. A NASA news conference is now scheduled for 1 o'clock Eastern Time, 12 noon. Central Time about today's developments. Mission Control lost contact with the shuttle just minutes before it was to land this morning at 9:16 Eastern Time at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. Get the picture. It was in rapid descent over North Texas, headed for Florida. It was due to land in just a matter of minutes, given the speed it was traveling. When eyewitnesses said they looked up, saw it in the sky, and then saw what obviously was some breakup. NASA immediately declared an emergency, scrambled rescue crews from the Dallas-Fort Worth area and elsewhere, and others are now heading toward eastern Texas. Shuttle debris, what's described as shuttle debris, has been found in southeast Texas in the Corsicana-Nacogdoches area. A lot of it is reported to be in and around Nacogdoches. There's also a report that a piece of debris sparked a fire at an apartment building in Plano, just north of Dallas, Texas. That's being checked and double-checked to see, in fact, whether that fire was started by some kind of falling debris. NASA's put out a public advisory to people in Texas and elsewhere to avoid any possibly hazardous debris that may have come from the space shuttle. We're going to say again, some of this debris is toxic. If you're in an area, and when we said in East Texas and elsewhere, possibly there's some debris, possibly over the Texas-Louisiana line. If you're in any place where you think you have seen some of this debris, stay clear of it, stay away from it. President Bush, who was at Camp David in Maryland, is on his way back to the White House and is receiving updates. The flag next to NASA's countdown clock has been lowered to half staff. There were 7 astronauts aboard, including 6 Americans, along with the first Israeli astronaut. Partly because of his presence, security surrounding this mission was tight, but a spokesman for the Homeland Security Department said flatly this morning, there's absolutely, positively no indication that this even could have been a terrorist incident or that there was any foul play involved. Now, on the phone now from New Mexico, we have Colonel Mike Mullane, former shuttle astronaut on 3 missions. He was once aboard Shuttle Discovery, twice on Shuttle Atlantis. Colonel Mullane, thank you for being with us.
Good morning, Dan.
Since you've been there, and so few humans ever have, describe for us, as the shuttle is reaching that point where it's in what's been described as the glide pattern over North Texas, what the astronauts are feeling and what they're doing at that moment.
Well, when we come out of orbit, we actually start half a world away from our landing site. We turn the orbiter around, fired the orbit motors for a couple of minutes to slow us down, and then turn the orbiter back forward, lift the nose up so that the belly is presented to the atmosphere. We're coming in about 40 degrees nose high, and of course you got the heat tiles on the belly that are protecting you. Initially, for the first, probably a good 20 or 30 minutes, you really don't feel much or see much. The air is so thin up there, we're falling through it. It's around when you start getting down around that 250,000 foot point, you start getting this white hot air wrapped around you. You're in the cockpit looking out. It's a fantastic light show. You can see this white hot glow of this superheated air around the cockpit. And the shuttle is just doing these roll maneuvers as it loses energy as it falls toward the landing site. It is a autopilot reentry. The pilot can take control at any point. It's a hot stick, they grab the stick and they have control of it. But there's no reason to do that because you can't see the runway anyway, so you might as well just let the autopilot fly it. So a nominal reentry, it would be on autopilot. The crew would be sitting there monitoring the hydraulic system, monitoring the navigation system. The reentries that I had were very benign, very quiet. Get a little bit shaken when you get deeper into the atmosphere, but it's not like launch. Launch is a much more dynamic event, and reentry is much more quiet and stable.
Colonel Mulhane, what is the gravest danger on reentry as one has done it 3 times? Tell us what the greatest danger is.
Well, obviously, you're going from 5 miles per second in speed, 18,000 miles an hour, and you're up around 200 miles, and you've got to dissipate all of that energy, all of that speed, and the potential energy, they call it, the altitude. You have to get all that down to 0 altitude and 0 speed after a 12,000-mile glide halfway around the world. And obviously, there's lots of things that could go wrong on something like that. Hydraulic failures, you're dependent upon the hydraulic system to operate these flight controls on the shuttle. When you get deeper in the atmosphere and higher up, you're dependent on steering jets to fire to maintain the attitude. The shuttle has to enter very, very precisely. It can't. It's not like a fighter jet that you can just kind of fly around at different attitudes. It's has to come in the atmosphere to very close tolerances in attitude, or else aerodynamic failure could occur. It could pitch out of control and be destroyed. And what would cause that? Obviously, NASA will be looking at that. There's many different things that could happen: failure of the steering jets, structural failure, data processing. I mean, the heart of the machine is a computer. If you have problems with it, there's 4 of them. It's unlikely all of them would fail, but I mean, you could have some type of software error or computer problem that would pitch the vehicle out of control. I mean, there's many, many different things that could fail that would cause this reentry to become a disaster. And NASA, I'm sure, is going to be looking at every possible detail that would cause a problem like that.
Colonel Mulhane, when the Space Shuttle first re-enters, and it goes into what's called the aura phase, where you have this strange, mysterious light around it, and then you emerge from that. As an astronaut, were you thinking of possible death?
Well, I have to admit that launch is what most terrified me. People ask me, was I scared on a shuttle launch? And I tell them, no, I wasn't scared. I was terrified. And I flew 3 times. I was terrified on the first launch, I was terrified on the second launch, and I was terrified on the third launch. I have to admit that in orbit, it's very relaxing. I didn't ever feel like my life was imminently at risk when I was in space. And reentry, you get your heart rate up a little bit, but again, I always felt like the chances of something bad happening on reentry are much less than they are on launch. I mean, on launch, it's a controlled explosion. I mean, you're converting 4 million pounds of propellant in just 8.5 minutes to a speed of 18,000 miles an hour and an altitude of 100 miles or so. That's a huge energy exchange, and obviously a lot of bad things can happen on launch. And so I was much more apprehensive on my launches than I ever was on my reentry. The reentry is very, it's not. It just doesn't have that dynamic about it. Not the noise and the shaking and the violence that you have on liftoff and on orbit insertion launch.
But you said Colonel Mulhane, that on re-entry, that I think your words were, it gets your heart beat up a little. Is the translation of that your heart's pounding like a hammer?
Well, it's certainly it is very not very, but it is much more apprehensive. You're much more apprehensive on re-entry than you are in orbit. Orbit is relaxing. I mean, assuming everything's going fine. Again, I never had any sense that my life was threatened in space. I know that sounds bizarre probably to a lot of people when you consider you're in a vacuum and you're hundreds of miles above the Earth, but it was very relaxing. On re-entry, you do get more apprehensive, but it's not the same as launch. At least it wasn't for me. Now, I realized that things could go bad on re-entry, but again, I just didn't have the sense of threat that I did on launch.
Colonel, we're going to put up again the crew photograph for this mission. And as we put that photograph up, I want you to tell us briefly, if you will, what it takes, how much it takes to be an astronaut.
Well, I didn't know any of the people that were lost today on Columbia. I left in 1990. Challenger obviously affected us, my group, because there were 4 from Challenger were killed from my group. All astronauts, I think that it's a passion. It's something that you want to do so badly that you can't turn away from it. It's something in your blood. I think that describes most astronauts. In fact, I've told people before that I think the fear of not making the trip far exceeds the fear of dying doing it. I know that sounds bizarre, but I think people who climb like mountains and Mount Everest and these other people that do these things, that it always amazes me. I'm not a mountain climber. It always amazes me that how in the world do these people do this? Climb up to Mount Everest, and then I think about it. I know how they do it. To them, it's a passion. They have to do it, and that's
I think we lost the audio of Colonel Mulhane from New Mexico as he was speaking so eloquently about what it is, what it takes to be an astronaut, what it drives those who have this passion to go into space, as the crew of this shuttle mission did. Well, Dateline, the Kennedy Space Center, quote, "It's gone." That's what a senior U.S. official says about Space Shuttle Columbia. The shuttle broke apart in flames on its way to landing. All 7 astronauts on board were killed. The official says debris strewn across Texas and apparently some other states has been positively identified now as being from the shuttle. That's why this official can say it's gone, the shuttle, and that all 7 astronauts on board were killed. There is yet to be any official word from NASA, but this high U.S. government source says there is no hope for either the shuttle or its 7-member crew. That yes, we've known that in our hearts and intellectually, I guess, Russ, since sometime between 9 and 10 o'clock Eastern Time. But to hear someone in a position of authority say it, it hits the heart like a sledge. NASA Chief Sean O'Keefe is meeting with the astronauts' families. The nation's sympathy goes to them, and condolences, of course. The families had been waiting at Florida's Kennedy Space Center for this morning's scheduled landing, what they hoped would be, what they believed would be a triumphal return. And the news conference is scheduled for 1 o'clock Eastern Time. Television footage has been various television footage showing the bright light of the space shuttle over Texas, followed by plumes of smoke streaking through the sky. Debris seemed to break off into separate balls of light. All of this happened just after 9 a.m. this morning, Eastern Time, when the shuttle was just minutes from landing in Florida. Russ Mitchell, they sometimes say after dangerous trips that the most dangerous time is the closest you get to home. And so it was today with Shuttle Columbia.
The debris is falling throughout north central Texas. Nacogdoches, Texas seems to be an area where a lot of debris is coming down. Right now we want to talk to the city manager there, Victoria La Follette. Did I say your name right, Victoria?
La Follette, yes,
La Follette. Thank you very much for joining us. We certainly appreciate it. What is going on in your town this morning as we speak, this morning, Central Time?
Well, obviously, we are in emergency operations mode. We've activated our emergency management center, and we're coordinating with state and federal officials as we begin to assess how much debris we have in our particular area. We do have considerable debris in Nacogdoches.
What are people saying to you that they are discovering?
Pardon me?
What are people discovering in Nacogdoches? What kind of pieces of debris do they think they're spotting?
All sorts of pieces. We've had pieces on our runway at the airstrip. We've had pieces in roadways. We've had pieces on top of buildings. We've had it on people's roofs, in yards and fields, all sorts of sizes and shapes.
Ms. LaFollette, there are reports that some buildings have caught on fire in Nacogdoches as a result of the debris coming down. What can you tell us about that?
We have no fires. We've had some damage to some buildings, but some of the debris that we were told that came down was still hot, but we have not had any major fires of any kind.
Mm-hmm. What are you telling residents about this?
We are very concerned about people touching any of the debris. We have told them do not touch it, leave it alone. We're asking them to notify us at 911. We are having to catalog and keep up with where all the pieces are located. And so we're having people contact us to give us that information, and then in turn we're sharing that with the appropriate state and federal officials.
We understand that some of this debris may in fact be toxic. What are you hearing from NASA or from officials about what kind of materials we're talking about here?
The last that we heard, we don't believe there's any radioactive materials. There are some chemicals that we are concerned about, and we are working through the Texas Department of Health to get more information out on that. If for some reason someone has come in contact with, we're telling them, for the time being to please, wash their hands with soap and water, anything they may have touched immediately. And
I'm sorry, ma'am, go ahead.
And that's the main thing, the thing we definitely want to get out. We do not want people touching anything. If it's in a roadway or something, take a shovel or something and push it out of the way, but do not touch it.
Okay. Victoria LaFollette. I'm sorry, Dan, have a question for Mr.
Russ, no, but we do thank you, ma'am, for being with us this morning. John Roberts, our chief White House correspondent, is at the White House where they've been at least an informal briefing. John, what have they told you?
Well, good afternoon to you, Dan. President Bush arrived back here at the White House about a minute ago after the 90-minute trip from Camp David, where he was supposed to spend the weekend. The flags here at the White House just a few minutes ago were lowered to half-mast. And the president is expected this afternoon to make an address to the nation. It's quite possible that that will be an address from the Oval Office. In a briefing a little while ago, we were told that President Bush talked personally to NASA Administrator Sean O'Keefe. NASA has been designated the lead agency in the investigation, which the White House promises is going to be careful and thorough. Condoleezza Rice, the National Security Advisor, was up at Camp David this morning. She preceded the president down here. She has been huddled with the National Security Secretary, or the Homeland Security Secretary, rather, Tom Ridge, who has talked with Governor Rick Perry of Texas to express his condolences and to coordinate recovery efforts. He's also talked with the governors of neighboring states to put them on alert because the debris field is so large. It's possible that the debris could have crossed state borders as well. There have been mid-level consultations so far between the United States government and the government of Israel. Expresses of condolences for the loss of Ilon Ramon, the 48-year-old fighter pilot who was the first Israeli astronaut who was on board the Space Shuttle. And President Bush, now that he is back at the White House, expected to consult with his top advisors, and it's expected that he will be making a personal telephone call to Israeli Prime Minister Ariel Sharon to express his condolences personally. So what to see from the White House later on today is an address from the president, most likely from the Oval Office. But Dan, I should say that people around here are just stunned, trying to make sense of what happened. These things are typically routine. The most that anybody watches for is the two sonic booms as the shuttle re-enters the atmosphere and puts on that show, and then of course the landing. No one ever thought that anything like this could happen because there's just been no sense that the re-entries have been anything but routine. But as Bill Harwood was talking about earlier today, 200,000 feet, 12,500 miles per hour. There's a lot of dynamic pressure on that airframe, a lot of heat as it starts to come back into the atmosphere. And it's obvious that something went terribly, terribly wrong. There's been no indication from anyone here at the White House that there was any kind of terrorism involved. In fact, quite to the contrary, they say that there's nothing to suggest that it was terrorism. The shuttle was about 35 to 40 miles high, and short of an intercontinental ballistic missile, there's not much that would fly that high, Dan. So it's highly unlikely that there would have been anything from the ground that was involved. And of course, the security around the Space Shuttle, all of the systems are checked and triple checked. Highly unlikely that anything could have been brought on board that would have precipitated such an event. But this afternoon, the president will be addressing the nation, so we'll keep watching that here from the White House. Dan.
John Roberts at the White House. John mentioned that the president either has or will soon be expressing his condolences to the leaders and people of Israel, and of course he'll be expressing his condolences to the families of the other astronauts, all Americans, as we and the nation do and will be doing in the days that follow. On the telephone with us now, Dr. Don Puris, two-time shuttle astronaut, world-renowned astronomer. And Dr. Puris, and I do hope I pronounce your name correctly, you knew some of today's astronauts.
Well, I knew two of them, Dan. Rick Husband and Kalpana Chawla were acquaintances of mine, but of course, and I had met all of them. I had an experiment on this particular flight, and when the entire flight crew came to the Goddard Space Flight Center to receive some training on that experiment, I had met all of them during that period of time.
Dr. Puris, there will be the inevitable questions revived now about why do humans in space, why not do these experiments, why not do this exploration by robot? Why put humans in space? And this may be as good a time as any to at least briefly review why we have it as a national purpose to explore space with humans.
Well, there's more to it than just the experiments that we do in space. You know, it's certainly true that many of the experiments that are done in a human-tended manner on the space station or the space shuttle could have been done robotically. But on the other hand, as we look toward the distant future, humans have always been explorers. And if we think back in the Earth's history, in human history, at all of the changes that have occurred due to humans actually going and exploring places, whether it's Columbus making his way across the ocean to the United States, or any of the other early explorers that forged trade routes and so forth. Much of human history has been developed by the exploratory nature of us, and we continue to do that. So it's not only the narrow-sighted view of the particular experiments that could have been done on the ground instead of in space. It's a matter of gaining a lot of experience and gaining the ability for humans to extend their presence beyond the Earth.
As one who's done it twice, what drives people? What motivates one to want to be an astronaut and to go through the long, grueling training for just a chance that you'll be catapulted up there catapulted to the high frontier?
Well, I think it's the adventure and the excitement, the possibility of making some significant contribution to science and to the human capabilities in space, and it's exciting, and people like to do it. I don't know what else to say.
When you were aboard for re-entry on the two flights, you were afraid. Can you tell us about that?
That part of the re-entry is actually very, very smooth. It's not, there's not a whole lot going on at that point, and particularly at the point where it appears that the Columbia first started having difficulties. That point is sort of the transition point where not flying so much like a spacecraft anymore, and it's flying more like an airplane as the atmospheric pressure outside builds sufficiently that the aerodynamic control surfaces start to become effective. That's sort of the transition region there. And it's not, there's not a lot going on. It's hard to imagine what sort of a catastrophic failure could have occurred then to create what happened.
At that moment, when you were aboard the shuttle twice, at just about this time when you were over North Texas, were you thinking about possible death or thinking about we're just a few short minutes from home?
Well, I didn't fly over Texas. Both of my missions landed at Edwards Air Force Base, but nevertheless, at that point in the flight, maybe 15 minutes before landing, it's like you're on an airliner at that point, and I was certainly not thinking of death. I was thinking about getting a night's sleep because I had worked many hours before that and then had stayed up. Instead of going to bed as I would have normally been scheduled to in orbit, then I was staying up for the entry and landing and was tired and looking forward to seeing my family and getting a good night's sleep.
As no doubt were these astronauts today who are now gone. Thank you, Dr. Don Parise, two-time shuttle astronaut who knew some of today's astronauts. What you've been seeing as we were talking to you, Dr. Parise, were pictures from our affiliate in Dallas. This debris, which has been, it's my understanding, confirmed as part of the shuttle's debris, was near Fort Worth, Texas. These aerial shots of the debris, and you can see how large a smoked and scorched area this is by seeing it in comparison to the people who are walking around it. This is from our Dallas CBS News affiliate, aerials of the debris on the ground. Now that was near Fort Worth, and there have been confirmed now reports of debris found in East Texas, which tells you how far an area this debris is strewn over. These are amateur pictures, this amateur photograph. This is the best photograph we've had. The shuttle was flying along at 200,000 feet plus.
Yes, you're right. This is the best video
incredible speed. And let's just let the pictures speak for themselves for a moment. As, of course, it plummeted through the Earth's atmosphere, it was burning. And this is the trail that it left. Our good friends in the director's booth will re-rack that video, I think, now. The amateur photographer had the shuttle, then saw sparking like a star, trailing vapor and smoke. Pieces are flying off. You can see them off to the side. And then the plummet to Earth. This, one of the debris sites near Fort Worth, Texas. And I was saying earlier, Russ Mitchell, that you see this debris site in Fort Worth, Texas, then hundreds of miles to the east near Nacogdoches, over in the general area of the Texas-Louisiana border. All kinds of reports of debris there. And NASA, I don't know officially, but people at NASA have emphasized that there may be debris, as far as Louisiana, perhaps Arkansas. It's just that it's going to be spread over a very wide area, which, again, this is the third time, I think at least the third time, we're showing you this amateur video that was taken. I'm not quite sure from where this video was taken, somewhere in North Texas.
Also, again, authorities say if you come in contact with this, don't touch it. It could be very dangerous.
I think we want to go to Bill Harwood, our CBS News space expert, who's been so magnificent in reporting this story this morning. There's no other word that describes it. Before doing so, I think that we should re-rack that video one time. This is the best available evidence we have of what happened to the shuttle. And just let it play for a minute. Well, I was hoping that we could rack that from the top and let it play, but here it is.
Dan, this is Bill Harwood. Can you hear me?
Lump in your throat time. As the path of the shuttle to Earth is clear. We go down to Bill Harwood in Florida. Bill.
Dan, it's terrible to watch that. One thing that I'm struck by watching it, occasionally you can see a bright reddish flash. That's very characteristic of the kind of fuel the shuttle carries igniting. Hypergolic fuels, when they burn or when a launch blows up here from the Air Force with an unmanned rocket, they always talk about the big red cloud, and that's very indicative of fuel tanks on board the shuttle, maneuvering fuel tanks, coming apart in the atmosphere and the fuel igniting. That red flash is hardly, you can't mistake it for anything else.
Bill Harwood.
Dan, if I could,
surely,
just
please.
very quickly, I wanted to point out the only thing we've heard all morning, or even thinking about that was out of the ordinary, is this foam from the external tank falling and hitting the leading edge of the left wing shortly after launch.
Bill, excuse me for interrupting, but
sure.
People will say foam on the tank. That foam is to insulate for the heat?
That's exactly right. You know, these are super cold propellants, hundreds of degrees below zero, and the orange look of the tank, the actual outer few inches of the tank, is a foam insulation that looks orange. A piece fell off during launch and hit the left leading edge of the wing. There's a tremendous amount of heat on those leading edges during entry, right about the point where they lost contact. You cannot help but wonder, and again, no one likes to speculate in an aerospace accident because the first impressions, as you've said repeatedly, are often incorrect. But certainly it's something we want to keep in mind as they look through the data and the telemetry, is to find out if that could have possibly had any impact today. Just simply because if there was an area of damage and the kind of heat they see on entry, that could, in theory, be a factor here.
Well, Bill, we want to bring in Dr. Ed Crawley of MIT, Aeronautics and Aeronautics Chairman at MIT. Dr. Crawley, can you give us some observations that might put this in context for us?
Well, Dan, this video that we've seen now from several different angles will be a very important piece of evidence. You might remember that after the Challenger accident, where video was in fact important in the accident investigation, there was a decision to have even more and higher quality video at the time of launch. And this particular video, you can see it right there, there's a little piece of something that falls off early, and just about in here, the spacecraft appears to bloom, as if the attitude of the spacecraft changes, and here we see what appears to be other parts of the spacecraft on independent tracks. So they'll go back and replay this video frame by frame hundreds of times to see if they can discern from this what that first little bit coming off of might have been, what the sequence of events was, to see if they can get any flight dynamic information, to see if they can filter the video to see if they see the nose pitch up or pitch down, to try and develop an understanding of the sequences of events here.
Dr. Crawley, if you'll hang in there with us in Boston, and Bill Harwood in Florida also hang on as we play this amateur video again, which is going to be a strong piece of evidence for the investigation by NASA. On the telephone with us now is Mr. Doug Haviland, who is the uncle of Columbia astronaut Laurel Clark. Navy Commander Laurel Clark, a medical doctor, was a rookie astronaut, that is, making her first flight. I want to point out that Mr. Haviland's son was killed at the World Trade Center on 9/11. Mr. Haviland, thank you for being with us this morning. Tell us about your niece, Laurel Clark.
Well, she was accepted in the space program, became an astronaut. She was very enthused about it. This is what she wanted to do, and she was dedicated to the task, and she knew the risks that were there, but she felt that they were very safety conscious, and this is what she really wanted to do.
How proud you must be of her.
Yes, the whole family is. My sister, her mother, is in Arizona, and she had her misgivings, I think, but she was really proud of Laurel as taking this on.
Well, naturally, members of the family would have their misgivings. Did you ever hear the commander, Laura Clark, talk about her misgivings or the danger of the flight?
But she felt that, NASA was so safety conscious that she did not live in dread or anything like that, I'm sure. Last night I picked up on the internet email that she had sent back to Earth just shortly before this all happened. And she starts out, "Hello from above our magnificent planet Earth. The perspective is truly awe-inspiring. This is a terrific mission, and we are very busy doing science round the clock." And so that expresses her attitude, I think, as to how she felt about what she was doing.
We thank you very much for being with us, and we offer our condolences to you and the members of the family, as we do to members of all the families of the 7 astronauts aboard this flight, including 6 Americans and 1 Israeli.
Thank you, Dan.
I'll repeat something that Colonel Mike Mulhane, a veteran and now retired astronaut, said earlier. He said he was, quote, terrified at all 3 launches in which he took part. He said once past the launch that there was no doubt in his mind that that's the most terrifying moment. Now, perhaps it was the most terrifying moment for because other reasons that Challenger had exploded in 1986, just 73 seconds after launch. But on launch, as Colonel Mulhane described it to us here at CBS this morning, there's this tremendous sound, tremendous quaking, and that's the proper verb, of the Space Shuttle, that even a brave man like Colonel Mulhane, a veteran, always terrified him, he said. But he said once in orbit, it was relaxing. He described a kind of floating sense and no sense of danger in orbit way up there on the high frontier. Then he said there was some apprehension at the time of reentry, some apprehension, but he said it was basically no big deal, and that what he was feeling on all 3 flights, once they got to the point where the shuttle was today, or something similar in case they landed in California, the long glide toward home that will go so quickly. He said he was thinking of just how tired he was and how glad he would be to get to sleep. If that gives us any perspective on what these brave astronauts who are now gone may have been thinking and experiencing today. In Washington, Marcia Smith, a space agency analyst. Ms. Smith, thank you for being with us. What's the future of the American humans in space program now that we have suffered this tragedy today?
Well, of course, everyone is very appropriately focused right now on the human tragedy that is unfolding. But there is a very practical aspect of this as well. Columbia was one of the 4 Space Shuttle orbiters, that now there are only 3 left. And the Space Shuttle's mission for the foreseeable future is to support the space station program. We do have 3 astronauts aboard the space station right now, and the Space Shuttle's job really is to take more segments of the space station up into orbit, to rotate the crews. They rotate every 4 to 6 months, and to take up supplies and to bring back the results of scientific experiments. So from a practical standpoint, I think everyone's going to be looking at the human spaceflight program and try to determine what do we do now.
Ma'am, let me ask you, after the Challenger explosion back in 1986, there was talk then again of the space program going away. What do you think at that time turned the tide and made Americans and made the U.S. government say to itself, you know, we need to keep this up?
I actually don't remember talk of the space station going away at the time of Challenger. In fact, I think everyone rallied behind NASA and the space program at the time, and the public seemed very supportive of spending the money that it would take to build a replacement orbiter, which was Endeavour. Of course, one of the differences now is that NASA had in the pipeline at the manufacturer then structural spares in order to help them build another orbiter, because they'd been thinking of building one and then decided not to. And I'm not aware that there are any structural spares now to build an additional orbiter. So NASA's going to have to look at its future plans, how it's going to continue building the space station and servicing the space station with 3 orbiters instead of 4. That's a very practical aspect of what happened today.
Yeah. How much do these vessels cost? And I think what I hear you saying is it's going to be a tough sell from here on out. Tougher sell, I should say.
I don't know if it's going to be a tough sell. I still think the American people are very supportive of the space program, and I wouldn't be surprised to see them once again rally behind NASA. But from a financing standpoint, as I recall, it Endeavour cost about $2 billion, and that was in 1986. So what it would cost today, starting from scratch, I really don't know what that number would be.
Let me ask you this. I have been hoping, and I have some good reason to believe that a lot of other Americans have been hoping that in my lifetime we might see an American on the planet Mars. Does or does not what happened today make that unlikely, given there's going to have to be an investigation, given we have to decide whether we want to spend the money? It's one of those things, you know, we dream of putting an American on Mars someday, somehow, some way. Now, is there any likelihood it'll happen in our lifetime?
Well, I think that the shuttle program is going to have to investigate, find out what happened. With the Challenger tragedy, it took 32 months before the shuttle was up and running again, and then the human spaceflight program continued. And it's possible, probably even likely, that something similar will happen this time. As far as sending humans to Mars, NASA did not have such a program because it is so expensive, and the current head of NASA emphasizes that there are certain barriers that you have to overcome in terms of how humans react to weightlessness and in terms of propulsion, how quickly you can get there and back. And he wanted to spend some time investigating those aspects of possibly sending humans to Mars before he ever made such a commitment. So I'm not sure a commitment to that was in the offing anyway. So whether this delays it for 5 years or 10 years or 20 years, I don't know. And whether it will happen in any of our lifetimes, I think, is an open question.
Thank you, Marcia Smith. I, for one, will continue to dream of that. Now, for those of you who are just joining us, and for those of you who have been with us, we remind you that at 1 o'clock, about 9 or 10 minutes from now, NASA has scheduled a news conference in which Sean O'Keefe, who's the director of the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, is scheduled to appear. Yes, NASA had said it hoped to have a news conference at 11:30 Eastern Time. It just wasn't able to do that because, understandably, NASA wants to deal as much as possible in facts. Also, there was the first order of business, that is, breaking the news officially and formally to the families of the brave astronauts and conveying the sympathies and the respect of a nation to the families of these astronauts. All of that, understandably, had to be taken care of before NASA can get this news conference together. We are hoping and believing that there will be a news conference in about 8 minutes from now. The flag at half-staff near the shuttle launch position in Florida. John Roberts reporting earlier that the flags around the White House and the flag over the White House has been lowered to half-staff out of respect of these 7 astronauts who have died. Now, they're gone. That's a direct quote from a senior U.S. official. This official said that the Space Shuttle Columbia is, quote, gone, and that there's no hope for the 7-member crew. A NASA news conference now scheduled for 1 o'clock Eastern Time. Mission Control in Houston. Keep in mind the launch was in Florida, but Mission Control is at the Johnson Space Center just outside of Houston. Mission Control lost contact with the shuttle just minutes before it was to land this morning at 9:16 Eastern Time over at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. But as we now know from this amateur video taken, this is what happened to the shuttle. It was just a speck way up there, 200,000 miles up plus. Then the speck enlarged, then it became literally a ball of fire, and then a number of balls of fire as it crashed to Earth. NASA immediately declared an emergency, scrambled rescue crews, and then there began to be reports of debris. We showed you earlier the debris from a large piece of scorched earth near Fort Worth, Texas. And now in southeast Texas, in the Nacogdoches, Texas area, widespread reports of debris. NASA believes debris may be found as far over as Louisiana, maybe Arkansas. None has been reported there. We spoke with the Nacogdoches city manager Victoria LaFollette, who told us that a considerable amount of debris has fallen in her city, and she said there are pieces on the airport runway and in people's backyards in Nacogdoches. These pictures are from the Fort Worth area, aerials taken by our CBS affiliate in Dallas, near Fort Worth. So it's pretty obvious that what happened is that the shuttle began to break up in North Texas over roughly the Dallas-Fort Worth area. And this is a picture of it taken from a satellite. This is a meteorological satellite, but you can see encircled in the left-hand part of your screen that it began somewhere over the Dallas-Fort Worth area. What happened to it, no one can say. It may be a long time, if ever anyone can say. But this gives you the high shot. Then here's the amateur video of the shuttle coming down to Earth and crashing to Earth. And at the altitude and speed at which it was breaking up, debris is expected to be found over a very wide area of Texas and possibly Louisiana and possibly even other places. It's so stunning to see this that the imperative is just to be quiet for a moment. So looking at this amateur video, it's no wonder that residents of Texas, Louisiana, and Arkansas all say that as they were out early this morning to watch the Space Shuttle Columbia come over their area, they saw flames, then heard a window rattling, door shaking boom, kind of muffled boom, early this morning, about the time the Space Shuttle Columbia broke up on its way to trying to land at Cape Canaveral, Florida. One eyewitness, John Fiorito of Carrollton, just north of Dallas, said it was like a car hitting the house or a big explosion. It shook that much. James Milford, the owner of a barbershop, Milford's Barbershop around the square in Nacogdoches, said it's all over Nacogdoches. He described little pieces, some parts of machinery, some pieces about 3 feet wide, said this eyewitness, left from this crash of the shuttle. We believe we're about 4 minutes, possibly less now, from the start of this national news conference. If it goes off as scheduled, certainly we'd understand if it slipped some. There probably, Russ, no doubt some people, even at this late hour, 4 hours after the crash, are only now beginning to be aware of what happened. And for others who may have heard about it earlier, just beginning to sink in what's happened.
And you said it earlier.
7 brave astronauts.
When that U.S. official said they're gone, that was pretty official at that point. Right now we want to go to early show anchor Renee Seiler. She's in our CBS News Dallas Bureau. Renee, what are you seeing? What are you hearing from your vantage point?
Russ, I got to tell you what happened to me early this morning. I was talking to my sister on the telephone, and she says, I said, are you watching what's happening? And she says, yes, I was. She lives in Southwest Fort Worth, and she says, I heard a boom as I was just, we're doing mundane Saturday tasks, waiting for the garbage truck, and she heard this loud boom and wondered what it was, and all of her neighbors and everyone gathered outside. Didn't see anything, debris or that sort, but certainly they did hear something in Southwest Fort Worth. But what we're hearing, we're getting reports that this debris field encompasses like 180 to 200 miles, which speaks to what Dan was talking about just a couple of moments ago. The video that I think you're watching right now was shot from our CBS station here in Fort Worth, and is actually not in Fort Worth, but Palestine, Texas. And we understand that there is a 100-mile stretch where they are setting up command posts, because obviously the danger here is they're trying to keep people from getting out, compromising the integrity of the investigation, touching it, and potentially hurting themselves. As you've heard a number of people say, that the volatile nature of this debris, they don't want people out there touching it or messing around with it when they're trying to figure out exactly what happened here. Sheriff John Hobson of Anderson County, which is where Palestine is, said that he did in fact have reports of some folks that went out, saw this, not sure what it was, touched it, and are now seeking treatment. And again, as Dan was talking earlier, James Milford from Milford's Barbershop said yes, that he's quoted as saying, "It's all over Nacogdoches. Some pieces are smaller than others, but some are 3 feet wide." Another quote from a 29-year-old dentist there, Jeff Hancock, who says that a piece came through his roof, and he says it was a 4-foot-long metal bracket. A waiter at the Nacogdoches Cafe said about 50 people had gathered around looking at the debris. So you can imagine what the scene is like 180 miles south and east of Dallas as little parts of this debris are beginning to be discovered. And we had been monitoring the local affiliate here as well, and someone found something in Arlington. So possibly, in fact, some of that debris has come down here in the Dallas-Fort Worth area.
Arlington being about, what, 20 miles west of Dallas?
That's correct. It's between Dallas and Fort Worth, yes.
Okay. Early show anchor Renee Seiler in the Dallas Bureau. Thanks a lot. Dan.
And we're standing by here at CBS News for what we believe will be the start of NASA's news conference coming up in a minute or two that is scheduled to start in about a minute. We'll see whether or not they're ready to go. Sean O'Keefe, the director of NASA, is scheduled to preside at that news conference to tell us, to tell the nation, tell the world what he knows and what he does not know about this disaster with the shuttle this morning. In our Washington Bureau, our aviation expert Bob Orr is standing by. He's been working the phones, going to his sources. Bob, what can you tell us?
Dan, what strikes me is the enormity of the investigation that is in the offing here. We've looked at the radar images from Shreveport, Louisiana, and we had that image we want to share with you. And it shows what the officials see in terms of a debris pattern. We've seen this image. The upper left-hand corner is just south of Tyler, Texas, and as it moves down across the screen, as far as we can tell, it ends somewhere near Alexandria, Louisiana. Now, the Homeland Security folks say that they're getting calls from 5 different states that the debris may be spread out over hundreds of square miles. This image right here is very telling. The weather experts tell me that the bright red in the middle is very likely a high-intensity aerosol plume. As the Columbia blew apart at a couple 100,000 feet above the earth, and that fuel started to come out that Bill Hardwood was talking about, the radar picked that up as what would amount to very heavy precipitation. What this means for investigators is they're going to have to, in effect, quarantine an area encompassing much of East Texas, much of Louisiana, perhaps up into Arkansas, and try to secure this, because this is right now an investigation scene. They'll have the data stream, the telemetry from the Columbia, which will give them strong clues as to how the systems were performing and what perhaps may have gone wrong, the sequence of failure, if you will. But to corroborate that, they'll need the physical evidence, perhaps from this scene here near Palestine or near Fort Worth in Texas, and other areas where they pick up the physical remnants of what's left of the Columbia and try to match that with the data information to try to get to the end of the day to find out what caused this terrible accident. It's worth noting that in 1986, when Challenger exploded, it was at a lower altitude. There were very, very strong, high-resolution television pictures of that explosion, which allowed the investigators to kind of zero into that plume of fire, if you remember, which gave them a very strong idea where to look for how that shuttle came apart. This was at 203,000 feet above the earth. Even the best pictures that we've seen today give no real hint as to what went wrong up there. So it will be a very, very difficult challenge. I'm told that NASA likely will handle the lead of the investigation, but obviously will be supported by the people from the Defense Department, the NTSB, the FAA, and all other agencies. They've been in touch all morning on the phone, and just now I think they're getting ready to launch the investigative team. Dan?
Bob Orr, thanks. Bill, Howard, are you still with us in Florida?
Yes, I am, Dan. Yes,
Bill,
sir. Hang on.
One thing, if you're working the phone, Bill, don't hesitate to go to it. An information flow is a lot more important than what I was about to ask you. If you need to take that phone call,
Tell you what, let me get right back to you, Dan, if you don't mind.
No problem. Bill Harwood working hard for us in Florida. Bill, of course, is one of the ranking journalist authorities on the space program, a long time working it for CBS News, and is doing so this morning. So we'll come back to him in a moment. Russ, what I was going to say is that we've done it before, but I want to do it again because I think it's so important. We do not know what caused this. People tuning around the dial, no doubt, will hear some speculation. We've tried to keep speculation to a minimum here, but obviously it's inevitable that there will be some, but it is just that speculation. For example, the 2 things that have been mentioned earlier, There's absolutely, teetotally, memorably no empirical evidence or meaningful eyewitness testimony that indicate they had anything to do with this crash. But two areas that will be now reviewed include the crack that was found on the shuttle Discovery. Not on this shuttle, but on another one. And when they found that crack, they made, of course, investigated all of the shuttles and then gave the okay for this launch. That no doubt will be reviewed. Then number two, and both Bill and Bob Orr and others have sort of zeroed in on the question about after launch, shortly after launch, the most dangerous period in any shuttle mission, there was an indication that some of the insulation that keeps the heat of the shuttle from destroying the shuttle. And as those side fuel tanks, so necessary for the launch to sort of catapult the shuttle, slingshot it up into space, came off, a small piece of that insulation hit one of the wings. That we know, that's a fact. And at the time, NASA authorities said, well, you know, we're going to have to look into that because, in effect, I'm not quoting directly here, we want to make sure that that doesn't cause any problem down the line. But they looked into that. It's impossible to overstate how closely these flights are monitored every nanosecond they're up there. And that even after that insulation came off the wing, it was determined the mission should proceed apace and go on. There was no indication of any difficulty with this flight until the fateful seconds this morning over Dallas. So we just want to make it very clear that while you may hear some speculation along the way, in fact, nobody knows what happened to it, and nobody may know for a long time, if ever.
I would add a third level of speculation. Because there was an Israeli citizen on board this flight, there are going to be some people you may hear as you turn around that perhaps terrorism was involved in this. Security for this shuttle flight was beefed up because of the presence of the colonel from Israel. However, the Homeland Security Department says there is basically discounting that there is no way where this vessel was at the time it broke up that anyone, a bomb, could have hit it. I think John Roberts pointed out, short of an interballistic missile, it's unlikely that terrorism is involved. But again, another area of speculation you're going to hear about. At this point, the bottom line, we don't know what happened, and won't for some time.
I'd be very surprised if an act of terror is not ruled out officially at some early stage, because given the height of the shuttle, how long it had been up there, 200,000 feet plus up, traveling at many times the speed of sound. While no one can say, well, rule it out completely, I'd be surprised if that doesn't happen pretty soon. Now, we have on the telephone from Waco in Central Texas, Jeff Foreman, who is an eyewitness to what happened this morning. Mr. Foreman, are you with us there?
Yes.
Now, I know that you have some amateur video that you took and that we hope to have on our air very shortly. But in the meantime, take me from the very first seconds. First of all, were you outside to see this? What did you see? When did you see it? What did you think?
Well, it started off just like a normal shuttle reentry, which we've watched several times before. The vehicle is in one piece. You see it glowing as it reenters the atmosphere. Then you see a couple of parts separate from it, very small ones, and that alone may or may not be that unusual. But several seconds after that, several more pieces come apart. It starts leaving much more of a vapor trail. Then it just breaks into multiple pieces. Obviously, that is not normal. That's as the vehicle basically disintegrated or broke apart.
Mr. Foreman, I do want to point out that you're not exactly an amateur when it comes to this, that you are, in fact, you have a degree in physics, do you, or some science?
Yes, applied physics. That's correct.
Right. And your wife, Julie, was there with you. Is she with you now?
No, she's not with me at the moment, but yes, she was there. We were watching it together. So.
Now, as I understand it, when did you start taking the video? I understand you took some video. We're showing amateur video taken in another place by another person, which clearly shows what happens. I assume you either are seeing this or have seen it. And we hope to have your video to show to folks somewhere along the line, perhaps in a short time, as we await the NASA news conference. If you'll ride with me here for a moment, I want to explain to our viewers, NASA had first scheduled a possible news conference at 11:30 Eastern Time. That slid by, didn't happen. Then they scheduled one for roughly 1 o'clock Eastern Time. Now, of course, it's 8 minutes after 1, but we are standing by for Director Sean O'Keefe of NASA to come forward with a news conference. We think it will be sometime shortly, but we can't be sure of that. In the meantime, we'll continue to talk to Jeff Foreman in Waco. And Mr. Foreman, you went outside to see this because you knew the shuttle would be passing roughly over your part of Texas at that time.
Correct. I watch these things when they come in for reentry because they're spectacular, even if there's not a systems failure like this. They're fun events to watch. Wasn't expecting this, but it did happen this morning.
And when did you first sense that there was trouble?
When I first saw the, I think the video you show, or currently showing the amateur video, there's a small particle or a small part that drops off way before any of the separations. When I first saw that, I thought, that's unusual. I've never seen that before on even a night landing before. But I thought, well, maybe a piece of ice or something small, that's okay. When multiple pieces started coming off, I thought, that is really highly unusual. That should not be happening. Again, you can't tell, but from the ground what's going on up there, you can't see detail of the vehicle itself, so you just basically wait for the news and see. The other tip-off is the sonic boom as it passes is usually two separate discrete booms, and after the vehicle passed, we heard 7 or 8 distinct ones, which that just means several large pieces are traveling through the atmosphere at greater than the speed of sound, which again should not be the case.
Jeff Foreman, an engineer with a degree in physics, describing what he saw this morning, and we hope to have his amateur video of the explosion and crash of the shuttle to air very shortly. In the meantime, let's go back to Bill Harwood in Florida. Bill, you have additional information.
Dan, I've been speaking to several NASA sources, folks who are involved in this mission, and while I want to be very careful about what we say here and not speculate unduly, there apparently was a loss of telemetry this morning during the entry from the left wing, from systems in the left wing. At the base of that wing, of course, on both sides are elevons that are hydraulically powered wing flaps, if you will, that help the shuttle as it banks through the atmosphere to bleed off energy, as we've been discussing today. I don't want to go too into what I've heard, because you never know this early in if the details might change at some point. But it's looking like, from what I'm hearing anyway, some sort of massive structural failure in the wing area of the shuttle, the left wing, but it's not clear at all what might have caused that or how it got triggered. Again, this is from sources at NASA that are indicating that the focus of attention right now is on the left wing of the orbiter and some sort of failure that may have involved the wing that led to the breakup that we all saw this morning. Again, Dan, I want to stress, this is from multiple sources. Some of the details are different from what they're saying, but the general thrust of it is focus on that left wing.
Bill, I've taken our model of the shuttle, and what he's talking about is this left wing area. And I'm emphasizing again, Bill, because it's so important. When we talk about the wings on the shuttle, we're not talking about wings that actually support the aircraft. They're really more for stabilization. When people talk of wings, they usually think of the wings that keep an aircraft aloft. So I just want to emphasize, when we talk about the left wing of the shuttle, we're talking about something it's pretty short. You know, you tend to forget how this thing is laid out, such kind of stubby wings, and they're talking about the left wing. Now, Bill, this is potentially such important information. I'm going to ask you to go over it again in brief, not because I want to repeat it for any other reason other than clarity, and if possible, put it down in language that those of us who have little or perhaps no expertise in this area can understand it, because potentially, and I underscore the word, potentially this is very valuable information.
Yes, of course, Dan, and you're right, absolutely, to stress over and over again that this has not been confirmed by the flight control team. This is what sources are telling us who work for NASA, who are in the program. But the wing, as you say, it does support the craft when it touches down. It obviously provides some lift, not a lot. That's why the shuttle descends so rapidly. But during this phase in flight, the shuttle is actually rolling and banking through the air to burn off energy. They do have elevons, they call them. They're the wing flaps on the bottom of each wing that move as you get down deeper in the atmosphere. Those are hydraulically powered. Obviously, a failure in the hydraulic system could be a factor. If the leading edge of that left wing, where we know some debris hit during launch from the insulation on the tank, caused any loss of integrity with the heat protection system of the orbiter, that could have started a failure. The last radio communications between the shuttle and mission control involved landing gear tire pressure. The landing gear, of course, are in each wing of the orbiter. It's hard to see on this model, but they have sensors on them that measure the pressure of tires, and a change in pressure, an unexpected change, could indicate something going on there. The one thing that my sources are unanimous on this morning or this afternoon is the focus right now is on the left wing, systems in the left wing that could have led to this failure. Again, not confirmed, but it is something they're looking at.
Well, Bill, one more time, and for those of you who have been with us all along, if an apology is necessary, I give it to you. but frequently the first things you hear turn out to be wrong or at the very minimum not quite right.
No
So
question.
what Bill has emphasized time and time again here, there's not a better reporter on the space beat than Bill. He is the premier reporter on this beat. His sources are telling him that in the very early stages, just the front edge of the investigation, that NASA's thinking about that left wing because they believe, confirmed they believe, that something happened on that left wing. What caused it? Was it something else on the spacecraft? At that point, we simply don't know. But Bill, with all that in mind, does this or does it not present itself as part of an ongoing piece? We mentioned earlier that after liftoff, some concern was expressed about a piece of insulation that when the fuel tanks necessary for launch separated from the spacecraft, there's some concern that a piece of insulation had possibly hit a wing. Was it the left wing?
It was, Dan. It was the left wing, and it really happened long before the tanks separated. The debris we're talking about came off about 1 minute and 20 seconds or so into flight. This is after it had gone beyond the speed of sound, but while it's still fairly low in the atmosphere, it's a subtle thing. It's hard to see, and we should not connect these two events. This could be coincidence. It could be the foam hit the left wing, and that had nothing at all to do with what happened today, but it's a big coincidence at this point. But we've got to stress that until they tell us what the telemetry showed, the data that's radioed down on where the wing flaps are positioned, the health of the hydraulic system, the landing gear tire pressure, all of those things that are involved with that left wing, until we find out some data there, I think it's really premature to try to make any connections here at all, other than to say they're looking at systems in the left wing as being a trigger or at least a participant in today's failure.
All right, that moves the story along to that extent. Whether it turns out to be important or not, that in the very early stages there's some concentration on the left wing of the Space Shuttle because there is a suspicion, please put the word underscored, a suspicion that as trouble developed on the Space Shuttle, something, whether it was the first something or not, something developed possibly, again mark the word possibly, on the left wing. On the telephone now from Minneapolis, Bruce Haviland, a cousin of Columbia astronaut Laurel Clark, Navy Commander Clark, also a medical doctor who was on her first flight. That Bruce Haviland was at the Cape to watch his cousin's launch, and we thank you for being with us, Mr. Haviland. And the first thing we want to do is express our condolences, our sympathies to you and your family. And
thank you very much for those kind words.
If you can tell us something about Commander Laurel Clark, obviously a tremendous and amazing woman, to be a medical doctor and then to become an astronaut.
When earlier I was listening to a person talk about being terrified when the Space Shuttle took off. Several years ago, I was on a camping trip with Laurel and her son and other family members, and we talked about the takeoff. And she shared that feeling. But she had that passion that he also talked about. She loved the NASA space program and was very excited about being in space. My wife and I have been getting up every day since she's been in space and turning on the TV and watching the live video. My heart goes out to all the family members. I met the father of the Israeli astronaut at the launch and had a very pleasant conversation with him. And we all felt that a collective sigh of relief as the launch was successful, never anticipating what has taken place.
We thank you for your time, for your insights, and for your hope with the memory of this brave astronaut, Commander Laurel Clark. And again, we extend our sympathies. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your kind words.
On the telephone now from Dayton, Ohio, Colonel Mark Brown, who flew this Columbia vehicle some years ago, the Columbia vehicle that was destroyed, plummeting from space today. Colonel Brown, thank you for being with us.
You're welcome, Dan. Thank you.
Can you give us your perspective on what's happened today?
Well, obviously, this is a tremendous tragedy, not only for the NASA family, but for the nation as well. and just like Challenger, it hits you at two levels. First is the loss of life, the loss of friends that impacts all of us. And secondly is the technical impact. You know, what was it that went wrong that resulted in such a horrible outcome? And as your previous guests have mentioned, there's going to be a tremendous amount of effort expended here in the very near term to understand exactly that chain of events that led up to this catastrophe.
Well, Colonel Brown, as you look at the video, I'm not sure you can see it at the moment, this amateur video, which thus far is the most graphic evidence we have of what happened to the spacecraft. Is anything in that video, you know, you have the speck of Columbia up there, and then sort of a brightness, and as that develops, has anything come to your mind about what could have, might have happened up there?
Yes, and in fact, as was pointed out by your previous guest, everything has to be labeled as speculation at this point. And we also have to remember that we're looking at video that is not in serial. It's from different camera perspectives, all being looked at, you know, at different times. So one of the things that NASA will be doing right now is the same thing that we're trying to do, is figure out what is the actual sequence of events that occurred. One of the things that caught my eye from one of the video is you can actually see a panel that separates and is floating down away from the orbiter in the jet stream. And the panel itself is white-colored instead of black-colored, which again talks to being from the top half of the orbiter instead of the bottom. If you continue to watch that sequence, then you notice that shortly thereafter there's a bright flash from what appears to be the aft portion of the orbiter. Now that suggests two things. First, for a panel, whether it's the Elevon or something else, to depart from the vehicle, clearly that was a structural failure. The loss of hydraulic fluid, for example, to the Elevon would not cause that. Something else caused that. The secondary effect then is, with that panel missing and the vehicle essentially being exposed to an 1,800-degree environment at 7 times the speed of sound, all the systems that have now been uncovered are exposed to that thermal load. So the secondary thing we see, which is the bright flash, may actually be some of the subsystems detonating as a response to this exposure thermally. So like everybody else, we're going to have to watch this. There clearly are indications that it may be related to the left wing, but I think we can't say anything more definite than that at this time.
Colonel Brown, this is Russ Mitchell. I had a question for you. As someone who has flown the Columbia, describe to us what it's like on re-entry into the atmosphere.
Excellent question, and in fairness, I should say I was a mission specialist, even though I'm an Air Force fighter pilot, so I rode in the vehicle. The pilots up in front get a little testy when you claim that you actually flew the vehicle. Re-entry is totally different than ascent, where ascent is a very dynamic experience that goes on for 8.5 minutes with a lot of shaking and, you know, fire and that kind of stuff. The entry is very benign from a crew member standpoint. It starts typically over the Indian Ocean, where the deorbit burn occurs, normally in darkness.
Colonel, it's Dan Rather. Please forgive me for interrupting, but the NASA press conference is starting. We're going to go to that. Sean O'Keefe is presiding.
The circumstances, we understand them, leading up to this particular tragedy today. This is indeed a tragic day for the NASA family, for the families of the astronauts who flew on STS-107, and likewise tragic for the nation. Immediately upon indication of a loss of communications on STS-107, at a little after 9 a.m. this morning, we began our contingency plan to preserve all the information relative to the flight activities. I immediately advised the President and the Secretary of Homeland Security, Secretary Tom Ridge, at the point after landing was due to have occurred at 9:16, spoke to them very briefly thereafter to advise that we had lost contact with the shuttle orbiter Columbia and STS-107 crew. They offered, the President specifically offered, full and immediate support to determine what the appropriate steps were thereafter to be taken. We then spent the next hour and a half working through the detail and information of what we have received, and Bill Reedy will walk you through the specifics of those operational and technical issues here in just a moment. Thereafter, we have met with the family members of the astronauts who were here at Kennedy Space Center and are soon to be departing back to Johnston, to Houston. The President has called and spoken to them to express our deepest national regrets. We have assured them that we will begin the process immediately to recover their loved ones and understand the cause of this tragedy. At this time, we have no indication that the mishap was caused by anything or anyone on the ground. We've assembled a mishap investigation team that immediately was assembled upon the point of past the stage in which the orbiter was to have landed here at Kennedy Space Center a little after 9:30, and that team in turn is coordinating on a regular basis on all the facts that are pertaining to this from the Johnson Space Center, and a rapid response team from here at the Kennedy Space Center, as well as participants from the Marshall Space Flight Center in Huntsville, Alabama. In addition to these internal efforts, we have also appointed a mishap investigation board, an external group of people who are independent from NASA, who will immediately be charged with the opportunity to look at all the information that was immediately locked down right after our absence of communications. Each of these individuals are safety and mission assurance related officials in other federal departments of the federal government, from the Air Force, from the Navy, from the Department of Transportation, and across the federal expanse. The investigation team will also be chaired by an individual contacted to serve who is external to the federal agencies, and will have the opportunity to coordinate all the information again from an external view. So we'll be conducting both the internal activity as well as an external review immediately to ascertain the causes and circumstances under which this tragedy occurred. We've pulled together all the federal agencies and local governments as well. In discussion several times this morning with Secretary Tom Ridge, the effort is heavily underway to coordinate an understanding of exactly where the orbiter path had taken it from West Texas towards the Kennedy Space Center here in Florida, and to make sure that the material on the ground is secured so that the investigation can begin promptly. We would urge anyone who believes they have discovered or found any material to stay away from it and to please contact local officials. The local first responder groups for emergency services and so forth have been authorized and directed by Secretary Tom Ridge to assist in all manner. The Federal Emergency Management Agency is coordinating that effort on part of the Department of Homeland Security. I was here this morning with the families of the astronauts and their friends. It started out as a pretty happy morning, awaiting the landing of STS-107, and we had highly anticipated their return because we couldn't wait to congratulate them for their extraordinary performance and their excellent efforts on the science mission on this very important flight. They dedicated their lives to pushing the scientific challenges for all of us here on Earth. And they dedicated themselves to that objective and did it with a happy heart, willingly, and with great enthusiasm. The loss of this valiant crew is something we will never be able to get over, and certainly the families of all of them, we have assured we will do everything we can possibly do to guarantee that they work their way through this horrific tragedy. We ask the members of the media to honor that too. To please respect their privacy and please understand the tragedy that they are going through at this time. We will help the media assure that be the case as well. We trust that the prayers of the nation will be with them and with their families. And again, a more courageous group of people you could not have hoped to know than the families of these crew members. And an extraordinary, extraordinary group of astronauts who gave their lives and did it in a way that they knew exactly the risk, but never, ever, do we ever want to see a circumstance where something like this could ever happen. And we diligently dedicate ourselves every single day to assuring these things don't occur. And when they do, we have to act responsibly, accountably, and that's exactly what we will do. To give you more of the operational detail of what has occurred here since 9 a.m. this morning, the Associate Administrator for Spaceflight, a former astronaut, retired captain of the United States Navy, former test flight pilot, Bill Reedy, who has commanded 2 separate missions previously and as an astronaut, and is now, again, our Associate Administrator for Spaceflight, and has worked with me all morning along with all of us here at Kennedy Space Center to work through the details of the events as we know them and to present to you the facts that we understand them. Again, the technical details that are being worked very diligently now will be covered again at 3 p.m. this afternoon out of the Johnson Space Center. With that, let me turn it over to Captain Bill Reedy.
It's a truly difficult day for all of us. Many of us were standing alongside the runway waiting to celebrate their triumphant return after a 16-day science mission. I think you could tell from the downlink that they loved what they were doing and they thought what they were doing was extremely important, pushing back those boundaries in science. At 9 o'clock, we heard that they had lost data from the spacecraft, and it appears that that was at about 200,000 feet, about Mach 18. The loss of data was somewhere over north-central Texas, and at the planned landing time of 9:16, we initiated our contingency action plan, called the Rescue Coordination Center, and initiated a search and rescue effort. Sadly, I think from the video that's available, it does not appear that there were any survivors. We have currently impounded all the data, including all the pre-flight certification of flight readiness for STS-107. And at this point, I'd have to say it's too early to speculate about the exact cause. Obviously, we're looking at all the data that we have available. Those people that have videos, those people that have still pictures, we'll urge you to contact NASA so that we can coordinate those things that might be available. And to reiterate what the administrator said, those people that may find debris, do not touch it, do not move it. Contact your local authorities, have them impound it and secure the area so that our technical specialists will be able to piece together the puzzle so that we can resolve what happened. Our immediate focus is on the crew families, and we spent some time with them. The President called. I'd have to say the families are bearing up with an incredible amount of dignity considering their loss. We all grieve for them. We all pray with them for the crew. But one thing came across loud and clear when visiting with them is they knew that the crew was absolutely dedicated to the mission that they were performing. And I think you could see that in the video downlink. They believed in what they were doing. And in the conversations with the crew and their families, they said that we must find what happened and fix it and move on. And we can't let their sacrifice be in vain. Today was a very stark reminder that this is a very risky endeavor, pushing back the frontiers in outer space, and after 113 flights, unfortunately, people have a tendency to look at it as something that is more or less routine. Well, I can assure you it is not. Each and every time I flew, each and every time my colleagues flew, we treated that with the respect that it deserved from a professional standpoint. And I have to say that as the one responsible for shuttle and station within the NASA, that I know that the people of NASA did everything possible preparing for this flight to make it as perfect as possible. My promise to the crew and to the crew families is that the investigation that we have just launched will find the cause, we'll fix it, and then we'll move on. Thank you.
Again, we know you all have questions, and we will have a news briefing at 3 o'clock, and we'll give you that opportunity at that time. Thank you.
Well, NASA has finished its news conference, and obviously and understandably emotional Captain Bill Reedy, former astronaut, said that they lost data at something over 200,000 feet. And he said, and I quote, "We must find out what happened," and moved on. Sean O'Keefe, who is the director of NASA, says the loss of this valued crew is something NASA will never be able to get over. They were 7 astronauts on board the shuttle, and Mr. O'Keefe said at this time, I'm quoting now, "We have no indication that this was caused by anyone or anything on the ground." He said an investigative team will be chaired by someone outside the government immediately. He's coordinating with the new Office of Homeland Security to secure the debris sites. And Director O'Keefe said the loss of this valiant crew is something we will never get over. We trust the nation's prayers will be with them and their families. Well, as we've had several times today, this is a particularly solemn moment because while we've known for some hours that it's gone, the shuttle, and that those aboard it could not have and did not survive, there's something of finality when the director of NASA comes out and confirms what we first knew really in our hearts when we first heard that the shuttle had crashed from that tremendous height. And then what we first knew all over again, if you'll pardon that syntax, when the word of an unidentified U.S. but high government official said it's gone, the shuttle, and that there were no survivors. This may be as appropriate a moment as any as we think about what we have heard from this NASA news conference, as we've seen the pictures of the space shuttle as it came down to Earth, which no doubt will be, they now go into our national archive, if you will, into the museum of our minds, as was the case with the explosion of the Challenger shuttle, as was the case of the burned capsule experimenting back in the 60s with the Zero Apollo crew. But these images now become part of our national history, part of our national memory. And as we watch the crew, as it excitedly and with understandable pride and excitement boarded the spacecraft, and then look upon the faces of these young people who died in service of their country, maybe as good a time as any, and I will paraphrase a poem that Theodore O'Hara wrote a long time ago. Pieces of it are inscribed above Arlington National Cemetery in Washington, D.C. The muffled drum's sad roll has beat. The astronaut's last tattoo. No more on life's parade shall meet that brave and fallen few. On fame's eternal camping ground, their silent tents are spread, and glory guards with solemn round this bivouac of the dead. We put on our screen, as we have before, the faces of these not only brave, but tremendously accomplished young Americans, plus the one Israeli who was aboard as part of NASA's ongoing program of bringing in the nationals of other countries. Many have been on these previous flights. The flag at the White House at half-staff. What remains now is for the nation to mourn, to express its respect, its condolences, respect for the astronauts, condolences to their families, for the investigation to begin. Bill Harbert has reported from Florida. His sources have told him that in the very early stages, they're looking and thinking very carefully about the left wing of the shuttle. Not to say that that's what caused the crash, not to say that anything was wrong on that left wing. However, it is to report as a fact that in the early going, the best experts NASA has, they're sort of looking carefully at that left wing as a possible part of the puzzle, as it was described in the NASA news conference. Russ Mitchell, I hope that you and others will forgive the necessary personal reference, but I was at Rice Stadium in Houston in 1962 when President Kennedy committed the nation to put a man on the moon. Said at that time he was dedicating the nation and its resources to manned exploration of space and dedicated the nation to reach the moon, which we did in early 1969. And, you know, hark back to that time. It was an exciting time in the history of the nation, an exciting time in the history of space flight. But we knew then that it was going to be, you know, it would consume our lifetime and the lifetime of our children and their children. This exploration of space. And I thought that Sean O'Keefe at the news conference, the director, they were eloquent in describing what these young people knew they were doing. That is, they were pushing the envelope, to use the cliche phrase, I suppose, pushing further and further man's exploration into space, and were so dedicated to it.
My father worked at McDonnell Douglas, so the old McDonnell Douglas, which helped build many of the Apollo and Gemini spacecraft. So I too have had this emotional attachment to the space program. I can remember July 20th, 1969, sitting in the basement, seeing Neil Armstrong on the moon. And days like this are sad for a lot of reasons, for me personally and for many Americans. But I think about those days and the pride my dad had in the space program and what he helped contribute to it. And I think about him today and all the folks who have done that over the years. It's very sad.
There is new video in of the debris. This video was shot by Jeff Foreman, an engineer with a degree in physics. He's out of Waco, Texas. And I believe you're on the phone with us, are you not, Jeff?
Yes.
Well, describe for us what we're seeing here.
This is the view over central Texas as we saw it this morning. We picked it up as a single vehicle, and then obviously you see on the screen now it is broken up into several parts.
Well, this is from another angle, if you will. Earlier we had the video which showed the spacecraft coming down, if you will, from upper right to left on the screen, which indicates to me that the person who took that video was somewhat to the north and east. You're in central Texas, and you were in effect looking north and slightly east, were you?
Right. We picked it up in our northwest. I believe that other video you had is probably shot from around the Dallas-Fort Worth area. We're farther south of there, and the shuttle probably came about between us. So while their view was looking south, mine is looking back toward the north. So it's a lot illuminated differently from the sunlight, and that's a different perspective altogether.
Well, since this is new, Jeff Foreman, I hope that the people with whom you're working there can re-rack it so we can have another look at it, and perhaps in the control room what we can eventually do is put together the previous best amateur photograph we have of the position somewhere in North Texas. Now, this was taken in Central Texas. No, I'm sorry. This was the one taken from North Texas. This is what we've had before, amateur video taken in North Texas. I'm not going to narrate much over it. What can you say? could see the long stream of smoke that came down. Now we're going to show you the amateur video taken in the central part of the state around Waco by Jeff Foreman and his wife, Julie. Now, I believe still on the telephone with us is Colonel Mark Brown, who flew the shuttle Columbia some years ago. If you're still with us there in Dayton, Ohio, Colonel Brown, did you see this new video?
Yes, I did.
Can you put it in context for us?
Well, that's a tall order to start with. The perspective that we have here is very much the same as NASA and everybody else does, trying to understand exactly what this chain of events is. In one of the views, it appears that a large white panel is tumbling behind the orbiter, and then some seconds after that, there's a plume that would indicate either the ignition of some kind of fluid on the vehicle or an explosion, and then the breakup follows that. Just like NASA, we'll all be looking at these different views, I'm sure, for the next number of days, trying to put together in our own minds what that exact sequence of events is.
And Colonel Brown, what do you make of the early reports? And we've confirmed these reports that in the very early stages, just happening today, that the NASA experts, engineers, and others sort of concentrating for the moment on the left wing of the space capsule. Well, I shouldn't call it a space capsule, of the spacecraft.
Right. Two things. First of all, we need to keep in mind that all the data has been impounded by NASA, and for good reason. So where they may know a lot more than we do, we're relegated to being in a speculation mode. Secondly, they literally are going through exactly the same process, trying to match the system's telemetry and the behavior of the vehicle with the visual information they're getting from all the different video that's being collected by professionals and amateurs around the country. And ultimately, they will try to piece that together with the structural evidence, physical evidence that's on the ground, to find out absolutely what the cause of the accident was. Also, I guess I would like to give great tribute to a lot of the eyewitness accounts that we have had so far. There have been some reports of people who have said they heard explosions in the sky. We now know that, of course, it is quite normal for the shuttle to make a double sonic boom when it passes overhead. The eyewitnesses that reported hearing multiple independent sonic booms, of course, is quite correct. The vehicle at the time that appears to have broken up was going somewhere in the neighborhood of Mach 15, Mach 18, depending on timing here, and it would indeed cause multiple sonic booms. And the sonic boom is from the speed of the individual pieces of debris moving through the atmosphere, and not the sound of an explosion occurring up at that altitude. Secondly, this cannot be emphasized enough. Anybody that sees any debris coming down and landing should not touch it. They should obviously clearly mark it and notify the authorities so that can be dealt with in a professional way. A lot of the chemicals on the orbiter are very toxic and certainly are a threat to life if handled improperly.
Dr. Brown, we appreciate your insight. It's extremely valuable to us, and I appreciate you being with us today. We'll switch quickly to Bob Orr, our CBS News aviation coverage man in Washington, who has some new information. Bob?
Dan, first, I just want to make a quick comment about that video we just saw. Very early in that sequence, we see something that could be very, very telling, and you touched on it there when you were talking to the commander. A large piece, or it appears to be a large piece, separates before we see the first sign of any kind of explosion or fire. That could be significant because if we're talking about a structural failure, some kind of big structural breakup of the Columbia spacecraft, that could be indicated here by right there. We see something that starts to come off right there. And as we see, that's followed then by other obvious fire and explosion type pictures, but that could catch the sun as it comes down that large piece if it's a big flat surface and could give the image of it being on fire. So we don't want to go too far out here, but that could be, and I emphasize could be, a sign of some type of breakup. Bill Harwood says, as we've reported, that sources tell him that the telemetry data stream, that is the real-time information coming from Columbia, may indicate there was a problem in that left wing. A senior administration official told me a short time ago, he would not confirm that report, but he did say a short time ago that they are investigating a, quote, systems failure. I don't know what systems failure means, but obviously that could be code for some type of major mechanical problem. Beyond that, the administration's made a curious choice here in asking or directing, rather, FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, to head the investigation. The early idea was NASA would probably do that in cooperation with the NTSB, but now FEMA, the folks that normally respond to hurricanes, tornadoes, natural disasters, will be the lead agency. And beyond that, we're told that NORTHCOM, that's the new military command, will be there to assist. And a cavalry division from Fort Hood is going to be dispatched to help with search and rescue and to help secure debris fields. It's a huge challenge because, as the radar data has shown and as these video images have shown, what is left of Columbia is probably scattered over several hundred square miles. This, in effect, if it were a crime, would be a crime scene. It is an investigation scene, and all of this could be critically important to figuring out what exactly went wrong. First responders are out right now trying to secure the evidence best they can. They apparently will get some help from the Army as FEMA moves forward to try to put all of this back together. Dan?
Well, Bob, one wouldn't want to make too much of this, but it's going to strike a lot of people as passing well strange that FEMA, of all the government agencies, which is as good as it can be and has been, is not noted to having physicists and engineers and aeronautical experts. FEMA, why FEMA?
Well, I think, and this is my opinion, that this is a first run for the Homeland Security. I'm sorry, Dan, I'm getting a little echo there. I believe that this is the first run out of the box for the new Homeland Security Department in an attempt to mount a coordinated response. Now, while FEMA will be at the point of the spear, so to speak, right behind FEMA will be all of the technical expertise of NASA and from the NTSB. So I think the folks at FEMA, so used to responding to natural disasters, we get all the technical assistance they need. But this is a message, and I think we shouldn't mistake it, from the Bush administration that this will be a very centrally controlled investigation. The new Secretary of Homeland Security, Tom Ridge, will be directing it, and FEMA will be his first responder. Dan?
Bob Orr. We're going to bring you up to date on what's happened as we pass the top of the hour for those of you who haven't been with us right the way through. But let's just say for the moment the headlines of the hour are the shuttle Columbia is gone, destroyed as it plunged to Earth this morning over North Texas. No survivors among the astronaut crew of 7. Cause unknown. An investigation has been launched. We have with us now, and we're honored to have him, the Israeli ambassador to the United Nations, the Honorable Dan Gillivan. Mr. Ambassador, thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
Our condolences to the family of Ilian Ramon.
Thank you.
And to those in your country for their loss. 2 free countries exploring the high frontier for the sake of humanity. In a special time of the Intifada, it must have been a period of special pride for Israel to have an Israeli aboard this spacecraft.
It was indeed. First, let me express my very deep condolences on behalf of my country to the American families of the other 6 astronauts. As you say, this is a very, very tragic day for all of us because this mission was a celebration of the partnership between our 2 countries, a celebration of the bravery and the freedom and the exploration and the spirit of our 2 countries. And it was something very positive, something beautiful in the midst of a very ugly situation, a very horrible situation in our country. And as a result of that, Ilan became very much a national hero. Because when you see the pictures of the Intifada, and you've been there, and you see bodies strewn and children dying, all of a sudden, in the midst of all that, there comes this very beautiful person, the person who has exhibited bravery and courage throughout his life, who was an Air Force pilot, who participated in some of the most daring missions of the Israeli Air Force, who took part in bombing the nuclear reactor in Iraq. That bombing in '81, by the way, was condemned by most of the world. I think in retrospect today, when people look at what is happening in Iraq, they will probably commend and applaud that. And then he joins with his American friends in exploring outer space for the benefit of humanity. There is something positive coming out of all this, something which brought a lot of pride, a lot of exhilaration to the Israeli people who looked up to him as a hero, as someone who embodied everything that was good in Israel, And this partnership between our two countries, this bond between our two countries, was something very important to all of us, because it showed that beyond strategic cooperation, beyond military cooperation, there is cooperation in good causes. And the fact that it has come to such a tragic end is devastating. And I must tell you that in Israel, the personal sorrow and grief for the family of Ilan Ramon, his wife and 4 children, and for the families of his American colleagues, is mixed with great national sorrow. My son is an officer in the Israeli Air Force, in a unit which specializes actually in rescuing pilots who operate behind enemy lines. And maybe because of that, I can sympathize with what has happened even more. But beyond the personal angle, this is a destruction and a very tragic end to one of the most beautiful manifestations of cooperation and of partnership between the two most beautiful countries in the world, great America and small Israel, two great democracies who, in excellence and in curiosity and in very much bravery and a spirit of freedom, went to explore outer space. And the fact that it has ended like that is very, very, very tragic. We want to project from our country all the good that we have, and we're doing it in partnership with the U.S. I can tell you that only a week ago I was at Lincoln Center, and I was standing, it was a few days after presenting my credentials, while the New York Philharmonic and Israeli Philharmonic, both on the same stage, 200 of them, were playing the American national anthem and the Israeli national anthem. I felt a lot of pride, I had goose pimples, I had tears in my eyes, because I felt that that was a very great moment of cultural getting together. Now, what Ilan and his friends tried to do, what the US and Israel tried to do together, went beyond that, not only geographically, because it was in outer space, but it went beyond all the borders we knew. It was breaking them for the good of humanity. And I spoke to the Prime Minister, to Ariel Sharon, last night. He was awaiting Ilan's return with great anticipation. I spoke to many friends in Israel today, and they were crying on the phone. It was such a tragedy. And again, that mixture of the personal tragedy, of the family, of the children, of this son of Holocaust survivors, which is another thing. I think that Ilan embodied everything that was good in Israel, but beyond that, he took with him to space, as you know, a drawing of a 10-year-old boy who perished in Auschwitz. He drew it in Theresienstadt, at the concentration camp of Theresienstadt, took it with him to Auschwitz and perished there. That drawing came to the Holocaust Museum in Jerusalem, and Ilan is a sign that at the end of the day, good prevails over evil, that the Israeli people, after 2 generations, have come from being slaughtered in the concentration camps to exploring outer space with their American friends. This was a statement which was larger than life, and that makes this tragedy larger than life.
They were literally reaching for the stars.
Reaching for the stars and achieving the Israeli dream and the American dream, and this dream turning into such a nightmare today.
One wants to keep in mind, Mr. Ambassador, I know you do have it in mind, that the program of taking aboard the Space Shuttle nationals from other countries didn't begin and will not end with taking aboard an Israeli astronaut.
I know.
There was a Saudi astronaut before. And the reason I mention it because in the looming war with Iraq, the reality of what's been happening on the ground in your country and with the Palestinians, there is the risk that there will be people who try to take advantage of this for their own ideological or partisan political advantage of saying, you see, they had an Israeli aboard this spaceship. It was just to take a moment to point out that the program was designed to have as many people, many qualified people from as many nationalities to take space flight as possible. And that's how Ilan Ramon got aboard the Space Shuttle.
That's right. As you said, there were many nationals. For Israel, this was a first. I hope that nobody is going to be cynical enough or cruel enough to use this in any negative way. This was a wonderful example and demonstration of partnership between two great countries. And I hope very much that we will soon see another Israeli astronaut go up there with his American friends, overcome the difficulties and demonstrate to the whole world that the spirit, the curiosity, the excellence the freedom-loving spirit of both our countries will prevail even after this tragedy and even after all the other events which may take place in the future.
Mr. Ambassador, thank you for being with us.
Thank you very
Again,
much for having me,
our
and my condolences. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's go now to John Roberts, our chief White House correspondent. John?
Dan, President Bush is scheduled to address the nation in about 2 minutes' time from the cabinet room. He arrived back here shortly after 12 noon. He's been huddled with his chief of staff, Andrew Card, his communications people, and his speechwriting team led by Michael Gerson, who crafted the majority of the State of the Union address. He's been putting together some words of comfort for the nation and to express his thoughts and appreciation for the heroes who died on board the Space Shuttle Columbia. We're told that this is going to happen at 2 o'clock Eastern, but the preparations were hurriedly put together. It may slide just a little bit, but they're trying to get it as close to 2 o'clock as they can. We can also tell you, Dan, that the Federal Emergency Management Agency has been designated as the lead agency for debris and search. They are going to be charged with securing and recovering the parts of the Space Shuttle. They have a satellite office that's set up in Denton, Texas. The acting undersecretary for emergency preparedness and response, Michael Brown, is in touch with the governor of Texas, Rick Perry, and governors of other states surrounding the area where the debris field is to find out what they need and how FEMA will respond. It's not clear at this point if Mr. Brown will be going to Texas himself and or Joe Albaugh, who resigned as a FEMA director but is still on as acting FEMA director until March, will go down as well. So the president expected in the next couple of minutes here, Dan. We'll keep watching that for you.
Reporting live from the White House at the top of the hour. I want to recap now for those of you who may have just joined us, or those of you who have joined us in progress or went away from the television set and coming back. Just a short time ago, NASA announced officially and finally the Space Shuttle Columbia was destroyed and said it, quote, does not appear there are any survivors among the 7 astronauts. NASA Administrator Sean O'Keefe says it is a sad day for the astronauts' families and for the nation. O'Keefe said there's no indication whatsoever that this was caused by anything or anyone on the ground, and for that matter, any bomb aboard the spacecraft itself. He did not say that directly. That was the clear inference. And the director of NASA said that the loss of, and I quote now, this valiant crew is something they will never be able to get over, the families of the astronauts, and for that matter, the nation as a whole. Mission Control lost contact with the shuttle just minutes before it was to land this morning at 9:16 Eastern Time at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. CBS News has, among other things, 2 very clear amateur photographer shots, one taken from North Texas up around Dallas, the other from the central part of the state in Waco. This is the shot from Waco that you're watching now. CBS News space consultant Bill Harwood says sources tell him that the problem, and I quote, could, very important word, a direct quote, could have been some massive structural failure in the shuttle's left wing. At the very least, we can report as a fact that in the early going, the NASA investigators are sort of concentrating, they have their focus on the left wing. Let's point out that we're in the very early stages of a long investigation, and it may in the final analysis be important or unimportant that in the early stages they're sort of concentrating on the left wing of the shuttle. There are reports that debris has been found in 5 states now, including a lot of debris in southeast Texas and the Piney Woods country in and around Nacogdoches and Corsicana. President Bush is expected to address the nation at this hour, that is sometime between 2 and 3 o'clock today. Eastern Time, possibly at 3 o'clock itself. There's no firm schedule for it, but of course CBS News will be on the air continuously, and we will bring you live coverage of the President's address to the nation when that happens. There were 7 astronauts aboard the shuttle, including 6 Americans, along with the first Israeli astronaut. Partly because of his presence, the Israeli astronaut, security surrounding this mission was tight. The Columbia had been on a 2-week science mission, which until now had been deemed a success, because virtually every experiment worked. We take you now to the White House and possibly the President's address.
What?
John Roberts at the White House.
Well, Dan, expecting that the president will be speaking. We got the 2-minute warning about a minute and a half ago, so he should be up very soon. Of course, the president was up at Camp David when he heard the news. It was his chief of staff, Andrew Card, who telephoned him this morning to say what had happened. Sean O'Keefe, the NASA administrator, also telephoned the president. The president made the decision to come back from Camp David. He could have given the address from Camp David, Dan, but he thought more appropriate that he should come back to the White House, and the president about to speak.
My fellow Americans, this day has brought terrible news and great sadness to our country. At 9 o'clock this morning, Mission Control in Houston lost contact with our Space Shuttle Columbia. A short time later, debris was seen falling from the skies above Texas. The Columbia is lost. There are no survivors. On board was a crew of 7. Colonel Rick Husband, Lieutenant Colonel Michael Anderson, Commander Laurel Clark, Captain David Brown, Commander William McCool, Dr. Kulpna Shavla, and Ilan Ramon, a colonel in the Israeli Air Force. These men and women assumed great risk in the service to all humanity. In an age when space flight has come to seem almost routine, it is easy to overlook the dangers of travel by rocket and the difficulties of navigating the fierce outer atmosphere of the Earth. These astronauts knew the dangers, and they faced them willingly, knowing they had a high and noble purpose in life. Because of their courage and daring and idealism, we will miss them all the more. All Americans today are thinking as well of the families of these men and women who have been given this sudden shock and grief. You're not alone. Our entire nation grieves with you. And those you loved will always have the respect and gratitude of this country. The cause in which they died will continue. Mankind is led into the darkness beyond our world by the inspiration of discovery and the longing to understand. Our journey into space will go on. In the skies today, we saw destruction and tragedy. Yet farther than we can see, there is comfort and hope. In the words of the prophet Isaiah, lift your eyes and look to the heavens. Who created all these? He who brings out the starry hosts one by one and calls them each by name. Because of his great power and mighty strength, not one of them is missing. The same Creator who names the stars also knows the names of the 7 souls we mourn today. The crew of the shuttle Columbia did not return safely to Earth, yet we can pray that all are safely home. May God bless the grieving families, and may God continue to bless America.
A moment of silence after President George W. Bush has addressed the nation. And now, Dan Rather with Russ Mitchell back at CBS News World Headquarters in New York. A transcript of the final radio transmission between Mission Control and Space Shuttle Columbia shortly before 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Keep in mind that the shuttle, it's believed, the best time frame we have is just shortly after 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time this morning. It began to break up for whatever reason. This transcript of the final radio transmission apparently came just before 9 a.m. And I quote, Mission Control, quote, Columbia, Houston, we see your tire pressure messages, and we did not copy your last. Columbia, Roger, transmission breaks off after the crew member starts to say a word beginning with the sound buh, B-U-H. Columbia, Houston, we see your tire pressure messages, and we did not copy your last. Columbia, Roger, buh. Last transmission. Recapping quickly now for those of you who may have just joined us, and to keep you up to date on tomorrow's headlines, President Bush has just spoken about the loss of the Space Shuttle Columbia and the 7-member crew. He said the astronauts assumed great risk in the name of humanity, and that the cause in which they died will continue. NASA says the orbiter was destroyed, and it, quote, does not appear, unquote, that there are any survivors. NASA Administrator Sean O'Keefe says it's a sad day for the astronauts' families and for the nation. Sean O'Keefe said there's no indication that this was caused by anything or anyone on the ground, no indication anywhere of a bomb aboard. He said that the loss of this, and I quote, valiant crew is something the families and the nation will never be able to get over. Mission Control lost contact with the shuttle just minutes before it was to land this morning at 9:16 Eastern Time at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. It was over North Texas, headed to land just a few minutes later at the tremendous speed at which it was traveling. It would have taken only a few minutes to get there. CBS News has amateur video, quite a lot of it. We're showing you 2 of the scenes that we have. This one taken from Central Texas at Waco, Texas. We have another taken from North Texas, both of which are explicit in their detail of what happened to the shuttle. CBS News space consultant Bill Harwood says sources tell him that the problem could, that's a quote, could, and italicized, it could have been some massive structural failure in the shuttle's left wing. At the very least, it is a fact that in the initial, very initial stages of the investigation, there's some concentration on what may have happened with the left wing. There are reports that debris has been found in 5 states. You're looking at some of it now. A lot of debris over southeast Texas, in and around Nacogdoches and Corsicana. There were 7 astronauts aboard, including 6 Americans, along with the first Israeli astronaut. And partly because of the Israeli astronauts' presence, security surrounding the mission had been tight for takeoff and at times when the shuttle was at lower altitudes. This morning it was at a tremendously high altitude, 200,000 feet plus, and it's being emphasized that no weapon from the ground that could have been in the hands of terrorists or others could have reached it at that height. The Columbia had been on a 2-week science mission, which until today had been deemed a success because virtually every experiment worked. And the orbiter was at an altitude of 200,000 feet plus. It was traveling at 12,500 miles an hour when contact was lost, and these amateur photographs began to be taken. Russ Mitchell?
The initial hope, as we sat here at 9 o'clock this morning Eastern Time when we first heard that Mission Control had lost contact with the shuttle, was that this was just an intermittent thing, that this contact would be established very shortly, which we understand is not uncommon when a shuttle comes in to the atmosphere. However, when we talked to Bill Harwood at about 9:14 Eastern Time, the shuttle was scheduled to land at 9:16. It was clear that something was wrong after 14, 15 minutes of hearing no contact from the shuttle. And at that point, Mission Control came on and said, we need to go into emergency procedures, we need to go into our contingency plan because something is definitely wrong. And Bill Harwood told us very early there is no way for the shuttle, when it's coming down, it's basically gliding. It's a floating brick, as Bill Harwood said. At that point, we knew that something was wrong, something tragic. And unfortunately, it has now been officially declared, and we move on.
Indeed we do, but not before contemplating the words of the late President John F. Kennedy when he committed the United States to reaching the moon. He did it in the early 1960s. It was achieved in 1969. Quote President John F. Kennedy in 1962 as he committed the United States to reaching the moon and to be the first to reach the moon. Quote, the United States was not built by those who waited and rested and wished to look behind them. This country was conquered by those who moved forward, and so will space be conquered. Dateline Baghdad, immediate popular reaction in Baghdad, the Iraqi capital today, to the loss of the U.S. Space Shuttle Columbia and its 7-member crew, including the first Israeli in space, was that it was, and I quote now the Reuters news agency, some Iraqis on the street saying it was, quote, God's retribution on Americans. A government employee is quoted as saying, we're happy that it broke up. Another government employee is quoted as saying, God wants to show that his might is greater than the Americans. They have encroached on our country. God is avenging us, and so forth. That among the reaction with the Iraqis, where, of course, feelings run very strong with what they believe to be an almost certain war at their doorsteps. There are a number of quotes coming out of Baghdad along that line for whatever, if anything, they may be worth. The Iraqis will no doubt find some kind of significance in the fact that the shuttle Columbia broke up over Texas, President Bush's home state. And for those of us in Iraq who choose to think that, well, we will say no more.
That is right. Bill Harwood is at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. We talk about this notion of moving on. Let's talk about the possible future of the space program. Bill, what sorts of hurdles do you think NASA will have to deal with now that, say, it didn't have to deal with 24 hours ago?
Well, obviously losing 1/4 of our nation's manned spaceflight capability is a major blow, no matter how you look at it. And again, we got to keep in mind, obviously, the crew is the real loss here, but we're talking about the hardware now, and I want to keep that separate. It's a huge blow. Columbia is a heavy orbiter. It was the first one they ever built. Flew for the first time back on April the 12th, 1981, with just 2 people on board. It's so heavy it cannot routinely go to the space station. And of course, as you know, Russ, the space station is NASA's big ticket item right now. There's 3 astronauts up there as we speak that rely on space shuttle transportation to keep the station supplied and to continue its assembly. This was one of the final 2 missions on NASA's entire shuttle manifest, or launch schedule, that does not go to the International Space Station. The only other flight on the books right now that doesn't go to the station is a 2004 mission to service the Hubble Space Telescope. So all of NASA's flights, for all practical purposes, are to the station. And Columbia was going to start making some of those flights to help ferry up new crews this coming November. The first such flight was scheduled. It was going to carry a new crew up to the space station along with more hardware to build it, and of course the first educator astronaut, Barbara Morgan, who, as you know, was Krista McAuliffe's backup back during the Challenger program. She hung in there all these years, finally was named an actual astronaut, and was waiting to fly in November aboard Columbia to become the first teacher in space to fulfill Krista McAuliffe's legacy, if you will. And it's just striking this morning. She was here at the Space Center, here to be on the runway. She was flying approaches with the chief astronaut in the shuttle training jet, waiting for Columbia's arrival. And of course, her dream, obviously, has been severely affected, and it's a sad day for everyone. I think NASA can recover, Russ. I don't think this was the kind of a failure that knocked NASA during the Challenger accident, where you had an ongoing problem with those boosters that had been covered up. NASA's focus on safety since Challenger, I think, is unchallenged. And I believe this was obviously a random failure of some time. I say obvious. I don't see any hidden thing that's been lurking in the program not getting addressed. For whatever reason. I do believe that their emphasis on safety is genuine, and I believe they'll get to the bottom of it and go on, as the President said. I don't think it'll take 3 years to get over this. I believe the telemetry will show it to them eventually, but it's going to take some time.
Well, Harwood, we want to come back to you in just a moment, keeping in mind that President Bush, in his address to the nation, said that Columbia is lost, there are no survivors, and the President said, and I quote, "The Creator who made the stars knows the names of the 7 souls lost today." But picking up on something, unquote President Bush, picking up on something that you touched on, Bill, about the future of the program and in answer to Russ's questions, I want to bring in John Logsdon, who's director of the Space Policy Institute at George Washington University. Thanks for being with us. Datelined out of Moscow is a quote from a ranking Russian space authority who says, and I quote, "It's absolutely obvious that shuttle flights will be stopped possibly for some years until the final determination of the cause of the Columbia's accident." Does that mesh with your thinking at this time?
No, not at all. I'm much more close to what Bill Harwood just said, that this does not seem to be some systemic problem with the shuttle. My total speculation is that we will be flying maybe within a year. There are pressures first to get it understood and fixed whatever happened. But then with the International Space Station up there, with the assembly needing to proceed, I think we're going to, with prudence, resume shuttle flights in the foreseeable future.
Well, you said possibly in a year. I know that at this early stage it's hard to say, but you think it might take a year. Now, I want to underscore for our viewers, if it's true, and I'm double checking with you, that the astronauts who are in the space station now, those 3 astronauts, they have a way down with the Soyuz space capsule if a determination is made not to send the shuttle back up to get them in early March, as is now the plan.
Yeah, that's very correct, and it really validates the absolute necessity of having a lifeboat on the station. It's for precisely these sort of situations where the crew always has a way home. There is a 3-person capsule. Russian Soyuz capsule is attached to the station, and they could leave the station in any emergency or with forethought in a case like this. If we decide to mothball the station while we get the shuttle flying again, because the next cruise doesn't make any sense to put them up there until we can bring the big pieces that were going to be assembled over the next 4 or 5 missions up to the station. So sure, there's going to have to be some fairly broad-gauged rethinking of the planning for the program, but the program will go forward.
Well, thinking about those 3 astronauts up in the International Space Station and the prospect, the possibility, let's say, that they'll have to take this Soyuz Russian-made vehicle down from up there, you tell me, but that sounds like pretty risky business to get aboard that small Russian-built thing. Who knows who built it, what conditions it's in, take that thing all the way down to Earth. I don't want to be naive, but on the other hand, as I say, from the outside looking in, that'd get your heart rate up.
Well, I think that's a bit too alarmist. These capsules are being brought up on a 6-month rotation basis. I don't know exactly how long this capsule has been there. It's the same capsule that has been used to bring cosmonauts and people that have flown on the Russian program back from space since the late 1960s. So this is a well-known, well-proven piece of hardware. It's not comfortable. It's not something you want to spend much time in, but it works. It has worked over and over again. So I don't think that should raise much levels of nervousness. And the crew is all trained on this system. Anybody that flies on the station spends some time in Russia training on the Russian system. So this is very familiar hardware to them.
And I know that you would agree. We want to emphasize that we're a long way from making a decision of how those astronauts who are at the space station come down. For all we know, they may come down by shuttle yet, although, as you point out, it's going to take a while for this investigation, so we'll just have to see how all that develops.
Indeed.
Thank you very much for being with us. We want to go to Father Thomas McShane, who is professor of physics at Creighton University in Omaha, Nebraska. He taught astronaut Mike Anderson and stayed in touch after the later astronaut, his student, was in the astronaut program. Thank you very much for being with us, Father. What can you tell us about Mike Anderson?
Mike Anderson was my student in the late 80s, and he was a very easygoing, fun to be with type of guy who didn't seem like he was taking things super seriously, but I think he always was. And he had a good sense of humor, and he gave the impression of being a very cool type of person.
Well, Father Thomas, when he was there at the university, at Creighton University, what kind of student was he? How did you find him as a person? You know, what we're reaching for here is, in this moment of the death of heroes, to bring the human touch to their fellow Americans, knowing who they were and what kind of people they were.
As I say, he was a type of person who was easy to get along with and very personable, and he did not, he wasn't a show-off, and he had very responsible duties as a pilot of an airborne command post while he stationed at Offutt Air Force Base while he was in Omaha. And he decided on his own to work on a master's degree in physics, and he kept that ball in the air while he was taking turns piloting the Air Force Airborne Command Post. So he was a somewhat intense type of person, but he kept it very well disguised. He didn't, as they say, he wasn't a show-off, and he didn't like to flaunt his capabilities.
We're speaking of Lieutenant Colonel Michael Anderson, Lieutenant Colonel in the United States Air Force. This was his second flight. Father McShane, I can't resist asking you, as a teacher of physics at Creighton University, did you notice lately the news item that said that the United States of America is now turning out more college majors in physical education in PE than it is in physics and mathematics combined?
Not so good. We need both, but we particularly need well-trained people in science. And I don't know how to explain this, the phenomenon.
Father Thomas McShane at Creighton University, friend and teacher of Lieutenant Colonel Michael Anderson, thank you for being with us. I want to go to Dr. Ed Crawley of MIT, who's been with us throughout the day from the studios of our station WBZ in Boston. Dr. Crawley, what did you make of today's official news conference by Sean, the director of NASA, and the others? What did you make of it?
Well, Dan, in Administrator O'Keefe's comments, there was an interesting hint of what will play out in the next few days and weeks. As I spoke with you earlier, I mentioned that there were two options. One, that there could be essentially an internal NASA investigation, and the other is that there would be a presidential level appointment of an external panel. Sean O'Keefe is someone in whom the White House has a great deal of confidence. He was the Comptroller of the DOD and Secretary of the Navy under Cheney when Cheney was the Secretary of Defense. He was the deputy at OMB, and he's someone who is a firm management leader at NASA. And I think we see here a very quick decision by the White House to leave this investigation largely in the hands of NASA to coordinate, but to bring in external authorities from the Air Force, the NTSB, the Navy, as he mentioned, who will actually perform the bulk of the work, and so that there's enough arm's length relationship between the investigators and NASA that it will in fact be a very thorough and objective investigation. But we don't see a trend towards a politically led investigation as we had after Challenger.
Dr. Crawley, were you or were you not surprised that FEMA is being put in charge of the investigation?
I think this is a little early to comment directly on that. As I understand the brief bits of information we have, that FEMA has the direct responsibility for securing the artifacts which have unfortunately fallen from the sky in the South. And we will have to see as the events play out in the next day or two whether in fact FEMA is directly given the primary lead in this. But it's consistent in the fact that it's an agency with some knowledge and authority of this sort of thing, certainly who has the resources to control the ground search and securing, but at somewhat arm's length from NASA itself.
Dr. Crawley, this is Russ Mitchell. As we remember the lives of these fallen heroes, we have to, of course, look to the future. Let me ask you, you touched on this a bit earlier, where do you see the future of the space program? Is it going to be tougher for NASA to get funds, to get the type of funding that it's received in the past?
Well, I think in this day of national tragedy, the one consolation we have is going back to John Logston's point, that the 3 astronauts on board the space station are not stranded. In fact, have, as he mentioned, a very reliable and robust way to get home in a few months if that's the decision that's taken. It should be pointed out that this is a verification of a very critical political decision that was made in 1993 under the Clinton administration, at which time the orbit in which the space station would be launched was actually changed to the one that was accessible by the Russian launch system. Because of that decision and because of the decision to bring the Russians into the program, the reliable access, the 2 modes of access to the space station are now assured. And it's an event like today's which makes us realize just how important that decision was. Going forward, I think we'll see a closing of ranks behind NASA. This will be seen as a challenge in Washington, a challenge to our technical competence. There will be almost certainly a call to understand what happened, but to move forward. And traditionally, such challenges have been met in Washington by, rather than a withdrawing of funding, an increase in funding to meet the perceived needs.
Dr. Crowley, let me follow up on that. There's certainly a lot of talk today, and it's sincere, well-meaning talk about carrying on with the space program. And President Bush said our journey in space will go on. But talk's cheap. Space shuttles and other spacecraft are very expensive. Where is the money going to come from with a nation that's fighting one war, on the brink of another war, going through a series of not tax increases, but tax cuts? That's not a political statement, just laying out the facts. When you talk about additional spending for the space program, where's the money going to come from?
Well, Dan, that's a political question which I'm not entirely qualified to respond. The administration will obviously make a set of decisions of priorities and tasks in the next 6 months and decide whether it's appropriate to have NASA respond to this within their current budget profile or to seek some sort of augmentation. It's unlikely, and I think Marcia Smith mentioned this in her comments, it's unlikely that we will build another shuttle. The skills, the spare parts, the components to do that are simply not in the inventory at this time. It's much more likely that what will happen is an accelerated plan to build the thing which was always planned to replace the shuttle, and that the program will be rescoped using the three shuttles which are in fact the most capable of going to the space station, the 3 remaining shuttles, to support the space station program over the next decade, along with the potential European assets and the Russian assets.
Well, picking up on that, let's go to Bob Orr, our aviation expert in Washington. First, Bob, Dr. Crowley mentions, well, he doubts, this is his opinion, but you know, a better authority about aeronautics that probably doesn't exist in this country. He doubts they'll build another shuttle be built. He said we'll go on to build the next thing. What is the next thing?
Well, it's a good question, Dan. I think that there will be a lot of political considerations that have to play out here, of course. You know, the space program is a matter of great national pride. It's not easy just to put that on the shelf. There was a lot of criticism, of course, as you remember, after 1986 of the Challenger accident, saying maybe we're going too far, too fast. That faded as success upon success was built. There were 88 successful shuttle flights after Challenger until today. I think it's an open question. It's probably way too early to speculate. The important thing here, at least in the next couple of days, is for investigators to try to get a handle as to what went wrong. If this is a quirky systems failure, what they call in the investigation business a one-off, that is, it's a one-time failure that's not systemic in any way. If that's the case, then there will be a great cry for continuing perhaps the shuttle program or the next generation program, whatever that is. If there's something that's more insidious and more across the board, then that could be a yellow caution sign. The preliminary data Bill Harwood's been talking about, the telemetry data from Columbia, seems to be pointing towards a problem on the left side of that spacecraft, perhaps a problem in the left wing. A senior government official told me that the data shows without any question a systems failure, a major systems failure. In the video, this is somewhat speculative, but the video seems to show something large coming off that spacecraft just before we see those streams of fire and vapor. This is the video I'm talking about right here. If you look very carefully, there's an initial right there, something that comes off, and then that's followed by, obviously, the breakup. Remember, that picture is of an object moving about 18 times the speed of sound, 200,000 feet above the Earth, yet it's still visible. Whatever broke off is visible. That suggests it could be a very, very large component part. That video evidence, coupled with, obviously, the debris recovery and whatever the forensic evidence from the debris recovery reveals, could answer the ultimate question: was this a one-time freaky event, an unfortunate tragedy that could not have been foreseen, could not have been prevented, or is this suggestive of something systemic? And frankly, Dan, I don't think anyone now, even the best minds, have the answer. Dan?
Bob Orr reporting live from Washington, our aviation expert. Here's a short run of what NASA Administrator Sean O'Keefe said about an hour or so ago.
This is indeed a tragic day for the NASA family, for the families of the astronauts who flew on STS-107, and likewise tragic for the nation. Thereafter, we have met with the family members of the astronauts who were here at Kennedy Space Center and are soon to be departing back to Johnston, to Houston. The President has called and spoken to them to express our deepest national regrets. We have assured them that we will begin the process immediately to recover their loved ones and understand the cause of this tragedy. At this time, we have no indication that the mishap was caused by anything or anyone on the ground. I was here this morning with the families of the astronauts and their friends. It started out as a pretty happy morning, awaiting the landing of STS-107, and we had highly anticipated their return because we couldn't wait to congratulate them for their extraordinary performance and their excellent efforts on the science mission on this very important flight. They dedicated their lives to pushing the scientific challenges for all of us here on Earth. And they dedicated themselves to that objective and did it with a happy heart, willingly, and with great enthusiasm. The loss of this valiant crew is something we will never be able to get over, and certainly the families of all of them, we have assured we will do everything we can possibly do to guarantee that they work their way through this horrific tragedy. We ask the members of the media to honor that too. To please respect their privacy and please understand the tragedy that they are going through at this time. We will help the media assure that be the case as well. We trust that the prayers of the nation will be with them and with their families. And again, a more courageous group of people you could not have hoped to know than the families of these crew members. And an extraordinary, extraordinary group of astronauts who gave their lives and did it in a way that they knew exactly the risk, but never, ever, do we ever want to see a circumstance where something like this could ever happen. And we diligently dedicate ourselves every single day to assuring these things don't occur. And when they do, we have to act responsibly, accountably, and that's exactly what we will do.
NASA Director Sean O'Keefe, just a short while ago, an hour or so ago. We have on the telephone now an American hero, an icon, Apollo 13 astronaut who walked on the moon. Jim Lovell is on the phone from Marietta, Georgia. Jim, thanks so much for being with us. Give us your thoughts and some perspective on this national tragedy.
Well, Dan, it is certainly a tragedy, and from the Apollo 13 crew, our thoughts and our prayers are off to the families of those gallant people that were on board 107. Every once in a while, of course, things go, and we don't know exactly what happened, and it's probably going to be a little difficult to determine the cause of this one coming back in from orbit. So it's going to take some time to analyze it, but we must remember that we do have a space station and astronauts manning that station, so we're going to have to service that station somehow.
Jim Lovell, it's the rare American who doesn't know the story of Apollo 13 and the crisis that occurred aboard that flight as you were heading back toward Earth. Give our viewers and listeners some sense of what it's like to be in a spacecraft as you go through re-entry. Now, set aside, it's a big set aside, the very special problems that you and your crew had, that as you re-enter the Earth's atmosphere and literally head toward home, what is an astronaut thinking? What are they doing?
Well, on a normal flight, they are pretty secure, and I think they have a lot of confidence in the vehicle that they're flying in coming back. you have to remember that on 13 we had 4 days to think about what went wrong and how do we get back home. And the last thing that we were afraid of was that the explosion had damaged our heat shield, which would have caused a tragedy on 13. Both the Challenger and the Columbia now, these are accidents that occurred suddenly in, I guess, the atmosphere. At least Columbia was just beginning in the atmosphere. So these are tragic moments, ones that you don't see coming. On 13, we knew that we had problems all the way along the line, and we were prepared to try to do everything to get back. But the crews on Columbia and the crews on Challenger, suddenly they were confronted with an almost catastrophic situation.
Jim Lovell, thank you very much for taking time to talk with us.
Right, Dan.
We've been talking on the phone from time to time to former astronaut Colonel Mark Brown. He's now in the studio of our station WHIO in Dayton, Ohio. Colonel Brown, it's good to be able to talk with you over the television now rather than just the telephone. You've been watching and listening, and I know that you've absorbed the two among many amateur videos we have of the crash today. Has anything else occurred to you that we should be thinking during this period?
Excellent questions. Like everybody else, we're trying to understand exactly what the sequence of events is here. It appears to me, and of course this is purely speculation, that a panel of some type separated from the vehicle, and within a few seconds after that there's the appearance of small explosions in the aft end of the orbiter that resulted in the breakup of the vehicle. Purely speculation. There are multiple studies that will have to be done before we find out exactly what in fact happened. The video that we're looking at now is a good example. If you watch closely, you can see the detailed breakup there. If you back up even farther in the sequence, you'll see that there's one single panel that is visible behind the orbiter tumbling, and also of significance is the panel itself is lightly colored, apparently on the top and the bottom, which indicates that it came from the top half of the orbiter, not the bottom of the orbiter where the thermal protection system is black. Now, as to what actually caused the panel to structurally separate from the vehicle, I have no clue, and I doubt that anybody else does at this point. Where the vehicle is instrumented to report back what they call telemetry on the systems that are on the vehicle itself, there is very little instrumentation on structure. And normally, as in the case of an aircraft accident, you would need to recover that piece of structural material to determine what actually caused the failure. That is going to be extremely difficult in this case because the failure occurred at 200,000 feet at a speed in excess of Mach 15, where the orbiter was subjected to about 1,800 degrees in temperature. So NASA has a great challenge ahead, and like everybody else, all we can do is stand by and hope that this unfolds in a good way.
Colonel, as a reporter, certainly not as a space expert, not even as someone who's all that knowledgeable about the space program, although like a lot of Americans, I've long been a space buff. Something sticks out in my mind, and I want to ask you to put it in perspective for me, and that is not long after launch, just before, but in the general neighborhood of when the fuel tanks so necessary for the great thrust and launch were about to peel away, we know that a piece of installation, how large it was, we don't know, a piece of installation got loose, and there was a report that it possibly, underscore the word, had hit the left wing of the spacecraft, and it's somebody in NASA, somebody pretty high up, as a matter of fact, remarked at the time, well, that's something we need to follow up and follow through on. Now, stay with me if you will. Today, Bill Harwood is reporting from very reliable sources that in the very first wedge of the investigation, that they are centering on the left wing of the spacecraft, and that's the wing in which the question was raised about this insulation. Now, my question to you is it wrong to put some emphasis on that? Far too early to do so? Give us some perspective on that.
Well, that's a great question and a multifaceted one. The first thing to remember is that NASA has impounded all the real telemetry, the real information that describes what the vehicles was subjected to and experienced at the time that it broke up. As part of the overall investigation process, I guess it's important that we kind of go through what we can expect to occur from here. As we've already heard from Administrator O'Keefe and Bill Reedy, the Tiger team is being formed. NASA is literally going to battle stations to figure out what happened. Now, that process is very complicated. It will include not only a very detailed assessment of what happened right up until the moment that the failure occurred and thereafter, but also going back through all of the records on the crew, the payloads, the processing of the vehicle, all the fluids, even experiences that the vehicle was subjected to on prior flights, to see if it can find that initial piece of the trail that led up to the ultimate failure. So they have a very daunting task ahead of them that's going to take them a long time to unravel.
Colonel Brown, thanks again for being with us. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to step on that last sentence.
You're more than welcome.
Thank you very much, Colonel. In our Dallas bureau of CBS News is Raymond Cervantes, an eyewitness who shot some video of the breakup of the Shuttle Columbia. Now, this is video we have not seen before. Thank you for being with us, Mr. Cervantes. Do you have the video there? Can we see it? Whether that's true or not, what did you see? When did you see it?
Good afternoon, Dan. It was an unbelievable sight. Actually, I'm a hobbyist that actually enjoys videotaping the shuttle as it re-enters the atmosphere. Sometimes you'll get a nice plume of the shuttle as it comes in, and over the horizon it makes it for a beautiful sight. But this one was a little different this time. I did notice that it looked like tiles or something coming off of the shuttle. My wife remarked to me, what is that? It looks like it was a chase plane or something, but at that altitude, it's 200,000 feet going 17 times the speed of sound. It only could be the shuttle, and it was very tragic. It looked like an unbelievable fireball at the end of it, and I did notice that there was a couple of explosions as it was coming in and doing the re-entry.
Well, I want to re-rack this video. Now, we have, among the many pieces of video we have three that we think are particularly revelatory. There is one that was taken earlier in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, and then there was one taken in Waco, which is in central Texas, and now, Mr. Cervantes, yours was taken in Dallas, was it?
Actually in Fort Worth, in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, and they are all taken at the same time as the shuttle was re-entering. It comes from west to east, and I did notice watching my website that I usually watch to view the space shuttle as it was coming over, time to go outside and view the shuttle, and I did notice the normal re-entry, as it does make its nice re-entry with the plasma trail behind it, and my wife did make the comment to me as I was videotaping that there was debris coming off of the shuttle, and you do notice that there are little small explosions as it's coming in. You will notice that on the video.
What did you think when you first saw this?
Well, it looked like a regular re-entry as it comes in. You'll see the classic plasma trail as it comes in, but then I did see the debris coming off, and the NASA people are professional. They know what they're doing, and it could have just been something just in the atmosphere, maybe something an anomaly or something. But when I did hear about 4 minutes later a big boom, it rattled the house, and I live next to Bell Helicopter in Hurst, and usually we have helicopters flying over, big trucks going by, but this was something that really rattled the house, and it made me wonder. And at that time my wife said, turn on the news, and then we learned that this was going on.
Thank you very much, Raymond Cervantes, in our CBS News Dallas Bureau. We thank you for being with us this afternoon.
Thank you very much, Dan.
Now, at some point, we're going to put together the three, what we consider to be best pieces of amateur video that we have. The one that we showed earliest in the day, the earliest we had from the Dallas-Fort Worth area. We'll put that together with the second one from down in central Texas, which would be looking north and to the east. It was to the northwest of the actual explosion. And then the third one put together here by Raymond Cervantes. We'll try to put the three of them together for you at some point. We were speaking of debris. Let me point out that debris from Space Shuttle Columbia now has been found over a wide swath of central and east Texas. Many of the reports center in Nacogdoches in deep East Texas, about 135 miles northeast of Houston. The police there say reports of small pieces of debris came in all morning. One man around the barbershop there said he'd seen a pretty large piece of debris. A V-chunk shape of metal was found in the median of U.S. Highway 79 That's just northeast of Palestine, Texas, in Nacogdoches. That would be in Anderson County. Palestine, Texas, in Anderson County. That's about 60 miles, 50, 60 miles west of Nacogdoches. Anyway, around Palestine, debris was found. Debris was also found in Cherokee County, just west of Nacogdoches, and in Rusk County, just to the north. Cherokee County Sheriff James Campbell said debris ranged from small pieces of what he called tile to 2-foot square pieces of metal. Now, in Rice, Texas, in Navarro County, Navarro County is maybe 100, 115 miles from Nacogdoches and about 40 miles southeast of Dallas. Authorities circled off a small rectangular piece of metal that they believed was tile from the shuttle. Russ Mitchell, they're going to be collecting pieces of this for days to come, and not only it appears in southeast Texas, but over in Louisiana and possibly in Arkansas as well.
That's right, and again, if you see this stuff, you shouldn't touch it. This, according to NASA, because it could be very dangerous. We have a timeline now as you take a look at some of the debris that fell. I believe this is in East Texas earlier today. Again, February 1st. Let's go back to 8:15 this morning. This is Eastern time. Columbia fired its braking rockets and streaked toward touchdown. 9 o'clock, Mission Control lost all data and contact with the Columbia crew. Just after 9 o'clock, residents of Texas, Arkansas, and Louisiana reported hearing a big bang and seeing flames in the sky. 9:16 a.m. was when Columbia was scheduled to land. At 9:29, NASA declared an emergency. At 9:44, NASA warned residents to stay away from possibly hazardous debris. 11 o'clock, NASA lowers the flag next to its countdown clock at Cape Canaveral, Florida, to half staff. And at 2:05 this afternoon, again, Eastern time, President Bush spoke to the nation and said, Columbia is lost. There are no survivors.
Russ Mitchell. President Bush spoke to the nation within the last hour, shaken, and as we all have been by this, and solemn. Here's some of what the President of the United States had to say.
These men and women assumed great risk in the service to all humanity. In an age when space flight has come to seem almost routine, it is easy to overlook the dangers of travel by rocket and the difficulties of navigating the fierce outer atmosphere of the Earth. These astronauts knew the dangers, and they faced them willingly, knowing they had a high and noble purpose in life. Because of their courage and daring and idealism, we will miss them all the more. All Americans today are thinking as well of the families of these men and women who have been given this sudden shock and grief. You're not alone.
Part of what President Bush had to say to the nation less than an hour ago. In thinking about what happened today, our minds went back to that day on January 27th, 1967, when there was the terrible accident on the ground as the experiments were just beginning, what's now become known as Apollo 0, the very first of the major experiments that led to the Apollo program, which eventually led to the moon. And Virgil Grissom, known by everyone as Gus Grissom, a popular astronaut of the day, he died in that on-the-ground tragedy fire. They couldn't get out of the capsule. And what he said that day echoes and resonates today, and I quote it. This was the astronaut who died in 1967, speaking just before he went into the capsule, which was to be his tomb. If we die, we want people to accept it. We're in a risky business, and we hope that if anything happens to us, it will not delay the program. The conquest of space is worth the risk of life. Gus Grissom in 1967. We recap quickly now for those of you who may have just joined us. President Bush addressed the nation from the White House about the space shuttle. The president said, quote, "The Columbia is lost. There are no survivors." He said the astronauts assumed great risk in the service to all humanity and that the cause in which they died will continue. Quoting scripture, President Bush said, "The same Creator who names the stars also knows the names of the 7 souls we mourn today." The crew of the shuttle Columbia did not return safely to Earth, but we can pray that they are safely home, unquote the president. Earlier, NASA Administrator Sean O'Keefe said it's a sad day for the astronauts' families, and for the nation. O'Keefe said there's no indication that this was caused by anything or anyone on the ground. And he said that the loss of what he called this valiant crew is something they will never be able to get over. NASA, the families, and the nation. Mission Control lost contact with the shuttle just minutes before it was to land this morning at 9:16 Eastern Time at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. CBS News space consultant Bill Harwood has reported here on our air that various sources tell him, and keep in mind Harwood is really connected to the space program, has deep and excellent sources, that he quotes these sources saying the problem, quote, could have been, we want you to underscore the word could have been, some massive structural failure in the shuttle's left wing. Now, that's speculative, that's true. This is a fact, that in the very early parts of the investigation, some concentration is being given to the left wing of the shuttle. Perhaps there'll be more about that later, either sooner or later. Now, coming up at 3 o'clock, just a few minutes from now, maybe about 6 minutes from now, the National Aeronautics and Space Administration is to have a presser, put that in quotation marks if you will. That is, it will have a news conference in which reporters will be allowed to ask questions, and perhaps there'll be some more information. When that happens, we will carry that live here at CBS News. Senator Kay Bailey Hutchinson, the senator from Texas, and the senior senator from Texas, is in our Dallas bureau, and she heard about this morning's disaster. Senator, if you're there, thank you for being with us.
You bet, Dan. It's good to talk to you.
And give us your thoughts, if you will. Tell us where you were, what you saw and heard, what you thought.
Well, I was walking in my neighborhood this morning with my neighbor, and we heard what we thought was a sonic boom. But I had heard those before because we have F-16s that are training all around this area, so I'd certainly heard the sound barrier broken before, and I thought that's what it was. It wasn't until I came home and turned on the television about 15 minutes later, and then I learned, of course, what I had heard was not just a training mission, but a horrible tragedy for America.
When you say you're home, Senator Hutchinson, many people do not know that your home is in Dallas or in the Dallas area.
Yes, I live in Dallas, and I was walking in my neighborhood in Dallas.
Senator, inevitably there are going to be calls from people who say, listen, we've been pushing the envelope too far for too long, and that not necessarily we need to cut back on the spending for NASA, but that we need to slow down in the manned exploration of space. Do you agree with that, at least as a starting proposition, or not?
Absolutely not. We cannot walk away from our commitment to space research. Dan, this has put us in the forefront of technology for our national defense, our whole satellite communication systems up in space, our quality of life with MRIs and CAT scans. All this came from our space research. If we're going to maintain our superiority in national defense for the world, we cannot walk away from our commitment to NASA.
And how are we going to pay for it?
We must fully fund the missions that are our future missions. We cannot skimp like we have over the past few years. If our mission is so watered down that we can't accomplish what we're trying to do, then we're throwing good money after bad. We need to make the commitment. We need to say we are going to stay in the forefront of space technology. We are going to be in the forefront of the medical research that is done in the microgravity conditions, which might find the cure to breast cancer and prostate cancer. And we're going to fund it at a level where we can do the job right. It's the same thing as we do in national defense and homeland security. There are just certain things that you can't do with a shoestring budget, and we've got to make that commitment and do it right.
Senator Kay Bailey Hutchinson, senior senator from the state of Texas, thank you very much for being with us today.
Dan, thank you for the coverage. We certainly appreciate all you all are going through and appreciate what you're doing.
Thank you, Senator.
Bye.
We're standing by for NASA to open its second news conference of the day. Actually, the first was a news conference of sorts in which the NASA leaders spoke about what they were going to do about the investigation, offered condolences to the families. Questions, that was not a question and answer session. It wasn't designed to be, nor should it have been. But coming up, we think in a few moments, roughly at the top of the hour, is going to be a news conference put on by NASA in which they'll be open to some questions. I'm reminded that the poet Alfred Lord Tennyson, writing more than 100 years ago, long before humans went into space, wrote something that could have been written about all the astronauts when Tennyson wrote, and I quote, "For I dipped into the future, far as human eye could see, saw the vision of the world and all the wonder that would be," end quote. Russ?
All this talk at this hour about the future of the space program brings me back to what President Bush said in his talk to the nation about an hour ago. In speaking of the fallen heroes, he said, "The cause in which they died will continue." As we heard Senator Hutchinson say there, and the President of the United States, the space program will go on. How it will go on, the political ramifications of what will happen at this point are yet to be determined. But you've got folks at the highest level saying the space program will continue.
Well, Senator Hutchinson sort of gave us the edge of the wedge when we spoke to her a few moments ago, saying, look, there's some things where we can't skimp. National defense is one, homeland defense is another, and she listed the space program as yet another. There's bound to be, Russ, and it doesn't take an expert to understand because we've been through some of this before, there are bound to be voices who say, look, we have to get maximum value for dollar. And to get maximum value for dollar, yes, we must continue space exploration. We need to put more of our money into unmanned exploration of the sort that lands mechanical devices on Mars, of the sort that goes, far out in our own universe, and even now beginning to give us a peep eye, just a little peephole into the universe beyond. There's going to be a clear set of arguments between those who say, listen, go to the unmanned flights insofar as it's possible, and those who say, well, yes, we are in favor of doing some of that, but with them, you have to have a continuing human element going into space. Otherwise, you're going to fall behind emerging space powers such as China, to say nothing of those that already exist with Russia.
The debate is bound to get pretty heated.
Indeed it will. As we await the beginning of this NASA news conference, the one in which questions and answers are expected, we want to bring you up to date on tomorrow's headlines. But just before doing that, for those of you who may be tuning in to see the Bob Hope Chrysler Classic, the Golf Classic, CBS Sports will be bringing that to you a bit later on. Right now, and we know you'll understand, CBS News coverage of the shuttle disaster continues. The shuttle is gone. The astronauts did not survive, and we are awaiting now a NASA news conference. So those of you who've tuned in for the golf tournament know you'll understand. We'll have it as the after
of Arkansas says 3 counties there have found debris from Space Shuttle Columbia and across much of Texas. Let's go to Orlando Salinas now, who's at Kennedy Space Center in Florida, where this flight should have landed 15 minutes after it broke up upon re-entry. Orlando?
Shepard should have landed, as you said. Horrible day here. We have just finished following an escorted motorcade into the Kennedy Space Center, and the media all here, of course. What I've been able to put together really is this morning, as this tragedy started unfolding, as we know now, the family members of these 7 astronauts, some of them were here at the Kennedy Space Center listening, watching, hearing the transmission, the conversations taking place between the Columbia and the folks at NASA, and all of a sudden they heard the words, we understand, saying, we have lost communications. And at that point, my understanding is that family members sort of looked at each other, eyes opened up awfully big. Children, we understand, were also part of this group that were there waiting to welcome their parents who have been gone now. And at that point, NASA officials realized that something was indeed wrong, horribly wrong, and ushered these family members and close friends into an anteroom very close nearby. We know that they have astronauts' quarters also very close to where this was being viewed at and listened to, and our understanding is that these folks were taken over there. Shepard, I can also tell you this much. Today, as this was taking place, we have a lot of people. When the shuttle takes off, you have hordes, thousands of people who line up, want to look at this spectacle, its beauty, and they sit here and they watch it. Well, today, sort of the same thing. You did have lots of people who were here on the periphery all around this area waiting to see Columbia come in. And then the word began to spread that indeed something had gone wrong, that communications had been lost. Shepard, here's something really important that we probably need to talk about again. Now, my understanding is this from NASA officials that, look, sometimes you do lose communications. Literally, when they mean communications, they mean the ability to be able to speak to the astronauts, talk as often as they possibly can. Do you lose that sometimes? Sure you do. But what really concerned them was not only did they lose those communications, they also instantly lost those electronic communications. In a split second, NASA really was out of the loop. They are able to monitor just about every single piece of equipment that is on that shuttle when it goes up, while it is up, and when it's coming down. When they realize that indeed, hey, man, we cannot speak with these people, at that split second also they realized that all those communications had been gone away. Now, instantly, again, NASA knew that. They, at that point, moved these family members away from here. Right now, as I told you, we are moving into this area. It is much more secure here right now than it has been in an awfully long time. We are indeed, as you know, waiting for this presser to take place. And as we've said, that will be taking place in Houston. And when that happens, of course, more information coming out. We are hoping that really as the day goes on, as the minutes go by, NASA here at the Kennedy Space Center will also be making more information available. But as Shepard, as we've been talking about all day, this is probably not going to be the time when we actually get any information as to what caused this. This is certainly more the time for Americans to realize, and people all around the world, that we have lost something beautiful. People up there who went up to make a difference, not scared of this challenge, who certainly knew that there were risks involved. But now is the time for America and really people all around the world who follow this program, the leader all around the world, to mourn for what has happened today, Shepard.
No doubt about it. Orlando Salinas live for us at Kennedy Space Center on the Space Coast in Florida. Orlando, thanks very much. Continuing to watch these pictures now, 5 minutes past 3 o'clock in the east. It was going to be a beautiful return to Earth. Something went wrong, and to speculate about what it was 39 miles above Texas really serves no purpose at this point. NASA will have a thorough investigation. There will be oversight hearings on Capitol Hill. Spoke earlier with Senator Kay Bailey Hutchinson of Texas and astronaut himself, Senator from the state of Florida, and sometimes after hours, Bill Nelson, Senator Bill Nelson, of course, of Florida, with whom we were speaking earlier. Both of them had spoken loudly and often about funding for this agency and making sure that there was enough funding to run it safely and efficiently. Those will be among the questions which will be asked, according to both senators, in the months and probably years ahead. The last time when Shuttle Challenger exploded, the shuttle program was shut down for almost 3 years. Prior to that, Apollo 1, I guess it was, shut down for 2.5 or so. These things take a great deal of time, a great deal of investigating, and the truth of the matter is the shuttle program could be down for an extended period of time. This is a picture from KDFW in Dallas, right over an interstate highway just outside of Metro Dallas, it's my understanding, one of the large pieces of the plane which plummeted to the ground. This is one of the larger plane, I say, of the shuttle which plummeted to the ground. This is one of the larger pieces, the largest of all in Nacogdoches, Texas, at the airport runway there, where a tank about 5 foot around was noticed by people at the airport at the end of a runway. And as the airport operator described it to me earlier today, they didn't know what it was, they didn't know what had happened above them, and they sent someone out there to remove it from the runway. And they hauled it off in the back of a pickup truck so that flights could resume in and out of Nacogdoches. They would later find out that, in fact, that was a piece of Shuttle Columbia. This is one of the larger debris fields, which I'm told is near that same airport in Nacogdoches, though I can't be sure of that. A great deal of tape has come in today, as you might imagine, and our helicopter pilot from the Fox station in Dallas, KDFW Fox 4 in the Metro Dallas region, pointed out earlier it's possible that for years and years people may be finding pieces of this shuttle across the plains of Texas. Tony Snow's in Washington now. He's been monitoring developments from a presidential standpoint today. Tony?
Well, Shep, the president made a statement to the nation that was notable, again, for its plain-spokenness and also its faith. George W. Bush saying to the American people that the Columbia is lost, there are no survivors. And now, as you pointed out, there are a whole series of debates that are going to take place on Capitol Hill and around the nation, one of which is, what should the space program do? I'm afraid I'm old enough to remember when John Kennedy, 1 month before his assassination, laid out a vision of taking an American to the moon and back before the 60s were over. It took a little less than 6 years to accomplish that aim. That was a time when the space program encapsulated everything that was big, bold, and daring about the United States. Shortly thereafter, there ensued a series of battles where people said, you know what, we've done that, been there, done that. And suddenly the space program began to take a backseat to social spending and other things, and it really has never recovered the prestige. The question is whether George W. Bush once again wants to set some outlandish goal like going to Mars. His father talked about it, but he talked about it in a 35-year window, which hardly qualifies as big and bold and visionary. You have to have a truncated time schedule that forces people to do amazing things. Is he going to do that? We don't know. Similarly, there are going to be debates on Capitol Hill about the efficiency of NASA as opposed to the efficiency, I suppose, of every other government agency. Interestingly, there was a controversy actually about the upgrading of Columbia. As we pointed out many times today, it was the oldest in the shuttle fleet, and they spent 2 years putting in new electronics and so on. That job ran considerably over, and at one point Boeing shifted the work from Seattle to the East Coast, to the Florida area. And there are going to be some controversies, I'm sure, arising about that. So 2 levels of debate. Number one, what should the space program be and do? What place should it hold in the American imagination? And again, for people like me who are of an age who remember the first space shots and the excitement that they engendered in a lot of American hearts, there's a certain sentiment for going ahead and going bold. That's one debate. The second debate has to do with literally nuts and bolts. It has to do with dollar figures and obviously getting to the bottom of what happened. Was this a freak accident? Was this something that can be traced to bad engineering? Was there some sort of flaw? As you pointed out, we cannot at this point speculate at all with any sense of knowledge. But I guarantee you, members of Congress are going to take people in front of their committees and they're going to rake them over the coals. There will be the requisite amount of political hot dogging, as there always is. And sooner or later, we'll get to the bottom of it. Now, there are a couple of other side questions that need to be addressed. Number one, we have 3 astronauts right now in the International Space Stations, 2 Americans and a Russian. How are you going to get them down? Secondly, there are a whole series of missions that have been slated to go off on the shuttle program in months ahead. Do you give that to the European Space Agency? Do you give it to the Chinese? What is NASA going to do to deal with competitive pressure? Because there is competitive pressure. We're not the only nation now that sends rockets into space. And as I mentioned earlier, the Chinese have actually been talking openly of creating their own manned space program. So there's going to be a whole lot to talk about. Today, George W. Bush did what he should have done, which is to mourn those who died and to leave it at that. This is not a time for getting into the political ruckus. There'll be plenty of time for that. Today, we're all just dazed, stunned. For the 3rd time in our history, astronauts have died. One time they died on a launch pad, that was Apollo 1. One time on liftoff, that was the Challenger. And today, 16 minutes short of landing in front of friends and family and loved ones, 7 astronauts died, as you pointed out, 39 miles over the skies of Texas.
Tony Snow with us in Washington. Tony, thanks very much, as always. I want to go to Amarillo, Texas now. Amarillo, the home to the pilot, William McCool, to the commander, Rick Husband, 45 years old, Air Force colonel from Amarillo. Trent Sizemore is the mayor of Amarillo. He's been good enough to join us. Mr. Mayor, thank you for being here. Your thoughts on this very difficult afternoon?
Well, thank you, Shepard. Of course, our prayers go out to Evelyn and her 2 children and the rest of the Husband family. My youngest daughter and I were down for the launch on January 16th at the invitation of Commander Husband. And we were just so proud of Amarillo's own as he and the other astronauts went into space. And today, of course, there's a considerable amount of mourning going on in this city just because of the closeness of their family to so many families in our community. I was thankful to know him. He was a great man, and we're going to sorely miss him. We were proud of him in this city, as we were of all the astronauts who went into space, and I was thankful to know him personally too, as he's a very godly man. He gave glory to the Lord right before he went into space, and we shared the stage on 2 or 3 occasions, one at the Franklin Graham Crusade here in Amarillo a few years ago, and he shared his testimony, and just I was thankful to know him in that way too, especially now at the end of his life.
Commander Husband, Mr. Mayor, his second space flight, and he's quoted as saying prior to liftoff, "It's been pretty much a lifelong dream and just a thrill to be able to get to actually live it out." This in an interview before launch. Second space flight, selected in 1994 on his 4th try. And my understanding of that day, from what I've been able to read in this quick period of time, is that it was one of the most exciting and happiest of his life. Yes,
this was his dream. And there's no greater way to live your life, living a dream, or for your life to end doing that what you enjoy the most. And I know, next to being with his family and enjoying that time with them, this was his passion. This was what he loved, to do things for our country and for our world. And the mission that he was on was important to the United States and to the world. And to be able to live a dream and to live it in the way that he did, with the attitude and the joy that he lived it, it's a tribute not only to Commander Husband and the astronauts of that flight, but it's also a tribute to our American way of life.
Indeed, I know that he not only both on religious aspects of life and on secular aspects of life in your town, it's my understanding that he was a great participator within the community.
He was. He honored the Lord in all that he did, and for that I'm thankful. And it's encouraging to see men and women of that kind of character who go forth and live their dreams. And I think it's an inspiration to especially our younger people in this nation to see that you can do the right things and that you can go forth and make a difference in this world. And that's what Commander Husband did. He made a difference in this world. I had the privilege of speaking with his wife 3 or 4 times this last week, and she was just so proud of her husband. Their whole family was, and just of what he's done and what he's been able to accomplish. And he will forever be in our thoughts, and our prayers from this city go to his family and to the other astronauts and their family, and we thank them for what they've done.
And I'm sure the nation and much of the world shares those sentiments. Trent Sizemore, the mayor of Amarillo, Texas, talking about Commander Rick Husband, 45 years old, had logged 235 hours and 13 minutes in space. This was his second space flight, the answer to a dream. Commander Rick Husband did today at 45. James Rosen is watching activities from the White House. You heard the president's speech, brief and to the point earlier. As we wait for the news conference to begin in Houston, Texas, let's check in with James Rosen there at the White House. James?
Shepard, good day from the White House, where we have just received a briefing from the Deputy Press Secretary, Scott McClellan, outlining what has been a very difficult day for President Bush and for the nation at large. The president has spoken with 5 world leaders today. They include, of course, Ariel Sharon, the Israeli prime minister, in which both men expressed the condolences on behalf of each nation for the losses suffered by each nation in this tragedy. The president also spoke with President Vicente Fox of Mexico, Jacques Chirac of France, Vladimir Putin of Russia, and with Jean Chrétien of Canada. It was with President Putin of Russia that the president expressed the importance of space exploration and the space program and continuing to work together in the days ahead. That a significant statement in light of the fact that that both Russian and American personnel remain aboard the International Space Station in outer space right now. The president also spoke by conference call with the families of those affected. All of the families were represented except the husband of the Indian-born astronaut who was on board this shuttle today. The president said, and I'm giving you direct quotes now, "I want to express our love and appreciation for all who died today." This comes to us, I should point out, from a senior administration official. The president also saying, "I want the loved ones to know there are millions of Americans praying for you, including me and Laura." The president also telling the families of the shuttle astronauts involved, "I hope that brings some comfort to you. It has been an incredibly tough day for you. May God bless you all. I wish I was there," the president told the families, "to hug and cry with and comfort you right now." And the president closed that very brief call, about 5 minutes in length, by saying, "God bless you all. God bless." The president has been meeting with various members of his team here at the White House in the Roosevelt Room this morning. It was from the Roosevelt Room that the president directed that flags at all federal buildings, including, of course, the White House and the Eisenhower Executive Office building, be lowered to half staff. Here's a bit of what the president had to say when he cited scripture earlier today in his remarks to the nation.
In the skies today, we saw destruction and tragedy. Yet farther than we can see, there is comfort and hope. In the words of the prophet Isaiah, "Lift your eyes and look to the heavens. Who created all these? He who brings out the starry hosts one by one and calls them each by name. Because of his great power and mighty strength, not one of them is missing." The same Creator who names the stars also knows the names of the 7 souls we mourn today.
And according to a senior administration official, those words spoken by President Bush were among some that he inserted himself into the speech. He did work with his speech-writing team together in a joint effort in crafting the remarks he gave to the nation today. The president, just to recap, having spoken today with 5 world leaders, including Ariel Sharon, the Prime Minister of Israel, Vicente Fox of Mexico, Jacques Chirac of France, Vladimir Putin of Russia, and Jean Chrétien of Canada. And with President Putin of Russia, the president talking about the importance of space exploration and continuing the space program and continuing to work together with Russia in the days ahead. A significant statement in light of the fact that some astronauts from each of the countries involved there, Russia and the United States, remain in outer space at this time. So that's it from the White House. We got a bit of a tick-tock on the President's Day. The President, of course, as well, ordering flags at all federal buildings to be lowered half staff. Reporting live from the White House, James Rosen, Fox News. Shepard.
James, any sense yet of how this will be handled tomorrow? You know, much of our week as journalists and much of the nation's week is shaped by the Sunday talk shows, Fox News Sunday and the rest. They had a lineup which leads us towards Hans Blix and a meeting at the United Nations and all the rest. Do you have any sense for whether those things have changed or will change?
Well, of course, the administration was asked today as to whether or not the president's schedule itself would change, whether or not he'd be heading out to Texas or to Florida anytime soon, and officials could give no guidance yet on whether or not this will mean changes to the president's schedule beyond, of course, him rushing back from Camp David, where he was supposed to spend the day today, back here to the White House. I imagine that we will be hearing from affected administration officials tomorrow on the Sunday talk shows. Once again, administration officials at the White House and CIA telling Fox News they do not believe that this event had anything to do with terrorism, but the investigation into the event continues. One thing that's important to note, Shepard, we did not hear from President Bush during his remarks was any suggestion that he intends to appoint some kind of blue ribbon panel to investigate this event, as happened after the explosion of the Challenger in 1986. That may yet be forthcoming. So as far as the president's schedule and where we plan to go from here, I think the president's going to continue to consult with various people in his administration, with NASA, of course. The NASA Administrator Sean O'Keefe told us, based on his phone call with President Bush, that the president pledged his full cooperation to get to the bottom of what happened here, and anything that the federal government can do to ascertain the facts here, the president promised to provide. Shepard.
All right, James Rosen live at the White House. James, thanks very much. I've gotten word from Marty Ryan, executive producer of Fox News Sunday, that in fact the administration is not making available.
This was a scientific shuttle in so many ways. And in the press kit which NASA put out for STS-107, this mission, there are a huge number of experience in the biological field, in the biomedical research, and countermeasures experiments field, in earth and space sciences, in the physical sciences, in space product development. I'm not going to read them all to you, but may come to that. Under space product development, there's a long history of business and government sending products into space to see how they react and interreact in a weightless atmosphere. And here's and it's now called astroculture in one cases, and there's a whole study being done of water fire suppression experiment in space, and growing crystals in space, which has always been the case. So there's a huge, and what I bring it up now less to talk about the science of it, but if you recall when Challenger went up and disaster, there were school children all over America who were so extraordinarily identified with Christa McAuliffe, the first teacher in space, that it just connected the society in a lot of different ways. And it is true in all those high schools and universities and scientific labs around the country where people had an interest in this particular mission that was very personal, very direct in ways the rest of us would not know. Incidentally, NASA has been talking again, of course, about putting another teacher into space. Christa McAuliffe left a tremendous legacy in terms of enthusiasm for space, in terms of education, enthusiasm for teachers, and the whole learning process that occurs in space. And so NASA has wanted another teacher to go into space, and there have been any number of journalists who've wanted to go into space. We haven't had one as yet. Terry Moran is at the White House. Terry, you can bring us up to date on the president.
A little bit, Peter. The president, on returning to the White House, has made a series of phone calls to accept condolences and maybe a little bit more in this moment. He spoke with Prime Minister Sharon. He placed that call to express condolences to the United States for the loss of the Israeli citizen on board. He also spoke with President Fox, who had called to express condolences, but he spoke with President Chirac of France and President Putin of Russia as well on this day, and with Prime Minister Chrétien of France. And so the president, we are told, the purpose of all those calls was condolences. When asked specifically if the question of Iraq came up with President Chirac and Putin, the official that we talked to said the purpose was condolences, so not ruling it out. Also have a little bit of news for you on what the president told the families in a conference call he put to them when they were gathered in a conference room at the Kennedy Center. He said, "I wanted the loved ones to know that there are millions of Americans praying for you, including Laura and me." And he concluded that call saying, "I wish I was there to hug and cry and comfort you right now," and then had to leave the Oval Office, apparently to compose himself for a minute or so after making that call.
I'm not at all surprised, Terry. Thanks very much, Terry Moran at the White House. It is impossible to underestimate or overestimate, I'm not quite sure what it is, the extraordinary connection that a president makes under these circumstances with people who have suffered. It is as clear to some of us involved in this today, as clear as anything, the day that President Reagan went to Houston to comfort the families of the astronauts who were lost in the Challenger disaster. And when President Clinton went out to Oklahoma City and spent an entire day, said he wouldn't leave this great auditorium in Oklahoma City until he had spoken intimately with anybody in that town and city who wanted to see him, be touched by him. And you have it again with President Bush now. It goes with the presidency. And its enormous power of leadership and all sorts of other things, but it's extraordinary in terms of comfort. This is what President Reagan said at the time. We were comparing this morning a little bit of what President Bush said, and we'll have to get a transcript of that again, of what President Bush said about touching the boundaries of space and how people had made this commitment and how they had been recognized by their maker, as the president put it, I think. And it was I said we'd look up what Mr. Clinton had said. And he said, among other things, the frontier is space and the boundaries of human knowledge. Sometimes when we reach for the stars, we fall short. That's quoting President Reagan now. But we must pick ourselves up again and press on despite the pain. Our nation is indeed fortunate that we can still draw on immense reservoirs of courage, character, and fortitude. And yes, this is the great phrase which people remembered We can find consolation only in faith, for we know in our hearts that you who flew so high and so proud now make your home beyond the stars, safe in God's promise of eternal life. And from President Bush this morning, very much the same kind of language. In the skies today, we saw destruction and tragedy, and yet further than that, we can see there is comfort and hope. And then he quoted Isaiah, "Lift your eyes and look to the heavens. Who created all these? He who brings out the starry hosts one by one and calls them each by name. Because of his great power and mighty strength, not one of them is missing. The same Creator who names the stars also knows the names of the 7 souls we mourn today." I tell you, President Bush should be doing this, not me. We can play that tape again. "The crew of the shuttle Columbia did not return safely to Earth," the President said, "yet we can pray that all are safely home." And Terry Moran saying that he's had contact with the families and then, quite understandably, went off to be by himself for just a moment because it is very difficult. Andy Card, his chief of staff, we mentioned earlier, had the person who told the president at Florida that the terrorists had flown into the trade towers. This is before what happened at the Pentagon, and he was watching TV again today. And the shuttle was on its approach, and he saw this happen actually in the Situation Room and was then able to go directly to the president and see what he had seen. And we got these very early extraordinary pictures, again putting us in touch with something as these various long-range cameras that our television affiliates in Texas, in this case, have used to track the shuttle, because it's a huge, local story in Houston, and it's a huge local story in Florida because Houston is the home of so much that is associated with NASA. And therefore, we were all of us able to watch these pieces of the space shuttle, now that we know that it broke up and may have begun to break up over California, as it streaked down through the atmosphere, causing not one but a series of sonic booms that we didn't understand at first when people said they'd heard not one but several from downtown Dallas. And Jim Oberg, of course, pointing out to us elementary science that it takes several minutes for the sound to descend from 200,000 feet up. And they came in a series, and people who had become so accustomed to the sonic boom around Dallas and also around Houston suddenly heard something they had not heard before and looked up and saw something they had not seen before and would not want to see again. George Stephanopoulos in Washington. George.
Well, Peter, I was just thinking as you were reading all the comments from the various presidents at times of tragedy, how big a part, as you said, of the president's job it is now to be a comforter and chief. And maybe it was something foreordained. In the way our country was founded, we wanted to walk away, obviously, from a monarchy, the British monarchy, but in having a single president, that person immediately became both the head of government and the head of state, and the one man who symbolizes the unity of the country. And this is a critically important job for the president. You mentioned President Clinton going to Oklahoma City on that day.
George,
and I know I have to send you right back.
I apologize.
This afternoon's briefing.
To the NASA briefing.
Dais here to my left is Ron Dittemore. He's the Space Shuttle Program Manager. And to his left is Chief Flight Director Milt Heflin. I'll have brief remarks from both gentlemen, and then we'll throw it open for questions. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ron.
I'm sure you understand how difficult a time this is for us right now. We're devastated because of the events that unfolded this morning. There's a certain amount of shock in our system because we have suffered the loss of 7 family members. And we're learning to deal with that. There's certainly a somber mood in our teams as we continue to try to understand the events that occurred. But our thoughts and our prayers go out to the families of Rick and Willie, David and Kalpana, Michael, Laurel, and Alon. True heroes, and we are suffering for the events that have happened this morning. As difficult as this is for us to do, we wanted to meet with you and be as fair and open with you given the facts as we understand them today. We will certainly be learning more as we go through the coming hours, days, and weeks. We'll tell you as much as we know. We'll be as honest as we can with you. And certainly we'll try to fill in the blanks over the coming days and weeks. As difficult a situation as this is, we are moving forward. We have established a number of different teams. We have contingency plans for just these types of events, though we never expect to use them. We have implemented these contingency plans. We are preserving data. We are beginning thorough and complete investigations. We are mobilizing our forces, our engineers, our technicians, our safety and quality, our best experts to try and understand what went wrong. I do want to take the time right now and express my appreciation for the tremendous number of agencies that are coming to our aid from across the country, both federal, state, and local, that are assisting us in our recovery operations. I also want to express my appreciation to the public for assisting in the recovery, for notifying us of different debris, where it is located, that we might get to it as quickly as possible. It's also appropriate that we tell the public to be careful with the debris. What we fly in space is operated in many cases with toxic propellants, and some of the debris may be contaminated. So we need to be careful. And we don't wish any harm to come upon anybody that would be honestly seeking to help. At this hour, we have not positively identified any items that we have recovered. We are staging in an attempt to ensure that all recovered items are managed appropriately. But at this stage, I haven't received any real information on debris or status of crew remains. I can go back to the start of the day, filled with excitement and anticipation. Today was a great day to land in the Florida area. We had all positive indications that it was going to be like every other day where we have landed in Florida. Good weather, anxious team to welcome a fantastic crew back, families that were excited about welcoming their loved ones back, and no indications at all of any impending threats to the vehicle. The first indications of a potential problem occurred minutes before 8 o'clock Central Standard Time. The first indications were of the loss of sensors, temperature sensors in the hydraulic systems on the left wing, both the left inboard and left outboard elevon temperature sensors. They were followed seconds and minutes later by several other problems, including loss of tire pressure indications on the left main gear, and then indications of excessive structural heating. And Mr. Heflin will talk in a minute about some further details. I have to caution you that we cannot yet say what caused the loss of Columbia. It's still very early in our investigation, and it's going to take us some time to work through the evidence, the analysis, and clearly understand what the cause was. But what we are doing is we are impounding hardware so that we can preserve evidence. We have stopped processing at the Kennedy Space Center. We are preserving hardware around the country in our different facilities. We are impounding data here that represented the last data that we received from the crew. And we will be poring over that data 24 hours a day for the foreseeable future. Again, I express our sadness to the families for their loss. And we'll do our best to answer your questions.
Okay. Thanks, Ron. Milt.
First of all, just some personal observations and comments to begin with. And then I'll review some data with you. This is a bad day. I'm glad that I work and live in a country where when we have a bad day, we go fix it. Ron said, we'll fix it. I can talk to you some about what went on in the flight control room with the entry flight control team under the guidance of Flight Director Leroy Kane. Ron said it was a good day to land. In fact, many of us, as we came in today, were marveling at the fact that Leroy Kane did the ascent as well, and probably the most difficult things that we deal with during launch attempts and entries is dealing with the weather, as you all are accustomed to. And we marveled and felt good about the fact that, you know, launch, we didn't have any weather issues to work. In fact, any weather issues anywhere in the world that we were concerned about. And today it was a very minor thing to talk about, some fog, I believe, but nothing really hard to work. So, as Ron mentioned, this was a fantastic mission and just seemed to be coming to the right conclusion. Just some specifics for you, and bear with me, this is relatively recent, fresh information, and as you can imagine, in the next several hours and days, this will get closer to many details, I'm sure. Around 7:53 a.m. Central Time, as Ron mentioned, we saw indication of off-scale low temperature measurements on the left, the inboard and outboard hydraulic systems. And this was loss of the temperature measurement. It wasn't any indication that it was high or low. We just lost it. About 3 minutes later, around 7:56 a.m., in the left main gear tire wheel well, brake line and tire temperatures, there we saw an increase. Now, I need to tell you that during this time the vehicle was performing fine. We had no indications of any problem. Around 7:58 a.m. Central Time, a couple of minutes later, we have what we call bond line temperatures. These are temperature sensors that are embedded in the structure of the vehicle. We have them all over the orbiter. 3 of these temperatures on the left side of the vehicle, the left wing area. The off-scale low reading again. This was not high indication, low indication, but we lost their measurements. don't have the seconds here. Clearly, seconds will play a part in our analysis, but I'm giving this to you at the nearest minute. Around 7:59 then Central Time, left inboard and outboard tire temperatures and pressures off scale low. About eight measurements total during that time. One of these measurements sensed on board by the computers gave the crew a message, indication that they could look at on their displays. And we think they were acknowledging that measurement that they saw. Again, the vehicle was flying with no problems at that time. And when things like this happen, when a crew gets an alert, it's you acknowledge it, they recognize they've seen it, and then we do what we might need to do with it. And as far as I know, that was the last transmission from the crew. I've asked a couple of people, I haven't heard the tapes myself. I'm not sure what they said at the time, but they were acknowledging, we believe, that indication that they'd seen. Then we lost all vehicle data. It looks like it was around, and I apologize, it looks like my little cheat sheet here doesn't have the last Central Time on it, and I'm not going to try to convert it to you at this point, but it's around 8 o'clock Central Standard Time. Altitude was 207,135 feet, and traveling at a Mach of about 18.3. And the flight control team during this time, again, we lost the data, and that's when we clearly begin to know that we had a bad day. That's all I've got.
Okay, thanks. As you can imagine, we have a lot of centers around the agency that are involved today, so we're going to try to limit the questions to one and try to get through as many as we can. I need you guys to do me a favor, and when you raise your hand, wait for a microphone, and please give your name and affiliation first. And we're going to start here in Houston and then go around to the other NASA centers. So let me see a show of hands, and we'll try to get somebody to you. Let's just start right here along the front row and work this way.
Hi, Melissa Jacobs with the Fox News Network. Where will the debris be taken?
We haven't yet identified a central location. Part of the activities that are ongoing, even at this very moment, is to stage our teams into a location in northeast Texas. We are still identifying the locations for our teams to meet and gather and start this process of recovering debris. And part of their first activities is to identify the staging area, the collection point of all the debris. So that's some work that's going to be done later on today. The teams are, let's see, they're not quite in the air. They're staging right now at the different airports, and they're converging on northeast Texas. And so that's some work that's still in front of us.
Sig Christensen, San Antonio Express News. At this point, what is the status of the shuttle program, and particularly the upcoming missions that you're going to have? Have you decided to put all of those missions on hold, and do you have any kind of idea how long the program will be out of service?
Well, of course, this thing happened just this morning, and we put in motion some stop work types of activities. As I mentioned earlier, we've minimized our processing at the Kennedy Space Center so that we don't do anything that might disturb some evidence. We are also slowing down our manufacturing processes in a Michoud facility in Louisiana where we manufacture the external tank. We're doing that in different areas around the country for different pieces of hardware. What this slowdown means as far as the launch schedule is yet to be determined. We also will be having an investigative board outside the agency, as mentioned earlier by Mr. O'Keefe, that will come in and help resolve the situation to everybody's satisfaction so that we clearly understand what was the root cause of the problem. And once we get on a path of understanding the root cause, then we'll be better able to say whether it affects future flights. If we can put it off to the side and get it narrowed down and say, okay, we understand the root cause, here's the things we do about it or need to do about it, and then accomplish that corrective action on the other vehicle flows, then we'll be able to pick up our flight progress again. How long that's going to take, it's too early for me to tell, but I do believe that we'll continue to meet with you and keep you informed of just how this is progressing. I've talked to Mr. Bill Gerstenmaier, who is the program manager for the International Space Station program. They have scheduled they had a previously scheduled Progress launch tomorrow, and that Progress launch will proceed as scheduled. They have reviewed the contents that are going to be shipped to the space station, and those contents are appropriate given the fact that we may not be there for a while. They have enough consumables, supplies for the crew to go through the latter part of June without having a shuttle visit. So there's some time for us to work through this and get back on our schedule, and we're just going to have to work through that in the coming days and weeks, and we'll keep you informed on just the impact to the manifest. But right now, certainly there is a hold on future flights until we get ourselves established and understand the root cause to this disaster.
Okay.
My name is Jenny Blankenship. I'm a reporter with the CBS station in Austin. And I was wondering if you could explain to people who are not from this area really how tight-knit of a community this is, not just here on the NASA JSC campus, but all around here, how much of an integral part of the community this is to you all.
Well, it's more than a job. This is a passion for us. Human spaceflight is a passion. It's an emotional event. And when we work together as family members. And we treat each other much that way. And whether it's the loss of a crew member or a loss of a member of our ground team or processing teams, it's a sad loss for us. And so we are a very close community. We understand the risks that are involved in human spaceflight. And we know that these risks are manageable, but we also know that they're serious and can have deadly consequences. And so we are bound together with the threat of disaster all the time, and we know we must count on each other to do what's right. We must count on the ground teams to process correctly. We must count on our suppliers to follow the procedures just like we have identified to them. And we count on the flight crew members to fly the vehicles within the specifications. So we all rely on each other to make each space flight successful. So we have a dependency. And it's a professional dependency and it's an emotional dependency. And so when we have an event like today, where we lose 7 family members, it is devastating to us. And it's more than just us in this location. There is an emotional attachment to human spaceflight. It piques our interest, it captures our imagination. I received a couple of phone calls this morning, immediately following when it became apparent that Columbia was no longer going to land. One phone call was from my brother in Phoenix, Arizona, not associated with the space business. I haven't talked to him yet. I just received a message, certainly extending his thoughts and prayers. I received another phone call from my son in Provo, Utah, with the same emotional outpouring of sadness. And I'm sure this is true across the country. We're seeing that from the public. We're seeing that as people that really care about the space program and understand what it means to this nation reflect their thoughts, their prayers, their caring attitude toward us. And we want them to know we appreciate it very much. As we struggle with our emotions in this difficult time, we appreciate the thoughts, the prayers, the care, and the support. Milt, you might have some thoughts also.
Well, yeah, it is, the community out here is extremely close-knit. I've been through 3 of these. And each time you see a coming together of the community here. Our landscape has changed. The space flight business today is not going to be, it's going to be much different than it was yesterday. It was different after the Apollo 1, it was different after Challenger. And it was different because this community, the passion, Ron's right, the passion is here. And as Ron was talking, I was thinking about your question, and I thought, you know, sometimes it's a shame that it takes things like this for this country to pull together and care. And it shouldn't. Damn, we're good. This country's great. It shouldn't take these kind of things to cause a coming together.
Okay, thanks.
Eric Berger with the Houston Chronicle. Milt, you mentioned about 8 sensors, and one of those which triggered some kind of notification inside the shuttle. Can you tell us which sensor that was, and whether it was an abnormal reading on whatever sensor it was, or whether it was just that the sensor was no longer functioning?
There were, in the left inboard and outboard, these are tire temperatures on the left-hand side, okay? Temps and pressures, and Ron, help me out here if I get that mixed up. And they all went what we call off-scale low. In other words, there's a bottom number 0, or maybe not 0, not necessarily 0, but there's a bottom number of the measurement. They all just went off-scale low, indicating loss of the measurement itself. You know, and I cannot tell you specifically which one of the 8. We'll find that out, but I don't have that right now. No.
An easy way to think about that is the measurement was no longer reading. It was not giving an indication. It's as if someone just cut the wire.
Okay, right over here.
Chris Heinbaugh with WFAA TV in Dallas. You indicated that at 7:53 was the first, you first lost some sensor information, and you indicated towards the end there was an acknowledgement from the crew. During the rest of that time period, was there any dialogue, any communication with the crew during that period? And if there was there any indication from them that there was a problem that they could see on board?
Yes, at 7:53 a.m., we did have another set of 4 measurements in the hydraulic system on the left-hand side that went off-scale low. Now, this was reported by the flight controller responsible for the mechanical and hydraulic systems in the orbit, reported to the flight director. When this happens, then it's followed up by if there's any action to take, if there's anything that we see that needs to be done, that flight controller will tell the flight director and a crew, and call might go to the crew. These were measurements that did not have, we have many measurements on board. Not all of them are enunciated to the crew. They don't need to be. And we see a lot more information on the ground than they do. So they did not see this. So they had no indication We saw nothing else to indicate any difficulty at all, because had we seen anything else, we would have taken some action. That's, you know, we work very hard. We train very hard to react in a very short amount of time to situations. But we don't, if we don't have anything that we see that we've got to do, then we don't spend the time talking about it, because we focus on the next event and so forth.
Right here next to him.
I'm Brian Sasser, KPRC TV here in Houston. We'd heard some reports that during launch there had been some concerns that some debris hit the wing. Is that true, and is that any cause of concern, and that could have caused today's problems?
It is true that right after launch, and I don't remember the time frame as far as seconds, there was a piece of foam that is used as insulation on the external tank in the area of what we call the bipod, which is the forward attach between the orbiter and the external tank. There is a piece of foam that was shed, and in our review the following day of the launch films, we saw this piece of debris drop off, and it looked to us like it impacted the orbiter on the left wing. Where on the left wing, it's very difficult for us to tell. Somewhere between the mid and outward span. Was it the leading edge? We don't know. Was it underneath the leading edge? We really don't know. To the best of our ability, that's what happened. We spent a goodly amount of time reviewing that film and then analyzing what that potential impact of debris on the wing might do, and would there be any consequences. Through analysis and through our ability to call back on our experience with tile, it was judged that that event did not represent a safety concern. And so the technical community got together and across the country looked at it and judged that to be acceptable. And so as we look at that now in hindsight, that impact was on the left wing. And certainly we have all the indications that Milt talked to you about were on the left wing. We can't discount that there might be a connection. But we have to caution you and ourselves that we can't rush to judgment on it, because there are a lot of things in this business that look like the smoking gun but turn out not even to be close. And so we really have to do some regression analysis. We've got to look at what Milt described to you, and then back up in time through analysis to see if we can piece together the events and whether or not this was a tile problem or whether it was a structural issue or some other event. We don't know yet. What will help us determine that is inspecting the debris. That will really help us. And so we're very anxious to get certain pieces back to look at, and that will determine whether or not this particular event, whether it was the debris hitting the orbiter or some other event, was the cause of this problem or this disaster today.
Okay, get that gentleman right back behind him.
Ryan Korsgaard from KVUE TV in Austin. You talked a little bit about the hardware. What goes forward now with the astronaut training? Does that continue? Does that stop? What happens?
Well, there's going to be a period of mourning in this community. There's going to be a period where we're just going to get together and support each other and hug each other and help us go on. But we're going to fix this problem. We're going to get back on the launch pad. We're going to launch shuttles again as soon as we're ready. The training is going to continue. The best therapy in this business is to get on with your job. The best therapy in the flight control world is to get in that control center and train for the next mission. The best therapy in the flight crew world is to continue with their training. Stay focused on the job ahead. stay focused on what we need to accomplish, and that's what we are all going to do. There's going to be a subset of us that will be working together to resolve this problem. And we will do that, and we will do that quickly, efficiently, and we'll do it safely, and we will not fly again until we have this understood. In the meantime, life goes on, training goes on. We'll start manufacturing hardware again as soon as we know that we have preserved evidence. So in a few days, I suspect we will start pulling things back to what we understand and releasing certain activities to start up again. But in the next several days, it's going to be a period of quiet, of reflection, and where are we going to go from here as far as what we need to do to resolve this issue.
Okay, Greg, let's work on the second row. Start right here on the end.
Rashonda Tate, Fox 26 News. Did you have a device on board that is the equivalent of a black box?
No, we don't. We do not have a hardened black box data recorder or voice recorder. We do have recorders. We do have recorders of both data and voice. If they survived the entry and the impact, we will certainly look to see if there's any information there. As Milt mentioned to you on the timeline, he talked to you a little bit about these sensors that just kind of quit working. We also know that during this time frame, the vehicle was operating perfectly. It had gone into a roll reversal, which is a standard maneuver where the vehicle banks left or banks right. It's a standard maneuver, and when it does so to bleed off energy, and you do a number of these roll reversals so that you land at the right speed right at the Kennedy Space Center. It had rolled itself into a roll reversal, and everything from a flight control perspective was perfect. No indications of any problems. So we have some indications that it wasn't a vehicle loss of control issue, and so we're getting some hints of where we need to go look. Whether or not these recorders survived and will be useful to us, I'm not really sure that's going to be the case.
Okay. Anybody on the next person with his hand up there?
Jake Dyer, Fort Worth Star-Telegram. I have a couple of questions. Regarding that, whatever it was, the foam that apparently fell off the vehicle at takeoff, was there any consideration during the flight that perhaps an EVA would be necessary, that you guys need to go out and take a look? Secondarily, I'm wondering about, you guys talked about loss of sensor readings and sort of unusual sensor readings. Could you give us a sense about how unusual that is? I mean, does that happen with any frequency, or was that something that was alarming that you'd never seen before?
The easy answer is the sensor reading, and yes, that happens. The fact that you have a sensor that just quits working is not an alarming factor. In fact, we understand that several sensors can quit working, and they're all a result of not the sensor quitting to work, they're a result of a box, an avionics box, a signal conditioner, or a multiplexer demultiplexer that happens to fail, and its signature to you and me is the fact that it looks like someone just cut the wire. And we've seen this on occasion, and we certainly train for it many, many times over. So it is not unusual for us when we see it to look at it and immediately start to understand whether it is a single sensor problem or it's an avionics box. The team today looked at it as they were trained to do and could not see any common thread between this sensor and another sensor. There's nothing common about it, and so that made it more significant. As soon as we understood it wasn't a common avionics box and that there were multiple sensors, all completely independent, and all this happened in a very short period of time, we knew that something was not right. Now you asked me something else on the phone.
The idea of a spacewalk.
Oh, the spacewalk. We do not have the capability to perform a spacewalk and do tile repair. We do not have the capability. As you know, when we go out of the spacecraft, we operate really within the confines of the payload bay. On this particular mission, there was no remote manipulator system. There was no arm. And so all we had trained to do from a spacewalk perspective were those things that might be an emergency, or a latch did not work in the payload bay door closing sequence or something like that. We can go outside and make sure the payload bay doors are closed. We have no capability to go over the side of the vehicle and go underneath the vehicle and look for an area of distress and repair of tile. We know we have no capability. If for some reason we thought we had a tile problem, the risk you take when you launch is that you may suffer a tile issue. We have no capability to repair it. All we can do is, before we launch, design robustness into the system so that a loss of some tile capability will not result in loss of crew or vehicle. Does that answer your question? We have no capability to do that today. There is no capability to inspect it. We are not able to look on the underside of the vehicle. And again, our rationale, our retention rationale, why we believe we can continue to fly safely, is that we test our tiles on the ground. They're robust, they're hard enough to withstand certain levels of impact, and then we design our environment so that we don't have these circumstances. We don't believe at this point that the impact of that ET debris on the tile was the cause of our problem. We convinced ourselves as we analyzed it 10 days ago that it was not going to represent a safety issue. Now, we had the events of this morning. We're going to go back and see if there is connection. Is that the smoking gun? It is not. We don't know enough about it. A lot more analysis and evidence needs to come to the table. So it's not fair to represent the tile damage as the source. It's just something we need to go look at.
Yeah, grab right there next to you. No, right here next, yeah.
Gina Treadgold with ABC News. There are reports from an astronomer at Caltech that the shuttle was, debris was flying off the shuttle as early as a flyover in Owens Valley in California. How does that match up with this timeline, and are you aware of those reports?
It's news, isn't it?
Well, I haven't heard that report. And sometimes as you go through entry and are in a plasma, sometimes you see plasma. It looks like debris, but it's really not debris, it's plasma. It's just the fact that you're going really fast through the atmosphere. If he saw something over Hawaii, recognize we flew a good long while before we got to the Texas area. And so it's doubtful that we had something in Hawaii that would cause us a thermal concern. At the time that we believe we lost the vehicle, as Milt explained, it was about Mach 18, or 18 times the speed of sound. We were at our peak heating. We were at 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit on the wing leading edge. And if we did have a structural problem or a thermal problem, you would expect to get it at the peak heating, not back at Hawaii when you weren't suffering any real thermal environment, extreme thermal environment. The most extreme thermal environment was right at Mach 18, and that's where we lost the vehicle.
Go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Dittemore, Ann Gesselman with Newsweek. You mentioned in your opening comments that there was indication of excessive structural heating. When did that happen in the timeline from 7:53 and on? And secondly, at any point between 7:53 and 8 a.m., were the folks in Mission Control worried?
Let's see, you respond about the Mission Control. Let me talk about these bond line temps. We mentioned that, and I might have overstated it when I said excessive heating, because as I look at the notes here, the bond line temps on the left side of the vehicle were off scale low, which means it looked like the rest of the measurements, it looked like they had been cut. So I probably misspoke on that by saying excessive heating. It really is that we lost those measurements too. The mood in my area where I observe the flight control team was very upbeat, and then we started to understand a little bit about these multiple loss of sensors. We recognized there was no commonality. We lost voice with the crew. We lost tracking data. We had no TV. As we came to find out later, we saw the TV reports of debris. We did not have that at the time. And so we were very anxious because we knew we were in an area of good communication coverage. We were in an area where we should have tracking, and we had lost both. And as we started adding all these up, we were certainly most anxious.
Get this gentleman right behind you. There you go.
Ron, Thayer Evans from the Daily Oklahoman in Oklahoma City. Can you confirm reports of debris in other states besides Texas, namely Oklahoma, and also offer your thoughts on Mike Anderson?
I can't confirm any debris in Oklahoma, and I would doubt any debris in Oklahoma because our ground track was basically just north of Dallas on a path that went through northeast Texas, Nacogdoches area from northwest to southeast. That's going to be the ground track. That's going to be the interest of our search. Mike Anderson, I suspect you asked me because we are both from the same hometown. Mike and I, we have common backgrounds. He attended my rival high school. He graduated from Cheney High School. I graduated much earlier than he did, I'm sad to say, but from Medical Lake High School, and we were arch rivals. And he and I had a good communication going about that. He grew up on an Air Force base, Fairchild Air Force Base, Spokane, Washington. I also grew up in Fairchild Air Force Base in Spokane. He went to the same grade school I did. We had a very common early beginning, but I told him that I was his pathfinder. And so we had a good relationship. And we talked many times about how he had met his wife in Spokane. I also met my wife in Spokane. His parents lived there. My parents lived there. My wife's parents lived there. A lot of commonality. I'm going to miss Mike. I'm going to miss the closeness that we had.
Okay, can you reach this person right there?
Sanjay Bhatt, Cox News Service and Palm Beach Post. We heard earlier today that this crew was very passionate about the work they were doing, the scientific experiments that they were conducting, and we heard that their loss would not be in vain. What I'm wondering is how many of the experiments aboard, in terms of the data being collected, required that the astronauts in the craft return safely to Earth? And because there were some new laboratory modules on this craft, is there anything to suggest that those could have contributed at all to what we saw?
Well, Ron, I don't have the answer to it. Maybe you do on the number of experiments that we have to have the return of the heart. I don't have that. I'm sure we can get that for you. And I can't imagine SpaceHab being on board back in the cargo bay had anything to do with this.
Let me just say something about the science. This vehicle on orbit, we had kind of pinched ourselves over the past 16 days. This vehicle performed flawlessly, absolutely flawlessly. Science was a premium. The folks on the ground were just ecstatic with the amount of science that they were reaping, and they were looking forward to getting much of that information back on the ground. Certainly some of it was downlinked to the ground prior to entry. Some of it will be their legacy. Others had to come back and be analyzed, in which that particular part of the science would be lost. but it was an amazing mission. And we were ecstatic over the results and looking forward to talking to the crew and telling them what a great job they had done. And so it is a painful experience for us to lose our friends and recognize that things were going so well and turned out so badly.
Valor, Time Magazine, could you share with us the last words that came from the crew?
Well, a while ago, the last transmission that we got was, it had to do, I think a while ago I discussed that there was a measurement that gave an indication to the crew and an alert that they acknowledged. I can't tell you what they said at that time. I don't know what the word was, but it was the sort of thing that when something like that occurs, that the crew's response is fairly typical, just to let the ground know we see that. That's how the routine works, and that was the last transmission from the crew that I am aware of. And I think as we go, as we go through and peel this apart, we'll have more information like that we can share with you.
Okay, I got time for 2 more questions here before I need to go to the other NASA centers. Grab this gentleman and then this young lady on the next row.
Elizabeth Lee with KHWB Television. A brief loss of communication, has that happened before during re-entry? And if so, when you did lose communication, was there still hope that perhaps it was just brief? And at what point did you realize that it was something more grave?
We lose communication from time to time for various reasons. We certainly lose it during the orbit phase. We've lost it sometimes for a whole revolution of 90 minutes. On entry, though, we understand that any dropouts generally are brief. And if they do occur, they occur during the peak heating time frames when the plasma around the vehicle as it is at its maximum extent. And so a brief dropout at this time period is no reason for us to be concerned. Our experience is we gain it back fairly quickly. Our concern at this time was that as we made several calls to them, they did not respond. We made several more calls to them via UHF, which is usually as reliable as anything, and they did not respond. And it became apparent to us that we were in difficult circumstances.
Okay, last question right there. Go ahead.
When you guys first got that anomalous sort of readings where you were unclear of, something strange is going on, at that point, was it a situation where you guys were committed? I mean, there was nothing you could have done about it. As soon as, when you first saw those readings that things went blank or whatever, was there any corrective action whatsoever at that point that you could have done?
Nothing that we could do. Just observe and see if there was going to be any future downstream impact to the landing. In fact, if that's all we did was lose those 12-odd sensors, no impact to this flight at all. We would have come back and repaired the sensors. They don't impact the flying qualities of the vehicle. They don't impact the insight into how we control the vehicle. All they do is provide us information on how the systems perform so that when we turn around the vehicle for the next flight, gives us indications of where we should look. Did not affect and would not affect the flight given just the sensor by itself.
Okay, let's go to the Kennedy Space Center.
So there are Ron Ditmore, the manager of the Space Shuttle program, and Milt Heflin, the chief flight director, talking about Columbia today. And I think that my colleagues who know much more about the intimacies of this than I do will agree that this is NASA being very forthcoming at this particular moment. It is only 7 hours, a little more than 7 hours since this disaster befell NASA and the Columbia shuttle itself, and of course the nation as a whole. And in those briefings, There's a great deal of information, some of which we've sensed earlier today, some of which maybe get clarification from in that particular briefing. And we have about 8 or 9 minutes left before we go back to regular programming. And I think the best thing we can do at the moment is to talk to the people who've been with us all day, who've listened so carefully to this, know what to listen for, and see if we can advance our understanding of what happened 7 hours and some minutes ago. Jim Oberg in Houston, you've been wonderful all day. You sensed earlier that there was a problem when these temperature gauges on the left wing particularly were lost. What did we learn in this briefing?
Well, I think the information, Peter, this information certainly suggests that there was excess heating in the left wing to the point where they were burning through some of the wires. That's why they would presumably be losing this information, losing the data. But Ron was exactly right in saying that we don't want to jump to conclusions. We have the raw data, and he just laid it out. Peter, you're exactly right. They were sitting there. He and Milt Heflin were telling us everything they'd found out, how they're feeling, what they're learning, what they're thinking. This was total openness. They're being upfront with the American public, as we deserve, and they're performing. They're doing their jobs. These are men of integrity and intelligence, and I have confidence in them.
Jim, I want to ask you, and if you don't want to answer it right away, let me know and I'll come back to you, but something has fascinated me ever since we heard from Anthony Beasley, the astronomer in California, that he saw something coming out from the tail of the shuttle as it passed across the Owens Valley, which is between the Sierra Nevadas and the White Mountains in Northern California. And Ron Ditmore thought that might have been Plaza, and then he made a reference to Hawaii.
I think Ron was confused over that.
I do too.
Because we do have accounts from California and others besides Dr. Beasley who saw these dots, and I've been reviewing the records I have of visual sightings. We don't see plasma blipping off the shuttle.
Or then answer.
What we do see are pulses in the line that are caused by the RCS jets firing, and I think Ron just misunderstood the
Okay,
comment.
but here's my question. The crisis we're dealing with occurs between 7:53 and 8 o'clock Central Time in a 7 or 8 minute period. Where would the shuttle have been, or sorry, at what time would it have been when the shuttle was over the Owens Valley?
Well, it's about 1,500 miles, and at orbital speed, you'd cover that in about 5 minutes. You're half that speed, so it's about 10 minutes from the Owens Valley to being over California or being over Texas, less than 10 minutes. So that we could certainly have a beginning of the loss of tiles. The thermal data, the thermal problems would begin occurring as your temperature got higher and higher. And Ron mentioned a very important fact here, that we were at the maximum entry heating during the pass over Texas, so that as it got warmer and warmer, the effects of the loss of those tiles, assuming that may have happened.
So it's very important, if I understand it then, if tiles have come off at this point, they'll be found somewhere in western Arizona or New Mexico or maybe even in California?
No, you'd never find. Once these tiles are loose, they'd be scattered across the countryside there. And, I doubt that anyone ever finds a tile. They may have even been broken. What you're seeing is not the tiles coming loose, but the little meteor fireball around the tile. The actual object is much too small to be seen, and by the time it reaches the ground, I doubt we'll ever find anything identifiable. In fact, there'll be all sorts of people looking for things here and in Texas and in California. Most of it will be shuttle debris. A lot of it's going to be just junk that people come across.
But I understand that, I'm sorry to be persistent here, some of these tiles actually have serial numbers on them, and we'd been told you could look for, if you saw a tile with a serial number, you should call it into NASA.
If there are tiles that are found along the California ground track, they could be of critical importance, identifying where on the wing the first tiles come off. So it's definitely worth keeping an eye out for them. These tiles can be found, especially when they're white, they fall on something dark. They also float. So by all means, people along the ground track, and NASA should identify the ground track precisely within a few miles left and right, should look for them. It'd be a ground search. If they are found, if they did make it to the ground, it could be critical information, yes.
Okay. Jim, many thanks. You've been absolutely wonderful to us today, really very helpful. I want to go now to Norm Thagard, former astronaut in Florida today. Norm, your thoughts on this?
Well, I know Ron and Milt, and as Jim said, they're people of extraordinary integrity, and I think they gave us absolutely everything that they know at this point. It certainly does look like something was going on in the left wing area, and as one of them commented, the way the sensors failed, or the information from the sensors suggests it's the same as though they were cut or lost, so it's very likely that the electrical signals from the left wing area were being lost.
And thank you very much, Norm, for your help today. And very quickly from Jim Slade in Washington. Jim?
Well, as tragic as it is to say this, their fate was sealed, Peter, on reentry because there was no turning back at this point. As the point was made during the news conference, there was nothing they could do to help. If you had pieces coming off over the Owens Valley, remember that the shuttle was at a higher altitude at that point than it was when it reached max heating over Texas. So those tiles over California may be lost forever.
Okay, thank you very much. I have a lot of people to thank today. We had a number of former astronauts. In fact, I left Jerry Lininger, hanging on the phone, for which I very much apologize. Hope we'll have a chance to talk to him later. We're going to go back to regular programming with, of course, the thought from Milt Heflin, the chief flight director at NASA, who says that everything had just gone so perfectly on this flight. It had been an extraordinary 16 days in every respect. And then when they saw these temperature gauges just simply fall off the bottom, which means they just simply stopped giving readings, they knew they were going to have a bad day. But he was glad he lived, he said, in a country where a problem like this in a bad day meant you were going to get up and fix it, as NASA sounds today very much determined to have. World News Tonight, abcnews.com, a 2-hour special tomorrow morning of This Week with George Stephanopoulos. This has been a huge and sad event for the country. We shall continue to be associated with it. I'm Peter Jennings.
For continuing coverage of this story, stay with ABC News and abcnews.com. This has been a special report from ABC News.
Using other assets to maybe get a close-up look at the bottom of the orbiter. Recall a year or two ago, we lost the drag chute door. Right at liftoff, it fell off. And we actually tried to take some pictures of the back end of the vehicle to see what was really there so that we can understand our thermal heating in that case. And those pictures that we received were not very useful to us. So that was part of our background. Combine that, our feeling that we didn't believe the pictures would be very useful to us, with the fact that there was not much, there was zero that we could do about it. And in this case, we elected not even to take the pictures. We believed that our technical analysis was sufficient. We couldn't do anything about it anyway. We were in the best possible position, and so we elected not to take any pictures from any other sources, and that's the way that played out.
Ron and Milt, this is Craig Cavalt with Aviation Week. I'm trying to understand, especially at the first event, the 753 event, specifically where those sensors are located relative to the wing structure or the main body structure. Can you describe that in a little more detail?
Yeah,
please?
they were located at the left inboard elevon and the left outboard elevon, and recall the elevons are at the back part of the wing. They're the trailing edge of the wing. And the impact, if you were trying to relate tile damage to the elevon, the impact was, of course, on the front edge of the wing. You can't draw any conclusions from this yet. We can't. It's just data that we need to go pour over and understand. If you looked at the sequence of events, Craig, you would see that our first indication was left inboard out, left outboard, which is the trailing edge of the wing. The next indication was left main gear wheel well, which was, it's like it's moving forward toward the front of the wing. But that doesn't mean anything at this point, because how we lost the sensors was, it looks like we just cut the wires. It could be that the wires were being lost at some other location, not on the trailing edge of the wing. And so we've got to piece all this together. We can't say today that there's some significance that the indications started at the trailing edge of the wing and worked themselves forward. We can't say that. Just like we can't say that a debris impact on the front of the wing, a tile, is any reason to conclude that we lost the vehicle. It's just information that needs to be factored in with a lot of other evidence and analysis Lots more work to do.
Stefan Kulidan for the New York Times and Popular Mechanics. Ron, I noticed after the disaster, a couple of hours after, that there was a large number of mission controllers standing for quite some time in the control room, and it looked like they were listening to somebody addressing them. Who was it, and what was the discussion ongoing?
I'll take that one. We are very fortunate here in the agency, and in particular here at the Johnson Space Center, to have people in our employee assistance program, specifically Jackie Reese, who runs that program. It is a program to help employees deal with situations like this. As part of our response to this, Jackie called in and made herself available. So prior to releasing the entry team, both the front room, the room that you see on TV, and the people that support in the back rooms, we had everybody gather in that room. That's what you saw. And Jackie Reese was giving them about 5 minutes of what they should do as a human being who has gone through something like this. As you leave work and you go home, giving them some assistance, and also providing her office to be available if anybody individually needed any help. So that's what you saw. I'm glad she did it, and she's available to help us, and we will need the help in the next several days and weeks.
And let me add something to that too. Our communities and our workforce are grieving right now. They're grieving at Marshall in Alabama. They're grieving at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. They're grieving here at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. They're grieving at many of our installations around the country. And this particular effort will help us get through difficult times for those that really need some extra help. And so we appreciate that service.
This is Jay Barbary with NBC. You said early in this briefing that you had some hints where the problem may have developed. Could you share those with us?
CJ, I don't recall whether I said I had hints. All I know is the data that's available to me today, and that is these sensors. It's interesting, they kind of work themselves forward from the trailing edge, but I remind myself that may not be the facts. I have indications of a debris impact on either the leading edge or the wing leading edge of the vehicle. I have some areas that I know I certainly want to go look at. I have some debris that I'm anxious to see if that would lead me down a particular path of investigation. It's one of several that we will investigate, and it's just too early, Jay, for me to speculate on where that's going to lead. As you know, we will be thorough, methodical. To be a pain in the neck, we will be, to make sure we understand it. And it's going to take us some time, some days, some weeks to pull it all together.
This is Phil Chen, Earth News for CNN. Sorry to meet you guys under these circumstances, but for Milt, can you give us the time? I guess you have an emission lapse time when you last lost the data, and I can do the conversion, and describe what the vehicle was like at that point. You said roll reversal, you gave us the altitude and velocity. Was it under autopilot? Was husband controlling it? What would it have been going through at that point?
I feel I can probably give you part of what you asked. The MET of loss of vehicle data. Well, let's see. Thank you, Ron. We'll back up here. We had just completed roll reversal number 1. It was completed at an MET of 15 days, 22 hours, 17 minutes, and 50 seconds. And he wants the altitude. Thank you, sir. It was 224,390 feet, Mach of 20.9. Again, as I mentioned earlier, we had no indication of any control problem prior to loss of data. So from a vehicle standpoint, other than what we've talked about that we saw with telemetry measurements, we had nothing to indicate the event that occurred. In hindsight, you're looking and say, well, these things will probably tie together somewhere, but we just haven't done that yet. Loss of vehicle data was at 15 days, 22 hours, 20 minutes, 22 seconds, altitude 207,135 feet at a Mach of 18.3. And I can't answer the rest of your questions yet.
This is Jim Banky of Space.com, I guess for Ron or Milt. Could you talk about the issue of Columbia being NASA's original orbiter, the oldest orbiter, how the age issue may or may not be a factor here? And just out of curiosity, was any of the original instrumentation still on and active that may or may not help you with additional data point?
Columbia was an amazing machine. It was the first space shuttle vehicle to fly into space. This was its 28th flight. It wasn't the most experienced vehicle. Discovery has 30 flights, at least 30 flights, if I remember it right. I don't think age is a factor. If you ever have the opportunity to look at any of our vehicles, you'll see that the vehicles are kept in just pristine shape. A lot of tender loving care goes into the care of our vehicles so that they look brand new. That doesn't mean that there aren't areas of wear. There certainly are. There's certainly areas of corrosion. That's our job, to manage that corrosion and manage that wear so that we continue to fly these vehicles safely. Columbia, because it was the first vehicle, had a lot more instrumentation included in its design and in its structure than the other three vehicles. And several years ago, we elected to take out much of that instrumentation because it was no longer being used. And we reduced the weight of the vehicle almost 1,200 pounds just by removing instrumentation and the associated wiring. So there really is no extra instrumentation there that would add to our detective work. And what was there before we took it out was not being used.
Bill Horowitz, CBS News, and for both of you, we certainly appreciate you appearing here today. I know it's difficult. Could you tell me, please, Milt, if you told the station crew, I'm sure you have, what's happened, when that happened, and what Commander Bowersox and the rest of the crew might have said in response?
Bill, I'm not able to tell you when it happened, nor am I able to tell you the response. I was clearly not focused in that. I know we can get that for you.
I can give you the general time, Bill. It happened prior to 9:30 Central.
This is Irene Brown, and I also wanted to express my condolences to you and your colleagues. You mentioned, Milt, that Americans often wait for a tragedy to come together, and we saw a substantial boost in NASA funding after the Challenger accident. For Ron, I was wondering if you could say what you'd wish to come about as a result of this tragedy, and how much of a hardship would it be if you have to fly the shuttle manifest with just 3 ships?
My thoughts are not on what I hope to come out of this tragedy. My thoughts are still on what happened this morning. My thoughts are on 7 families, children, spouses, extended family. My thoughts are on their grief. My thoughts are on what we missed, what I missed to allow this to happen. going to be a difficult day for all of us.
Dan Billow with West TV. Ron, a two-part question. The first part may be a little repetition, but I want to make sure that I get it clearly. Do you have any indication at all that there was excessive heating on any part of the Space Shuttle, whether it was wing or tires, landing gear? And secondly, would there be a possibility that there's anything associated with the bipod that could have come off that is hard along with that foam?
The first part of the question is, no, we really don't have any information that says there was excessive heating. And so when I said that earlier today, I misspoke. All we do is have information that says the sensors quit working. And if we do have evidence of excessive heating occurring, I will get back to you and let you know. I think we're going to hold some meetings with you on a fairly regular basis over the coming days, and I will bring you up to speed on if anything that I said today was erroneous, and certainly as we get new data, I'll let you know. As far as the bipod area, we believe it was foam. We do not believe it was any metal. We don't believe there's any opportunity for any metal to be shed. And in fact, our films show that when this particular debris impacted the wing, there was a puff of debris, like when it hit, it disintegrated itself. And so I don't believe there's any chance that it was hardware. It was all the soft foam insulation.
Jerry Hannafin, Time Magazine. Is there any indication from what you learned so far, Ron, in this incident, that maybe the stress, we're maybe overstressing this space plane in the role reversal process? I think at one point the left bank had got up to 57 degrees.
Yeah, that is not uncommon to have that type of roll reversal and bank angle. In fact, we've seen a lot steeper banks than what you just mentioned. We'll have to go back and look to see if that is a factor. That'll be part of our gathering the debris, inspecting that debris, and seeing if there's anything there that would give us a clue as to whether this was structural in nature, structural failure, whether it was thermal related or some other. So we're going to have to be some detectives and look at the debris and gather that evidence to determine what the cause was.
Bill Long, Miami Herald. If you had had a sudden break in the heat envelope or sudden heating, would that have knocked out the sensors, or would you have expected to have seen a heat measurement before they quit working?
Well, it's certainly speculative to try and understand the relationship between any thermal environment on whether that thermal environment would have translated into an area of wiring and then destroyed wiring. Hard for us to respond to that question today. Be glad to take that question in the coming weeks as we get some information where I can respond to it factually.
Yeah, you guys are trying to help us, and we thank you for that. I mean, you can continue to ask questions like this, but everything would be a speculation, and that's not fair. It's not accurate, and I know you want to be accurate.
Well, let me interject, because we're also need to recognize these two gentlemen have been on duty since about midnight last night. So I want to bring up a point that we are going to try to do briefings daily, at least daily. So please try to form your question appropriately so we can get through today, and I need to get them out of here fairly soon. So I need to wrap up with KSC as quickly as possible. I've got some other NASA centers to get done also before I wrap up. So let's make two more at KSC and then move to headquarters, please.
Gentlemen, first let me offer my condolences. I'm Robert Pankow from WFLA Radio. If you can you tell us all how the families are holding up under the circumstances, the families of the astronauts?
See, we don't have any firsthand knowledge, and I believe earlier in the day, Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. Reedy talked a little bit about how the families reacted, both with our administrator and with the phone call from our president. So I don't have anything to add other than what was said previously.
Yes, hello, this is Philip Davis from National Public Radio. I was wondering if after the loss of communications, did you notice any deviation in the flight path of the shuttle?
When we lost communications, we also lost our ability to track the vehicle. And so we had no indications whether or not we were off the flight path. We had no indications that we had a breakup. Only later, as we reviewed the TV coverage, did we see that there was a breakup.
And, you know, in the control center, just to share with you, we have plots of the trajectory and how we're flying, and I know others stared at that for a long time because the tracking ended, you know, over Texas, stopped, and it was, and I reflected back what I saw with Challenger.
Okay, let's go to headquarters, please. There's questions there.
This is Frank Mooring at Aviation Week for Ron. Could you give us an idea of what your investigators are going to be looking for at Michoud and when they're going to start looking?
We had already kicked off an effort, even prior to this morning, to try and determine why the debris was being shed from that bipod region of the tank. And the reason we kicked off that effort, because we knew we needed to understand it prior to the next flight. So we were already aggressively on a path that was going to try and help us understand whether or not that represented any concern to us, since now we had it 2 times in the last 3 flights. So that was a major element in our planned flight readiness review for STS-114 that's scheduled for March. So that activity was already in place, already ongoing. What we have done today is asked our external tank project team and Lockheed Martin, which is the contractor for the tank, who builds the tank in Michoud, the Michoud facility in Louisiana, to isolate certain pieces of hardware, to gather data that might be pertinent to this discussion, and to make sure that we have not put in jeopardy any piece of evidence that might be helpful to us. So we've taken those steps. Those are in place or are ongoing right now, and we'll be able to keep you aware and tell you what's happening in the coming days if there's anything that comes out of this.
Charles Science Magazine. What are the contingency plans for the International Space Station in the event of a grounding of the shuttle fleet for an extended period of time?
All I know today is that I've talked with our station program management. They have been in contact with all of the international partners. They understand what happened today in the shuttle program. They are going to proceed as planned tomorrow to resupply the station via the Progress vehicle. There is a Soyuz launch that is planned later in the spring, and we know that we have sufficient consumables on board to go through the end of June without any shuttle support. Beyond that, I have no further information. I hope that we get this situation resolved in the coming weeks so that it isn't an extended period of time, but that remains to be seen. In the near term, we know we have months of adequate supply on board the International Space Station, and we also know that we can help resupply them from our international partners' resources. So that's what I know today, and we'll see how that matures over time.
This is Laura Meckler from the Associated Press. Could you tell us any more about how you'll approach the recovery of all the debris that is spread over such a large area, and what the NTSB's role is going to be in that, or what their role is in the investigation, and also how long you think it'll be before you know more about what happened today?
We have many government agencies that are helping us respond to this tragedy. The NTSB is at our disposal. We have the FBI that is involved with us. We have local and state law enforcement. We have FEMA that is also helping us tremendously. We have been assured that we will have the assets and the efforts of our government to help us wherever we need to gather debris, get it in the right locations, identify any crew remains, get them to the right locations. All that is ongoing. It's being organized. It's a tremendous effort that has been engaged and is in the process of coming together from all different agencies in different parts of the country. I don't have much more information other than those ingredients today. As these things come together and as we start basing and we start collecting, I'll keep you informed on just how that is going and where these things are happening, and certainly will respond to your questions as this moves along.
Sumana Chatterjee with Night Reader Newspapers. Are there any satellites that NASA, the U.S. military, commercial satellites out there that might have caught what happened, and will you be looking at images from other satellites? And just about the debris as well, you mentioned earlier that you were anxious to see certain types of debris. What types are you anxious to see? And are first responders trained for the recovery of such hazardous material?
Well, we were anxious to see the pictures of the tank. As we separate from the tank roughly 8.5 minutes after launch, we have the crew immediately get out of their seats and use some handheld both still and motion picture video. Take some shots of the tank as we're separating it from it. And we do this on a routine basis because that's our only evidence of what the tank looks like after it got to orbit. Because the tank goes about a half an orbit around the Earth and re-enters through the atmosphere and is destroyed. So we have no physical evidence other than film. And what we were anxious to see was that film, to see if it looked similar to what we had experienced on STS-12, where we shed some debris from the same area. Obviously, we're not going to get that information. So that's what we were looking for. And if you asked me any other parts of that question, I've forgotten what they were.
That's all right.
Lisa Sylvester with ABC News. It looks like, judging from the TV reports, what you've been finding are these smaller pieces of debris. Is it NASA's intention to try to gather as much as possible and then to try to rebuild the shuttle much the way they did with TWA Flight 800?
I don't know for a fact, but my impression is we're going to gather every piece we can find, treat this much like an aircraft incident, and see if we can solve the puzzle. That's not going to be very easy because when we had this vehicle break apart at 200,000 feet in Mach 18, it was at peak heating, and some evidence may have burned up during re-entry. Other evidence is just spread over such a wide territory that we may never find it. So we hope to get as much as we can, piece it together as experts think best to help us solve the puzzle.
Okay, let's go to the Marshall Space Flight Center, and let me make another plea to limit your questions to one. And I've got 15 more minutes for this briefing, and I'm cutting it off for the day, recognizing we are going to offer briefings at least daily from here on in. So let's go to Marshall.
Jennifer Morgano, WVNN Radio. I understand the Marshall Space Flight Center managed the key propulsion elements of the shuttle. What specific involvement will the center have in the investigation?
They, along with every other center, will be actively involved. We'll have their key managers, their technical experts, all coming together, much like the teams we formed when we solved the flow liner problem of the summer and the recent Bistra crack that allowed us to launch STS-107, the resolution of that issue. So we're going to pull together the management, and we've already had meetings with the center directors. We've already had our meetings with our management at headquarters. We're already assembling the technical experts and the teams, and so we're going to make wide use of their best and brightest to solve this problem and try to understand what happened and put in the proper corrective action.
Steve Johnson, WHNT in Huntsville. Can you tell me if you learned anything from the investigations of Apollo 1 and Challenger that will help this investigation proceed more quickly?
I think what we are implementing today is a process that has been tried over time, and many of the procedures that we are implementing today were a lesson learned or an outgrowth from previous incidents, and so we're learning our lessons. We're putting them into practice, and what we have put into place today is a result of previous lessons learned. Just a side personal note, it is our mantra or our personal effort to learn the lessons of the past. It's mandatory reading for us to read the reports from the Rogers Commission on the Challenger accident. We study them, we understand them, we try our hardest never to repeat the problems of the past, and it was all of our goals never to have to sit here in front of you and describe these events again. And we're very disappointed. It's hard to tell you how disappointed we are, how saddened we are at this event, and somewhere along the line we missed something, or we're going to learn something new that we couldn't do anything about. But I guarantee you we're going to fix it.
Kent Falk, Birmingham News. Could you tell me who is on NASA's rapid response team from Marshall, what the role will be, and what role Marshall is playing in the foam debris investigation from the external tank?
Well, there's many superb technical experts at the Marshall Space Flight Center that are going to be involved in this investigation. I don't have at my fingertips today the names of those individuals. If we judge it appropriate in the coming days to release that, we certainly will give that information to you.
Shelby Spires, Huntsville Times, Huntsville, Alabama. Can you tell me who's leading this investigation from a center perspective? Is it coming out of Johnson, or will it come out of another center?
No, actually, this is being led as a one NASA activity. We have a mishap investigation team that is a standing team in case we have events like this happen. The chairman of that mishap investigation team is Mr. David Whittle. He is a trained individual in mishaps. He has gone to NTSB school. He works very closely with the other agencies. He is NASA's commander on the scene. He is the one that's leading our effort. He is on his way to our staging areas, and he will be our prime interface with all the other agencies to help us resolve this problem. So just a talented, marvelous team that we'll have pulled together to go do this. And it's a team that is named prior to each flight, standing ready just in case we have to do just these types of things. Hopefully, we never plan to use them. In this case, they're trained, and we have pressed them into service.
Okay, let's go to California to the Dryden Flight Research Center, please.
Hi, Nikki Jackson with KCBS Channel 2, KCAL 9 in Los Angeles, also representing all my colleagues here in California. There have been 49 landings here at Edwards Air Force Base. When the Challenger disaster happened, it's my understanding that there was a 2.5-year hiatus. You have mentioned within this press conference that future flights might be held. Can you tell me what the impact of today's terrible events will have on us here at Edwards Air Force Base?
Well, I suspect you're not gonna feel much impact at all at the Edwards Air Force Base complex. Edwards is used as our secondary landing site in case we have bad weather in Florida and do not have sufficient consumables to attempt to get into the Florida and Kennedy Space Center facilities. Recall in Challenger, one of the reasons why it was such a long delay was because we had to do some hardware redesign to make ourselves, to get ourselves the confidence that we were safe to fly. That hardware redesign was necessary to be implemented, to be developed, to be tested and certified, and that took some time to do. We'll just have to see how this particular tragedy works through the same type of engineering and technical scrutiny. If there is some hardware change, we'll just have to work through that, and we'll work through that with dealing with the requirements that keep us safe to fly, a development, a design, certification, testing type of process. Too early yet to say whether or not that's going to be the case, and we'll let you know how it proceeds.
Okay, let's go to the Jet Propulsion Laboratory for one question.
Soraya Fidel with KCBS KCAL Los Angeles. Thanks again for taking our question. How is NASA responding to the family? What has NASA told the family? And what are families saying today? How are they reacting and responding in light of all this?
I believe earlier in the day, Mr. O'Keefe made a statement that reflects the reaction of the families and their heroic manner that they took the news, and I don't want to add any more than what has already been previously stated as to their reaction.
And they will have they'll have a huge amount of support. You can guarantee it from this family here and this family across the nation.
One final question from the Langley Research Center.
Chris Dovey with the Richmond Times-Dispatch. How many tiles in a given area of surface, specifically the area where the sensors were located, could be lost before that might cause some catastrophic breach of that surface? And what do you do in flight if you have that catastrophic breach and you know about it prior to reentry?
I really don't know how many tiles. I can't really respond to that question here today. And I mentioned earlier to you that we have no capability to repair a tile. Our only recourse is to design this vehicle such that we don't lose tiles, is to design this vehicle so that we can take debris impacts and not represent a safety concern. It's been our experience that we have lost portions of tiles on the bottom of the vehicle. We have had a number of debris impacts, damage to the tiles. They have all been acceptable in that they do not represent a safety of flight concern. We would like to get a harder tile to make it more resilient to debris, but it has not to date represented a safety concern. And we have no recourse if we lose tiles. Our only effective action is to prevent the loss of tiles through design and through test, and that has been perfectly adequate up to this point.
Okay, that's the final question for this briefing, and let me end and close on a couple of programming notes for folks watching. There will be a B-roll package for the STS-107 mission that will follow this briefing immediately. The next briefing that we will hold is likely to be around noon Central Time tomorrow, but that's a very tentative time because there's some, obviously some management meetings that these gentlemen are taking part in that will occur prior to that tomorrow. So right now we're looking at around noon Central tomorrow for the next briefing here. Also, there's a lot of folks out there that may be discovering some debris from the accident. NASA has established a telephone hotline, also an electronic mail address for the public to use for reporting information that may help in the investigation of this accident. The telephone line, and you guys can certainly help us in this regard, is 281-483-3388. The website that right now should be online for folks to provide either text reports or images that they think may be helpful in the investigation for us. That website address is NASA MIT Images, altogether, NASA MIT Images at JSC, for Johnson Space Center, at jsc.nasa.gov. And we will try to build a billboard or something like that we could put on NASA TV as well to help folks with that. So again, the phone number is 281-483-3388, and that is for the NASA hotline that has been established. Thank you, gentlemen, very much, and we will see you guys tomorrow.
Been listening to a lot of technicalities, as we heard from Ron Dittemore and Milt Heflin, a pair of engineers who work inside the intricacies of the Space Shuttle program, but also a fair dose of emotion as they deal with what is truly a loss to the NASA family. And we send our condolences here at CNN to all of those at NASA directly affected by this. I'd like to read you a quote from Gus Grissom, who died January 27th, 1967, the Apollo 1 fire on launch pad at the Kennedy Space Center. If we die, we want people to accept it. We're in a risky business, and we hope that if anything happens to us, it will not delay the program. The conquest of space is worth the risk of life. Gus Grissom, prophetic words, NASA, Mercury, Gemini, and Apollo astronaut. We spoke to everybody on this crew before they left, and we asked them a lot of questions about their joy of their job and the risks they take, and whether they accept those risks willingly. To a person, they said yes. Let's listen to them.
We do have a lot of first-time flyers. 4 out of the 7 are first-time flyers. 3 of the others out of the 7 have only flown once. So combined amongst the 7, we have 3 flights. And we joke amongst ourselves that Jerry Ross, who just flew recently, has by himself 7 flights. So he's got us beat by a factor of 2. And we're hoping that when we come back from a mission, we'll be beating him combined. You know, we'll have 10 flights amongst all of us, so we'll jump ahead of Jerry.
I think every space mission is special, and everyone comes with its own set of challenges and exciting things to do. And I couldn't be any more excited about a space mission than I am about this one. But once this flight is over, I'll be back in line for the next flight, and whether it's a Hubble flight or going to the International Space Station, I'm sure it's going to be another exciting space mission just like this one.
look forward to it. To me, I guess because I'm the flight engineer and my background is in aircraft systems, and that is something I have loved since I was 14, 15, you know, the engineering track, and really wanting to know the nuts and bolts, how a system works, if this happens, what's going on. And then on some of these more intense periods of our orbit, the ascent, when we do the on-orbit maneuvering system burn to basically get to the orbit that we need to, and then the deorbit burn we do to come back home, and the entry routine, and play a role in those is just tremendous. I mean, I have lived my life for that in some sense.
Kalpana Chawla, a naturalized American born in India, a NASA astronaut, talking about the thrill of spaceflight and how she lives for the event in which she perished earlier today. Let's send it down to the Kennedy Space Center, where CNN's Lou Dobbs is reporting from. Hello, Lou.
Miles, thank you very much, and thank you for the eloquent reporting on this tragic day. It's now been 8 hours since we lost the wonderful crew of Columbia. The pall that has settled over Kennedy Space Center cannot be exaggerated. This is a place of adventure and imagination. It is a place where people take their lives, their livelihoods, their mission very, very seriously, and they take that mission seriously with great pride. To see the mood here, to feel it, is all the more remarkable because the pad behind me, from which Columbia launched 16 days ago, a launch is the most exhilarating, most wonderful electric experience. The joy here is one of these shuttles rises from Earth to go into orbit is just matchless in terms of the experience. To see, to feel, to hear here today, the mood, the somberness is in stark contrast. John Zarella has covered the space program for CNN through good and terrible. John, your thoughts?
Yeah, I found that during that press conference that we just listened to, that they really were opening up their souls, and not just the here's the facts, ma'am, although as engineers that's what they certainly gave us. And you know, I remember, I look over my shoulder now back to that countdown clock there, where 17 years ago I was standing at the edge of the water watching Challenger lift off, and things are a little bit different today than they were then, from the standpoint that, you know, after Challenger, NASA put into place lots of much better ability to handle this eventuality than they had before Challenger. I found that as different today. The information was far more forthcoming today than it was initially after Challenger. The chaos that surrounded this place back then, on that first day after the Challenger explosion, that everything is far more organized today than it was then.
Far more organized. I think you're exactly right. NASA better equipped to deal with a tragedy that we all hope never comes. As we listen to Ron Dittemore, the head of the shuttle program, and Bill Teflon, the chief flight director, you watch two men struggling to come to terms, and much too soon, with the tragedy that is, as I thought Ron spoke so eloquently, so personal. Because the people here who work at Kennedy, at the Johnson Space Center, at all the NASA centers around the country, they are a family, as Ron Dittemore said, but they're also somewhat cloistered. They struggle for their budgets. They are not given the respect that many of us believe they deserve. They are not given the attention that many of us think they should. And to watch him struggle with trying to understand so quickly and being pressed so quickly to understand what went wrong on Columbia is in its own way heartrending.
And when we're watching again now as we see Columbia in that liftoff, and they did spend a lot of time in that press conference discussing this bipod area, the connection area where a piece of foam had fallen
between the orbiter and
the orbiter and the giant external tank, and listening to all that, and yet again reflecting back to the experience after the Challenger accident. And he pointed out, look, this accident happened at 207,000 feet. The Challenger accident happened literally right there. You had great video close-ups, camera work that they could analyze. This one may be far more difficult in the end to figure out, don't you think, Lou, than Challenger?
Yeah, I think without question, but I think there is another similarity here. Very quickly, we focused on the temperature on the day of launch of Challenger. Very quickly, the engineers, the scientists, the mission people have focused on that one piece of insulation, apparently approximately the size of the crew hatch, from the bipod that struck the left wing in some location. They're not even clear at this point where. That is telling us a lot, because that's coming straight from them. They're struggling to deal with it. We watched Ron Dittemore. What are your thoughts, John, on that?
Well, he also went back and said, of course, let's not speculate. It may end up to be that this has absolutely nothing to do with the catastrophic accident that we had today. But at the same time, you're absolutely right. Very quickly after Challenger, we focused on that image that showed that literally like a flamethrower burn through of the solid rocket booster that into the external tank that ultimately ignited the vehicle. And again, they do seem to be focusing fairly quickly, if we can say at least this, on something that went wrong pretty clearly on the left wing. I mean, that seems to be where their focus is right now.
And Ron Dittemore went to great pains to point out that he initially misspoke, that he said that we had anomalies that were reflected by the 8 sensors. It turns out that what they did have, and he put this correctly, they simply lost those sensors, as he put it, as if a wire were cut. We're not going to have the data that we want so quickly, and especially those engineers and the mission control people who manage this flight and who are ultimately responsible. And you can see how much they feel responsible for the lives of these 7 astronauts. It's worth going back to, again, to Challenger, unfortunately, on this day, to talk about how long it's going to be before we know what happened.
Yeah, and they're talking about the fact that that maybe 5 months that the program might be down. And I recall certainly very vividly, as you do, Challenger was January 28th, 1986, and we didn't fly again, return to flight and discovery till 1988, almost the end of 88, if my recollection is correct, in November of 88, before Discovery took off.
This is, in all of this pain and tragedy here and around the country, indeed around the world, the engineers, I'm so proud of Ron Dittemore, and I know lots of people are, because he is struggling with the hard, tough analysis that everyone here will be working so hard to go through to come up with a concrete result so this never happens again. But the process is going to expand beyond simply the engineers and simply the scientists. It's going to be a political discussion as well that will take, and there will be a natural process in all of this that includes healing, because this is a tremendous loss.
Once you get past that initial healing process, then just as, again, after Challenger and the Rogers Commission and the report and the political implications, and in this case, the situation is far more difficult than it was after Challenger, in that you have a space station up there now that you didn't have after Challenger. You could take 2.5 years on the ground, get your problem solved, and work it out. You have an incredible commitment to the space station, to other international partners that didn't exist to the level they do today,
which is
only have 3 vehicles.
Which is a statement of the way in which the space program in this country, and indeed the world, has advanced. Tomorrow, the Russians will launch a Progress vehicle to resupply station. And after that, it's not clear what the next steps will be. And Monday, John O'Keefe, the NASA administrator, was to present to Congress his budget, talking about all the wonderful things that are underway, nuclear propulsion, for travel to Mars, a new space orbiter, and obviously all of that is now on hold. With John Zarella, I'm Lou Dobbs. Miles O'Brien, back to you.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Appreciate your insights. Let's do a little technical business while we kind of wrap things up here. I wanted to just tell folks what a bipod is, just briefly, because we've been using that term quite a bit and bandying it about. If you take a close-up here, this is a simplified version, but this model does show what we're talking about. It's the attach point right beneath the nose of the space shuttle to that external tank. The external tank containing oxygen and hydrogen in it. Super cold stuff, 400 degrees below zero for the hydrogen, 200 and some odd for the oxygen. The hydrogen is the coldest substance on Earth, the liquid hydrogen. That bipod is the place where they think a little piece of foam fell off and hit somewhere in here, the leading edge of that wing. And Randy Avera, a NASA engineer, former NASA engineer who was involved in the shuttle program during the Challenger days. Let's help folks understand. When they say foam, this foam is pretty dense stuff. I used to have some. I can't find it, unfortunately, but the foam is pretty dense. And at the speeds we're talking about on ascent, rising to orbit, so much as a raindrop can cause trouble and can break these tiles, can it not?
Installation of the spray-on foam insulation, it's called, or SOFI, S-O-F-I. That's a procedure that's done after the construction of the basic tank. Then the tank is transported to Kennedy Space Center on a barge and then integrated into the shuttle stack in the vehicle assembly building. But any object that could hit it could do damage, but there's also the preparation of the surface that the insulation is applied to. Any contamination there or any procedures that are not correctly done could create either delaminations, separations, or defects.
Okay, let's, I sort of got ahead of the game here. I'd like to get your impressions from a technical mind from what you saw there. First of all, I was impressed, as Lou and John Zarella was, with the stark contrast to 17 years ago. NASA really being forthcoming here. Impressive sense of laying the cards on the table, answering questions at length. What did you draw from that, that left wing issue, that sudden loss of information from those sensors?
Well, the thing to remember, the loss of data, as NASA had indicated in the press conference, it appears in one way to be working from the trailing edge of the wing forward. For example, if you have a disturbance on the leading edge of the wing, that can actually trip the boundary layer, the aerodynamic boundary layer close to the surface of the tiles, and actually create a thermal effect much further back. So what NASA is very correct in doing.
An unpredicted disturbance of air, which could kick up some tiles, could cause a problem and perhaps put enough force on those tiles to knock some loose?
What I'm saying specifically is an aerodynamic disturbance that creates an aerothermal application of heat.
I see, okay.
That could exceed the limits of the tile system.
So,
and there are also spacers between the tiles, which if they become dislodged could allow aerodynamic flow to get in between the tiles.
So in other words, kind of a blowtorch effect on a specific spot on the shuttle and not able to withstand it, exceeding the parameters. Correct. Okay. What's your any other general impressions you can share with us right now?
Well, certainly the loss of that data is not at what NASA would call a nominal or normal occurrence, and it certainly has evidentiary nature to its existence. And I believe in comparing the activities of today that NASA is doing to that of 1986, I believe they're on track. The Deputy Administrator of NASA was one of our leaders in what we called the RED team, the investigation team of NASA engineers. He's former astronaut Fred Gregory, and I believe he will be working a lot of these issues to bring the lessons learned from 1986 forward and to implement them as starting today, procedures that are in place and real-time decisions that are going to have to be made.
What's your gut sense of where the program is right now?
In my book, The Truth About Challenger, which is being printed as we speak and available in about 2 weeks, I've detailed this, that this is about science. This is exploration, research, and development. And we have a very unlimited, bright future. Science, the kind of science we do and what we know about science is reflective of who we are as human beings. I say in the book that we are one human race on this planet, and that our endeavors to learn in school and to have good jobs and to do good work, as Gus Grissom used to say, just do good work. In that spirit, we have a bright future ahead, and anyone that is in school right now, a young person, middle-aged or older person, we have a lot of national resources and people who have done work in our country that we've just basically dismissed from jobs because of downsizing. These are national resources we need to bring back to inspire people to do the great science that is yet to be done.
Randy Avera, thank you very much for your insights. Randy's a former NASA engineer, was there in the dark days of Challenger, and before and after that as well. Thank you very much for being with us. And at this point, we'll tell you that we're just, even after a long day, just getting started on this story. This is a story that we will be telling you about for many, many months to come. On the near-term horizon tonight, 8 p.m. Eastern, we'll have a special report. I'll be joined by Judy Woodruff and Wolf Blitzer and Lou Dobbs for that. Larry King Live, 9 p.m. Eastern. He'll have several guests related to this. And then an additional special report, 10 p.m. Eastern Time, with Anderson Cooper, Judy Woodruff, Lou Dobbs, and Wolf Blitzer. That's all coming up here on CNN, so please stay with us for the latest and comprehensive information on the tragic loss of the Space Shuttle Columbia on her 28th flight, the 113th shuttle mission, 16 days seemingly flawless, ending with a sudden and seemingly inexplicable disintegration over northeast Texas. I'm Miles O'Brien. Let's send it up to Judy Woodruff in Washington.
Thank you, Miles. It's so hard to believe that it was only about 49 miles overhead, 49 miles over the surface of the Earth. You think about the distance from one place to another on Earth. That's how far up the shuttle was when it apparently exploded and fell apart. And I just want to chime in and say I agree with what Miles said. I was struck by the candor that we heard from the NASA officials, the shuttle program manager, Ron Dittemore, at one point at the end saying, somewhere along the line, we missed something. But, he said, I guarantee you, we're going to fix it. Well, in a tragedy of this magnitude, you can imagine President Bush is involved. He was called first thing this morning as soon as the White House Chief of Staff got a sense of what was going on. Our White House correspondent, Suzanne Malveaux, is with me now. Suzanne, it has been a full day and a very, very tough day for this president.
Certainly, Judy. As you know, one of the most difficult jobs of the president is really to try to rally the country together to help comfort them in these times of tragedy. That one of those days for this president today, a day of mourning, a day of reflection as well. The president saying to the victims' families that the entire nation grieves with you. President Bush found out just after 9 o'clock when he was at Camp David. He was told by his chief of staff about the tragedy, and later today the president he issued a proclamation that all flags in federal buildings be lowered to half staff. That happened just after 1 o'clock here at the White House. When the president first found out when he was at Camp David, we were told that he decided that it would be better to monitor the situation here at the White House. He quickly came to the White House. That is where in the cabinet room he made his national address to the American people. I'm quoting, saying a couple of things here, saying that we can pray safely that they are home, the men and women who assumed great risk in the service to all of humanity. He went on to say that it was a cause for which they died. We'll continue. Our journey into space will go on.
In an age when spaceflight has come to seem almost routine, it is easy to overlook the dangers of travel by rocket and the difficulties of navigating the fierce outer atmosphere of the Earth. These astronauts knew the dangers, and they faced them willingly, knowing they had a high and noble purpose in life. Because of their courage and daring and idealism, we will miss them all the more.
And Judy, we are told by senior administration officials that he made a very difficult call, a conference call to the families of the victims. They were at the Kennedy Space Center this afternoon. He called and he said, I'm going to quote here, that we express our love and appreciation for all those who died today. I want the loved ones to know there are millions of Americans praying for you, including me and Laura. He goes on to say that it's an incredibly tough day for you. May God bless you all. And then he says, I wish I was there to hug, cry, and comfort you right now. God bless you all. God bless. We're then told that those who were in the room with the president, he was standing at his desk in the Oval Office. They said that he was quite somber, that he left. He went to the residence, excused himself, went to the residence for some time, and then came back to be briefed by his advisors for more formal meetings. We are also told as well that the president did make a condolence call to Israel's Prime Minister Ariel Sharon. As you know, one of the victims, one of the astronauts, an Israeli citizen. He also returned some calls for those who were offering their condolences from world leaders, leaders from Mexico, France, Russia, and Canada, just to name a few. Judy.
Suzanne, I know at the White House they're monitoring this across many spectra, if you will, looking at the military. There have been questions all day, in fact, as to whether terrorism might have been involved. Every official we've talked to has said they don't believe that that's possible, but there clearly has to be a heightened alert about that. One of the astronauts, after all, was from Israel.
Well, I have to tell you, in the very beginning, and perhaps what makes this a sign of the times from the Challenger explosion in 1986, is that was the first thing that everybody was thinking about, whether or not this was some sort of terrorist attack. We have been told emphatically from senior administration officials, really from the very beginning of the day, that there is no indication whatsoever that this was the result of some sort of terrorist attack, but they do emphasize they continue to investigate fully. But from the very beginning, they were told that no, there is no need to worry about that. But yes, as you can imagine, Judy, that was the first thing that a lot of people were thinking about. They were afraid that that was the case. We've been told that it is not.
And Suzanne, I gather that, I don't know to what extent you've been able to follow this from the White House, but that it's the Department of Homeland Security that is already very much involved in making sure the debris fields are secure. In fact, just making sure that security is at the highest possible level across the country.
Well, that's right, Judy. It was just last month that the president signed an executive order that designated Secretary of Homeland Security Tom Ridge to actually be the point person to coordinate all of those efforts in the case of an emergency, some sort of domestic situation in the United States, not just a terrorist incident. And yes, that's exactly what Tom Ridge did today. He designated FEMA as the lead agency to be involved in response as well as recovery. We do know that NASA is involved in the investigation, but certainly a lot of agencies have their hands in this one. The president, of course, keeping a close eye on all of the developments.
Okay, Suzanne Malveaux at the White House. And before we go anywhere else, I want to point out, Suzanne mentioned the president did phone the Israeli Prime Minister Ariel Sharon to express the deepest condolences of Americans to the Israeli people and the loss of their citizen, the astronaut who was lost in space. At the same time, we, some hours ago, received a public statement on the part of the Palestinian Authority wanting, I think, to make certain that they have expressed their condolences as well. It's very brief. I'm just going to share it with you very quickly. It's from the Palestinian senior negotiator, Saeb Erekat. He says, Palestinian President Arafat and the Palestinian Authority offer their condolences to the 6 American families and to the Israeli family who lost their beloved ones on the tragic breakdown of the shuttle mission. Again, Ilan Ramon was the single Israeli citizen, astronaut, a former fighter pilot on board the shuttle Columbia. Ramon, this was the first shuttle mission for any Israeli citizen, so clearly something of enormous interest in Israel and a source of enormous pride for the Israeli people. And at a time when that country has been through so much tragedy and is going through an incredibly difficult time right now as the U.S. gears up toward a possible war with Iraq, to have this happen only makes what is a very tough time even more difficult. Now, we were trying to establish a connection with our Pentagon correspondent, Barbara Starr. Barbara, are you available?
I'm here, Judy.
There you are. Well, at the Pentagon, they've had a very important aspect of the mission, some of the mission that we heard Suzanne describing at the White House. Bring us up to speed on that.
Well, Judy, what we can tell you is that defense officials tell us that now NORAD, the North American Aerospace Defense Command, the Strategic Command, other elements of the U.S. military infrastructure will be going back through all of their data, their satellite, their communications data, radar data, everything that they possibly can go back through to see if they can glean any clues as to what might have happened. Of course, as part of the air defense system over the United States, there are radars and satellites up all the time, and they would have seen something about all of this. They would have seen the radar track, they would have been monitoring some of the communications, some of the sensors. So we are told they are going to go back now through all of their systems, some of the most classified, most expensive systems in the U.S. military, and see if they can offer any clues. Now, what we can also tell you is that earlier today, really within a very short period of time after this incident began to unfold, the U.S. military moved very quickly to see what it could do to offer to help even before there was a formal request. We'll run you through some of the things that the military has been doing throughout the day. In Louisiana, for example, the Louisiana National Guard began flying 2 F-15s over western Louisiana, over south central Louisiana, and they found debris from the shuttle near Lafayette, Louisiana. That's about 100 miles from the Texas border. They found it in pine and scrub brush, we are told. So some of the debris falling very, very far from Texas. Back in Texas at Fort Hood, where they had been getting ready for possible deployment to Iraq, they began flying 4 helicopters around eastern Texas, again looking at some of the debris that we have seen during the day. They were also ready earlier in the day to deploy military police units if there had been a formal request. If local law enforcement had become overwhelmed, they did not. We are told many of these search efforts are still underway tonight, but they're going to wait and see if FEMA now makes a formal request for additional military assistance. Judy?
All right, Barbara Starr at the Pentagon, and yes, one would think that there must be data, as you described it, radar data that the military collects that just might offer some assistance as NASA begins to try to piece this terrible tragedy together. I'm joined now in Atlanta by our colleague Anderson Cooper, who's typically on duty on Saturdays. But Anderson, this is a particularly tough one.
It certainly is not a typical Saturday at all. Some 8 hours, 40 minutes since we first learned of this terrible, terrible tragedy. Miles O'Brien has been covering this really from the beginning. He's taking a short break. He'll be joining us back here at 8 o'clock tonight. CNN has a special report with Wolf Blitzer, Lou Dobbs, Judy Woodruff, Miles O'Brien, among many others. Hope you join us for that. We're going to check in right now with Carol Lynn for just an update on the latest look at what's happening around the nation regarding this disaster. Carol?
Thank you, Anderson. We want to catch people up in case they've had a busy weekend or are just learning about this tragedy. Obviously, the nation is mourning the deaths of the 7 members of the Space Shuttle Columbia. Here's a quick recap of exactly what we know about this tragedy. NASA officials this morning notified President Bush and Homeland Security Secretary Tom Ridge that Columbia did not make its scheduled landing. At around 9 Eastern, Mission Control lost contact with the shuttle. Witnesses in Texas and Louisiana watched the spacecraft break up some 200,000 feet above the ground.
This is indeed a tragic day for the NASA family, for the families of the astronauts who flew on STS-107, and likewise tragic for the nation.
Now, officials say terrorism was not the cause. Search and recovery teams have been deployed from Fort Hood, Texas, to secure many of the wreckage sites. Debris has been reported across a wide area of Texas and all the way into Louisiana. Officials warn people to stay away from anything that might look like a piece of the potentially hazardous wreckage. Now, among the 7 Columbia crew members, Commander Rick Husband was at the helm along with pilot William McCool. Colonel Ilan Ramon, Israel's first man in space, also payload commander Michael Anderson, mission specialist David Brown, Kalpana Chawla, and Laurel Clark. President Bush cut short his stay at Camp David to return to Washington and address the nation.
This day has brought terrible news and great sadness to our country. At 9 o'clock this morning, Mission Control in Houston lost contact with our Space Shuttle Columbia. A short time later, debris was seen falling from the skies above Texas. The Columbia is lost. There are no survivors.
And once again, please stay tuned to CNN throughout the evening for live coverage of the Shuttle Columbia tragedy. Back to you, Anderson.
Thanks very much, Carol. We're going to go now to Nacogdoches, Texas, where Ed Lavandera, standing by, has been throughout most of the day. As Barbara Starr reported just a little bit, some debris has been found in Louisiana. People have been looking for debris all over in regions in eastern Texas. Ed Lavandera in Nacogdoches. Ed, what's the scene there?
Well, Anderson, if you'll allow me, we're here in downtown Nacogdoches, and the parking lot you see behind me, just in the distance over there, you'll see what really amounts to a 3-by-3-foot piece of the Space Shuttle. And what this has essentially turned into has been a gathering point for the citizens of Nacogdoches and many of the residents around here who have many stories of their own to share today. Many of the witnesses we've talked to describe how they heard a thundering sound that lasted, one woman told me that it felt like it lasted 2 minutes. So they heard all this sound, this chaotic sound, which many people have described in so many different ways. But here, people have come here throughout the day and have been sharing their stories, really, and the only thing to look at is that small piece of debris in the middle of this parking lot. And this is very significant of what we have seen throughout the area in East Texas. We have drove down this morning from Dallas to Nacogdoches, about a 3.5-hour drive, and you've seen scenes like this all day long where there have been small pieces of wreckage where either military officials, local police, or state police, even private landowners, this is a very rural area in some parts of East Texas, and so a lot of private landowners taking it upon themselves to cordon off the smallest piece of wreckage to make sure that nobody touches it. So I've gotten the sense that a lot of people have really been paying attention to the warnings that authorities have put out to the folks here. But this is very different from the other scenes, because this is kind of is taking place in the heart of the city here, and you see just a lot of people getting together, sharing their stories that they've gone through today, enlightening each other about what exactly they saw when all this transpired this morning. We've seen several people come out here this morning, this afternoon, to leave flowers. The flags that fly around here at this bank, for example, this is a parking lot that's just behind a bank. The flags here have been flying at half-staff throughout the day. So very quiet scene for the most part as people kind of reflect on their own stories and where they were this morning. Anderson?
And just a bizarre scene, the idea of debris raining down from the sky early on a quiet morning in a small Texas town. Ed, thanks very much for that report. Luckily, no people injured there that we know about at this point. We're going to go back now to Washington. Judy Woodruff, who's standing by. Judy?
Thanks, Anderson. You know, it's not just debris on the ground that apparently now is an issue. There is also debris in the air, which is creating a problem for some air flights in the United States. Joining us again, Patty Davis, our correspondent who covers aviation. Patty, this is something I think it's hard for some people to imagine, that not all the shuttle fell all the way to Earth. Some of it is still up there.
Absolutely huge debris field. FAA saying about 2 hours ago, putting out a notice to airmen saying that in fact this debris field is something like 95 miles long, 13 to 22 miles wide, and it's warning pilots to watch out for it. It's calling it a visibility issue. About 2 hours ago, it was around Lake Charles, Louisiana, and it was headed southeast towards the Gulf. Also, the FAA today established a no-fly zone, about 60-mile radius. That is around Fort Polk, Louisiana. No one could fly within that 60-mile radius there, and coming below 3,000 feet. FAA putting out that notice, that alert, that temporary flight restriction is what they call it, so that airplanes would not get in the way of rescue crews or crews working to find debris.
So they're really working at two different angles of this, Patty. On the one hand, they want people to stay away, literally to stay away from the area where they believe a lot of debris is on the ground. But in addition, now they have this issue of much finer debris up in the air, in the atmosphere.
Absolutely. FAA concerned about both angles.
Okay, Patty Davis, who's been reporting for us all afternoon. Anderson, it's back to you.
Judy, thanks very much. In a little bit, Judy, we're going to be going to Israel to talk to a documentary filmmaker who has been making a film about Ilan Ramon, the colonel, the Israeli colonel, who of course died earlier today. But first, before we do that, we're going to go to the Kennedy Space Center and Lou Dobbs, who's standing by. Lou?
Anderson, thank you very much. Here at the Kennedy Space Center, NASA executives and employees here are obviously trying desperately to come to grips with the tragedy that has befallen the nation, all of us, but most particularly this group of people, the men and women of NASA, some 15,000 strong, who are at the forefront of our space exploration program. The shuttle Columbia, 28 missions. This is the 113th flight of a shuttle. Columbia first flew in 1981. And for this tragedy to befall the 7 crewmen and crew women of Columbia, to befall NASA now, just as so much was beginning to be right about NASA, so much focus on the future of space exploration, new discussions about propulsion systems and new types of space vehicles, new ideas about where next to extend the reach of mankind, is compounding, frankly, the tragedy. And the people here at Kennedy, I think one has to say first and foremost, they are doing remarkable work, because for them it is a personal pain, it is a personal loss, certainly a loss and a pain shared by all of us. But without question, for these fine men and women, these are the most difficult hours. Unfortunately, many of them have gone through these hours before, with the loss of Challenger in 1986, and of course with Apollo 1, the launch pad fire. There is also a remarkable thing about NASA, and that is this family of professionals who take great pride in leading America in exploration of space. They have the ability to deal with tragedy, to start analyzing, to start trying to come up with the solutions to the problems that manifested themselves at about 9 o'clock Eastern time aboard Columbia. The memorial services begin tonight. The struggle to understand what went wrong has already begun. And let's go now to Gary Tuckman at the Kennedy Space Visitor Center.
Well, Lou, we're at the Visitor Center here at the Kennedy Space Center. 1.8 million tourists come here every year to take a look at museums that are on the grounds, and they go on buses to see the launch pad areas. Behind me, a granite black wall. This is the Astronaut Memorial Wall. 17 names of astronauts who died. 10 of them died on airplanes in crashes before they got to go into space. But you recognize some of the names. On the bottom there, you see Gus Grissom, Edward White II, and Roger Chaffee, who died in that launch pad fire, January 27th, 1967. To the left, you'll see 7 names you're familiar with. Those are the 7 astronauts: Francis Scobie, Michael Smith, Ellison Onizuka, Judith Resnick, Ronald McNair, Krista McAuliffe, Gregory Jarvis, who died January 28th, 1986, when the Challenger exploded 1 minute and 13 seconds after taking off. And we soon assume, and we know because officials here tell us, that the people you see on the bottom there, the picture on the very bottom under the bouquet that was put up there shortly after this accident happened, these are the 7 people whose names will soon be on this black granite wall also. Michael Anderson, David Brown, Kalpana Chawla, Laurel Clark, the commander of the mission, Rick Husband, William McCool, and Ilan Ramon. Those are the 7 astronauts who perished, whose names will soon be on this black granite memorial that was put here in 1991. 17 names now, 24 names soon to be on the wall. Tourists have been coming here all day. We are told there were 1,000 tourists here earlier. Many of them came to see the shuttle land. You have a vantage point here of the shuttle sweeping over this area to land on the runway, which is just to my right. They found out about the accident. Many have stuck around, paying homage to those who died. 3 people who came here today, this family right here. This is Mary Krim right here, she's 12 years old, and Sonny Ellison. They are from this area. They came here when they heard what happened. Mary, let me ask you, you were here in 1986 when the Challenger exploded. You're living through this again. It's a local story because you know a lot of people who work here. Tell me how you're feeling right now.
Sadness. True sadness. Sadness for the families and sadness for America.
And sadness for Israel, too. They lost someone, too.
Sonny, you were telling me you are a teacher. You teach social studies
Yes, sir.
to 7th graders here.
Yes,
What are you
sir.
going to tell your children when you go back to school on Monday?
I'm going to have them all repeat the names of the astronauts and talk about their families. And just Thursday or Friday, we just talked about the Challengers, so we had their picture out, and I got a nice mural of that. And we're going to talk about peace in the world, and like I said to you earlier, I'd like to see America offer Iraq a chance to send an astronaut up.
What does that mean?
To send an Iraqi astronaut up?
You're talking about as a goodwill gesture.
That's a goodwill gesture, yes, sir.
Okay, well, we can talk about that another time, but what I want to know is, as you stand next to this wall right here, how does it make you feel?
It's sad and proud.
And I want to talk to your daughter, too.
Yes, sir.
You're 12 years old in 6th grade. When you heard about this from your mom and dad this morning, how did you feel?
I was really, really sad that people died just for trying to help mankind.
And that's a good way to sum it up. They did indeed try to help mankind, and they perished doing it. Thank you for talking with us. We appreciate it, Allison family. Behind me, you could probably see in the background there a tail. That is a replica of the Space Shuttle. It is the most exact replica known to man, built here at the Visitor Center at the Kennedy Space Center. And this is where tourists go. They actually can board and go inside, and they're doing it today with a great deal of sadness. Lou, back to you.
Gary, thank you very much. Gary Tugman from the Kennedy Visitor Center here at Kennedy Space Center. I was talking earlier about the number of people here, the NASA employees who are working at this very hour trying to come to grips with what has happened, trying already to try to understand what went wrong. Even the NASA administrator, Sean O'Keefe, is here. He has been comforting the families of the astronauts who perished today aboard Columbia. He is now briefing other government officials and indeed briefing government executives who will be helping NASA as it reaches out to recover debris and to bring together the evidence that hopefully will provide a basis to avoid future tragedy. He's also working with the congressional leaders to explain and brief them as best he can in these early hours about this tragedy. The answers, of course, will be long in coming. The analysis will be rigorous, and it will take many hours, many days, and one suspects many months. And the process has already begun, and obviously the process of grieving is well underway. Back to you, Cooper Anderson.
Lou, thanks very much. In all the talk of the investigations that will no doubt be coming in the weeks and months to follow, it is very easy to lose sight of the people whose lives were lost. I want to show a picture right now of the 7 astronauts who perished earlier today aboard the Space Shuttle Columbia. When you look at that photograph, you see the diversity that is America, the diversity that is the space program, black and white, men and women. A naturalized American citizen, a woman born in India, became an American citizen, became an astronaut in 1994, and an Israeli citizen, colonel in the Israeli Air Force, Ilan Ramon, all perished today. We are going to go now to Jerusalem, where a man by the name of Neil Weisbrod is standing by. He began a documentary and is still in the process of shooting a documentary about Ilan Ramon and about this mission of the Space Shuttle Columbia, and we are very pleased that he joins us here today. Are you there, Mr. Weisbrod?
Yeah, I'm here.
What are your thoughts at this moment?
It's a very sad day. Well, I've been working on this film for 4.5 years, and I had the great privilege and now the tragic privilege of having met and worked with Ilan for so many years and having met the entire crew of STS-107. And I did get to know them quite well and work with them. And you'll see a picture here of them taking samples of blood, which later on they would check with samples that they were to take to space. It was a great privilege having known them, and I feel a great personal loss as well as a loss for all of America and Israel.
This is a story that is obviously receiving a great deal of attention in Israel right now. Tell us what Ilan Ramon meant to many Israelis.
Well, Ilan was a symbol, first of all, of being part of the great space adventure, being part of this great adventure in space, which Israel could not possibly do alone without the help and participating in the United States space program. Right now, in the pictures that you see from the film, it's ironic. You see the crew in a simulation working in the simulator, getting ready for a landing simulation, which is where they all met their unhappy end. But you see the commander, Rick Husband, invited us to participate with him during the simulation of a landing. And you can see here Elon is saying he's putting up his thumbs up and saying he's all ready for landing. And then Rick Husband, the commander, resets the simulator for landing. And they go through the whole process. And they did this over and over and over to make sure just that no such tragedy would happen.
Tell us a little bit.
Having sat there.
Sorry, tell us a little bit about Colonel Ramon's background. I mean, this is a man who had been on many combat missions for the State of Israel, had been in danger many times, but he accepted danger, did he not?
Yeah, I think he accepted danger, and he said on many occasions that it was more dangerous to ride on the roads in Israel than it was to get into the Space Shuttle. But his wife, Rona, on the other hand, I think always was aware of the danger of getting into such a tremendous machine with such an amazing amount of fuel and energy. And the danger, I think, she was aware of it from the beginning, and said that she would wait. He wanted to be on the launch and during the 2 weeks up in space, and she wanted to see him on the ground, which of course never happened.
And Mr. Ramon has a family. I believe he has 4 children, a wife in Tel Aviv. Have you heard anything from them today, anything from his family?
Well, they were all, of course, in Florida at Cape Canaveral, waiting to watch the landing. When I saw on television that the families were taken off the stands where they came to watch, I knew that something must be wrong. And now you're looking at pictures. It was very important for Elon, whose parents were both Holocaust survivors, to do something meaningful for him and to show that somehow he survived to get into space, even though it was the desire to have his family wiped out. And this is a picture that was drawn in the concentration camp Theresienstadt by a young 14-year-old boy that was later murdered. And the picture survived, and Elon took it to space with him. And it was very meaningful for him to do that.
And no doubt he...
And I have to say that...
I'm sorry, go on.
I just have to say that Rick Husband said, and he also says it in the film, he was a believing Christian. And because of this, he was very open to letting Elon do things that were symbolic for him as well, and for the entire nation of Israel. And I think that Rick and Husband and all of the crew, it's a terrible tragedy that these wonderful people were to meet such an end.
It certainly is. Neil Weisbrod, we appreciate you coming in, sharing your thoughts and your pictures with us today. Thank you very much on this difficult day. We're going to go to Kathleen Koch, who's standing by in Virginia. I understand she has talked to some relatives of some of the astronauts. Kathleen?
We know there are 7 families around the nation grieving tonight, and most of them grieving privately, as is understandable. But one very special couple, an elderly couple, Paul and Dorothy Brown, the parents of 46-year-old mission specialist David Brown, decided to share their son's story with us. They were at their home in Rappahannock, Virginia, watching when the shuttle went down early this morning. They said that he had not dwelt on the issue of danger that was presented by these missions, but he had discussed them with his older brother.
Well, his brother, Doug, who's 2 years older, asked David, Dave, what if you were to die? And Dave just said, this program will go on. It has to go on. And that's just the most we've ever.
That's what the president said in his remarks, the gist of it.
Were his words comforting to you? I mean, he said, he was speaking to you, the family members. He really said you are not alone, that this entire nation grieves with you. And he expressed that hope as well, that this program go on.
Yes, I think it must. We are a nation of explorers. That's why this great nation has come to what it is. And the space program will go on too, for that reason.
Now, David was very extraordinary. He was a Navy captain, a flight surgeon, a pilot. This was his very first mission. He had been chosen by NASA back in 1996. His parents said he was chomping at the bit to have this first opportunity to go, and now they say that their final wish is that they get something from the wreckage, that some remains might be found, so that they will have something of David to bury here at their home in Rappahannock, Virginia. Back to you.
Kathleen, I'm sure you've come across this as well as we read over the biographies of these 7 individuals. They are ordinary people, and yet extraordinary backgrounds. I mean, the things that they have done at the age that they were, is remarkable. I mean, as you said, this man was a doctor, a pilot. It's pretty remarkable, these people.
They truly are. I mean, this young man when he was in college, he was a champion gymnast at the College of William and Mary in Virginia. He also was apparently the only astronaut who had ever been in a circus. He apparently performed at a number of amusement parks, doing juggling and all sorts of things before he began his career as a doctor, as a flight surgeon, and as a pilot, flying things as complicated as A-6Es, F-18 Hornets. So this was an extraordinary young man, top of his class in Navy flight school, and just a very, very tragic and abrupt end.
It certainly is. Actually, Kathleen, I have a quote David Brown apparently said once when asked about the risk of flying, and he said this: "I made a decision that as part of my job, I would incur some real risk as a routine part of my job when I joined the Navy and started flying. Airplanes off ships, particularly airplanes off ships at night. And I think that was a decision that I made some years ago, and the decision to go fly in space is just an extension of that." David Brown, one of the men and women we mourn today. Kathleen Koch, thank you very much reporting from Virginia. We hear stories like this from all around the country today, from relatives who are mourning, not just here at home, but also abroad, as we said before, in Israel, in India. We're going to go to Judy Woodruff, who is standing by in Washington. Judy?
Thank you, Anderson. And what we want to do at this point is show everyone, and we know not everybody's been able to sit around their television set all day long, show you what President Bush had to say to Americans this afternoon. It was a little after 2 o'clock Eastern Time when the President at the White House in the Cabinet Room made a very short address to the American people. And we have that for you now.
My fellow Americans, this day has brought terrible news and great sadness to our country. At 9 o'clock this morning, Mission Control in Houston lost contact with our Space Shuttle Columbia. A short time later, debris was seen falling from the skies above Texas. The Columbia is lost. There are no survivors. On board was a crew of 7. Colonel Rick Husband, Lieutenant Colonel Michael Anderson, Commander Laurel Clark, Captain David Brown, Commander William McCool, Dr. Kulpna Shavla, and Ilan Ramon, a colonel in the Israeli Air Force. These men and women assumed great risk in the service to all humanity. In an age when space flight has come to seem almost routine, it is easy to overlook the dangers of travel by rocket and the difficulties of navigating the fierce outer atmosphere of the Earth. These astronauts knew the dangers, and they faced them willingly, knowing they had a high and noble purpose in life. Because of their courage and daring and idealism, we will miss them all the more. All Americans today are thinking as well of the families of these men and women who have been given this sudden shock and grief. You're not alone. Our entire nation grieves with you. And those you loved will always have the respect and gratitude of this country. The cause in which they died will continue. Mankind is led into the darkness beyond our world by the inspiration of discovery and the longing to understand. Our journey into space will go on. In the skies today, we saw destruction and tragedy. Yet farther than we can see, there is comfort and hope. In the words of the prophet Isaiah, lift your eyes and look to the heavens. Who created all these? He who brings out the starry hosts one by one and calls them each by name. Because of his great power and mighty strength, not one of them is missing. The same Creator who names the stars also knows the names of the 7 souls we mourn today. The crew of the shuttle Columbia did not return safely to Earth, yet we can pray that all are safely home. May God bless the grieving families, and may God continue to bless America.
Those words from President Bush spoken just about 4 hours ago from the White House, the cabinet room at the White House. The president had been planning to spend the weekend at Camp David, Maryland, the presidential retreat. But this morning, a little after 9 o'clock, shortly after the shuttle disaster took place, the president was called by his chief of staff, Andrew Card, who was there at Camp David with him. Andy Card had happened to be watching the NASA television channel and it saw when communications went down. At that point he called NASA, then he called the president. So President Bush was notified very quickly that something terribly wrong had apparently happened. Well, all day long we've been reporting on the aftermath of this horrific tragedy over the state of Texas. One of the things people have been calling in about, have been calling authorities about, are those people who live in the area of eastern Texas on into Louisiana. Anderson Cooper, my colleague in Atlanta, is with us. And Anderson, I believe you are speaking with someone who has actually seen some of this debris.
That's right, Judy. We're going to speak to a woman by the name of Dorothy Langford. She is an eyewitness. Apparently she lives near Lake Nacogdoches, and some debris is said to have fallen into her yard. I believe we have her on the phone right now. Ms. Langford, are you there?
Yes.
What did you see? What happened?
Well, first we heard the explosion about 8 o'clock our time this morning, a very loud roar and a continued rumbling, and went outside into the driveway and could see the vapor trail. And the piece wasn't there at that time. We came in, and a few minutes later looked out and saw a piece in the driveway. It's about a foot long, a long, narrow piece. And from there we called the local authorities, who came out and marked it off.
Did you immediately know that the piece was from the space shuttle? I mean, when you saw it?
Well, after we heard the terrible noise and knew something happened, I put the television on, thinking, something exploded. I was thinking a pipeline or gas well or something. And I saw the news on TV that it was a space shuttle. So when we saw this piece, it kind of snapped. It must be a piece from that.
Ms. Langford, just so you know, we're showing viewers, while you've been talking, we've been showing viewers a picture of some debris lying in the town of Nacogdoches. It's not the piece of debris that you are talking about in particular. It is a similar in looking piece of debris, and probably relatively close to where you are. How far are you from the town of Nacogdoches itself?
We're about 12, 15 miles outside of town.
Now, were you even aware that the space shuttle was coming your way early this morning?
No, sir, we weren't.
So when you heard the explosion, you really had no sense of what it might be?
No, I knew something, something bad was exploding, but we didn't really, have an idea of what it was.
Well, you were obviously wise not to go too close to it, not to touch it, get involved with it. Authorities all day long have been saying people should simply call the authorities, call their local authorities, and let them know if they spot something. Do not approach it. Obviously, there are some toxic possibility of toxic chemicals involved in some of this debris.
Well, while the sheriff was here, a car stopped by with a young boy that lives in our area, and told the sheriff that he had a piece of his car. He had picked it up and put it in his car with his hands, bare hands. And of course, the sheriff put on a couple of pair of gloves and took it from his car and has put that in our driveway also in the roped-off area with the other piece, and sent the boy to the hospital.
So is the piece still in your driveway?
Yes, sir. We still have the 2 pieces in our driveway.
And what have authorities told you about what's going to happen to it?
Nothing. The sheriff sat here about 3 hours this morning, and then he left, and we haven't heard anything since.
So there's no one watching after it except it's roped off now, I assume?
Yes, and the sheriff asked my husband, if he had to leave, just to, be sure we didn't move it and keep everybody away from it.
Remarkable. Well, Ms. Langford, I appreciate you talking to us today. I'm glad nothing happened with this debris. I mean, it's remarkable, really, when you think about it, all this debris falling over such a large area. No reports of casualties, which we are all obviously very, very thankful for.
Yes, it is a miracle. One of our neighbors did see some floating in the lake as well, and there's so many woods around here. I'm sure there are a lot of pieces.
No doubt. Well,
may never be found.
Yeah. Well, Ms. Langford, appreciate it. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we're going to go back to Judy Woodruff in Washington. Judy?
You know, Anderson, that's just what I was thinking. There must be so many people out there who live in that broad area from eastern Texas, I guess just south of Dallas, all the way into Louisiana where this debris is being picked up. We even earlier today saw on the news wires people living in Arkansas who said they saw an explosion in the sky. We don't have any specific reports of debris coming down in the state of Arkansas, but it is a huge field across which this debris has fallen, and we can only begin to imagine what it's going to be like for the authorities to pull all this together, make sure that each piece stays where it is, isn't touched, and so forth. That's quite an undertaking.
It certainly is, actually. Well, and earlier in the day, we had heard that Tom Ridge of the Office of Homeland Security had called security officials in various states, Louisiana, Arizona, New Mexico, even into the Mexico interior, just warning them to be on the lookout. Obviously, we have not heard subsequent reports about any debris in that far afield, but it is a distinct possibility, I suppose. Judy?
Yeah, and they're probably just being safe because we know the shuttle was coming on a west to east trajectory. It came across from the Pacific Ocean, crossing California, New Mexico, Arizona, Texas, and then, of course, on into Louisiana. Well, we've been reporting, Anderson, the shuttle was something like 200,000, more than 200,000 feet up in the air. It was something like, somebody did the calculation, about 39 miles above Earth when it broke apart. It was about, though, just 16 minutes away from landing at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. And that is where we find our CNN colleague Lou Dobbs. We normally see Lou as the anchor of Moneyline with Lou Dobbs on weekdays here on CNN. But Lou, you have taken a special interest for some time in space and in space flight. So it's very appropriate that you're with us today.
Well, Judy, thank you very much. Here at the Kennedy Space Center, as you say, I've had the privilege of watching shuttles launch, the great pleasure of watching America's space program advance. And as we talk about the 7 astronauts who today lost their lives and for whom we all grieve, Anderson was talking about their remarkable resumes, their remarkable lives, and it is, for me at least, very easy to pick the most remarkable American heroes of our generation, and they are the astronauts. And it just, if anything can compound tragedy, it is that men and women who, with such talent, such skill, such ideals, such commitment, would lose their lives. And I'm now joined by the House Majority Leader, Congressman Tom DeLay, in whose district many of the people who work for America's space program live and work. Congressman, good to have you with us.
Thank you, Lou.
Your thoughts?
Well, it's a tough time for those of us that know these people. It's a little more personal to us if you've worked with them and grown to know them. I mean, just a few weeks before Rick's husband came here to Kennedy to lift off.
The commander of Shuttle Columbia.
Exactly. I met him at Michael W. Smith's concert, a Christian concert, and he introduced me to his wife and 2 children and gave me a patch and asked my wife and I to pray for him. So it's a little more personal.
It's personal, it's tragic. Watching today as a number of the men and women of NASA are trying to come to grips with this. What are your thoughts about what the next few days will bring?
Well, first and foremost, it's very, very important, and Sean O'Keefe understands this, that the NASA family needs to come together and grieve together, and that is happening. And at the same time, their love for space and their professionalism also needs to be brought together, and that is happening. And on the one side, the family is gearing itself for the future and understanding that this sacrifice will not go in vain, and they're going to find out what happened, and they're going to fix it, and we're going to be flying again.
Is there in this, in your judgment, a coming together of NASA? Is there the basis for advancing the space program? Do you see that as a possibility?
Oh, definitely. This is tragic and it's horrible, but you know, man and the machines that he builds are not perfect, and so things are going to happen, unfortunately, and we wish they never would. But the good that comes out of this is that we can be comforted in knowing that this crew of STS-107 is a crew that loved what they were doing, knew it was important, sacrificed their lives for it, and so we're going to be more committed than ever to make sure that the space program continues and pushes forward, because the best tribute we could pay them is to do the things that they love doing, and that's exploring space.
Talking with a number of the employees here, one man in particular saying to me that he was still in shock. He hadn't even had the opportunity, having lived through two previous tragedies, that is the launch pad fire, Apollo 1 and Challenger in 1986. He hadn't even been able to come to terms with the loss at this point.
Well, I think Evelyn Husband, the wife of Rick Husband, understands how to deal with the loss, and through her faith, she has pulled the families together. You got to realize that this family has been together longer than most crews, because this shuttle has been put off and put off. So they've been together well over 20 months. They've gotten to know each other and love each other, and Evelyn has shown the strength of her faith to understand what is going on here, and understand that the God that she believes in is a loving God, and will comfort them and get them through this.
Congressman Tom DeLay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Lou.
We're going to turn now to my colleague, Rusty Dornan in Houston. Rusty?
I think some of the best evidence, Lou, about how hard hit folks were here at Johnson Space Center is that while President Bush was addressing the nation, folks in Mission Control were being seen by a grief counselor. Everyone here just always describes it as this incredibly tight-knit community, like a family, that the folks, when they think about sending humans into space, that it's not a job, it's a passion, and that they are devastated by the loss of these 7 families, and they feel that it could have been anything they could have done to have stopped it, that it has really hit them hard. Now, just outside Johnson Space Center, there has been a makeshift memorial set up, and there are hundreds of people there that are putting flags from all over, putting flowers. Also, all of the businesses here in Houston, most of them have already put their flags at half-mast. They've got signs up on their merchants saying, the merchants have their signs up saying that how much sympathy they want to give to the families. Now, as you know, that the flights are on future hold here, but they say their job will go on, that the training here will go on, the training of astronauts will go on, but right now they are grief-stricken. Lou?
Well, Rusty Dornan in Houston, thank you very much. The fact of the matter is that, as Congressman Tom DeLay was saying, the NASA Space Centers all over the country today began the process of analyzing what went wrong. They are trying to come to grips with it. And this Space Center, Kennedy Space Center, which is, if you will, along with Johnson, the primary, the epicenter of America's space exploration efforts. The fact of the matter is that I can recall vividly Dan Golden, the former NASA administrator, talking with great pride about how the risk of the shuttle program in particular had been diminished. But he was forever reminding all of us the risks remained, and they were still substantial. Let's go to Gary Tuckman at the Kennedy Space Center Visitor Center. Gary?
Well, Lou, this morning we are told there were hundreds of people who were here around 9 a.m. hoping to get a glimpse of the Space Shuttle landing here at the Kennedy Space Center. We are at the visitor information area, and what usually happens is the Space Shuttle passes right over here and lands on the runway right across the road from us. Well, those hundreds of people were devastated, shocked, and greatly saddened when they heard the news. Many of the people have stuck around much of the day to pay tribute to the 7 astronauts who died. Right next to us is this black granite wall. This has the name names of all 17 astronauts who died in service of their country. 10 of those astronauts died in airplane crashes before they ever went into space. 7 of the astronauts died in 1967 and the shuttle Challenger explosion in 1986. 2 of the people who have been here all day are standing right next to this fence right now. This is Carolyn and Teresa. They came here to put out a candle, to put out flowers. First of all, I want to ask you, Teresa, what made you decide to come here? I know you're from the area, but what made you decide to come here to this wall and spend most of the day here?
Well, to pay my respects and show support. You know, it's like we lost him today, but I still want to come down because I'm sure they would like to have seen or known that people were still here, recognizing the fact that they were doing this for America.
And Carolyn, I want to ask you the same question. How has it felt for you standing here, knowing what's happened, standing next to this memorial wall?
I've stood here before. Today is a little different. I have to admit, I have a lot more pain and sorrow. I was here the last time we left 7 people going up, and now I'm here again for the 7 people that we lost today.
Has it helped you cope with it being here today and not being in front of your TV?
I think that it's helped me not being in front of my TV and coming down here and actually taking the time out to come down here and show that, you know, we still support the program, and like the saying goes, I've been around here a long time, find out what's wrong and move on.
One of the most poignant things here, I'm going to go in between both of you ladies right now to show our viewers what's in between you, that picture. That was put there just 2 hours after this accident happened. Those are the 7 astronauts who were aboard the Columbia, the first space shuttle built. The 7 people who died, whose names will be added to this black granite wall very soon, to make a total of 24 astronauts who died in service of the United States of America. Lou, back to you.
Gary, thank you very much. Gary Tuckman at the Visitor Center here at the Kennedy Space Center. I'm joined now by John Zarella, who has been covering the space program and NASA for many years. I had just mentioned the former administrator, Dan Golden, had once said to me that, with great pride and justifiable pride in the men and women of NASA, that they had reduced the risk of space travel, particularly in terms of the shuttle, but that it is still substantial. How often has it been your experience that the astronauts really talk about the risk that they are undertaking?
Well, I don't think, they never really talked about it unless they were asked about it. Right. But they all knew clearly that the risks were very, very high. The number of criticality 1 items, as they used to call it on the space shuttle. Particularly, though, I think the most, probably what has caught everybody off guard and by surprise today is the fact that it happened on re-entry, coming back. The issue was always out here. Right. Those first 2 minutes after liftoff, while you're on those solid rocket boosters, and there's nothing you can do to get away from it if there's a problem, and those engines are revving, and you've got all this incredible thrust lifting you up into the heavens. And that's where everybody expected. And people I talked with during the past 20 years would always say, it'll probably be here again at Kennedy Space Center where we'll have the next accident, some sort of an accident. Would it be catastrophic? Who knew? But nobody expected this, I don't think.
And the astronauts deal with that risk with all sorts of terms of art in their language. Light a candle. Talking about millions of pounds of thrust hurtling them into space, into orbit. A remarkable expression. The risk itself, Golden said, was 1 in 200. That was his best estimate. We don't know what it is, but we know that 3 times the risks were too great. What is your sense of what happens now?
I think the process will be very methodical. It will be examining all of that data initially that they have, the telemetry, every piece. They will go over it. They will go over it again. They will eyeball it, not just one pair of eyes, but numerous pairs of eyes. They'll lay all that out. They're going to have to try and recover as much data as possible. And they're going to have to start piecing together, almost as in an aircraft accident, the debris. What can they learn from the debris? That's going to be a real challenge, Lou.
John Zarella, thank you. Let's turn now to my colleague in Washington, Judy Woodruff. Judy?
Thank you, Lou. And I keep reflecting, as we all do, on the incredible contrast today. The contrast between, on the one hand, these extraordinarily capable people who went up in space, mission after mission, and yet they were human beings with families, and we saw that so vividly today at the NASA briefing when the two people who run the shuttle program bared, their feelings for all to see. It was quite something, and actually quite emotional to watch. We've been telling you all day long that there were 6 Americans on board the shuttle Columbia, but there was also, for the first time ever, an Israeli citizen. He was Colonel Ilan Ramon, a colonel in the Israeli Air Force. He was serving on this flight as a payload specialist, 48 years old. Back in his home country, Ramon is being honored as the best that Israel had to offer. And our own Kelly Wallace, who's our Jerusalem correspondent, is with us from Jerusalem with more on Ramon and what he has meant and means to the Israeli people. Kelly?
Well, Judy, tremendous sadness throughout Israel on this night. Israeli Prime Minister Ariel Sharon, a statement issued by his office saying the Israeli nation is in mourning in light of this heavy tragedy. Earlier in the evening, Prime Minister Sharon spoke with U.S. President Bush, and the Prime Minister, we are told, said that the hearts of the American people and the Israeli people are bonded together. Now, Colonel Ramon really became a hometown hero, the first Israeli astronaut to soar into outer space. His liftoff was given tremendous coverage. He was viewed by many Israelis as a ray of hope after months and months of violence. Colonel Ramon's extended family is now on its way to the Johnson Space Center in Texas to console Colonel Ramon's wife and his 4 children. Before leaving, Ramon's brother remembered Colonel Ramon, saying that this 16-day mission was his proudest accomplishment.
There was euphoria and great joy, because it was the realization of Ilan's greatest dream. He was overjoyed. He corresponded from the shuttle. He wrote that he felt he was above the clouds in every sense.
And Colonel Ramon had a distinguished military career. He fought in 2 Israeli wars. He also took part in the bombing of a nuclear reactor in Iraq in 1981. He is the son of Holocaust survivors. And so throughout Israel today, many people said he was a symbol for Jewish people all around the world.
He was the first astronaut to observe Shabbat in space. He took kosher food. It was a real beautiful experience for the Jewish people. It was something that the Jewish people could be very proud of.
We were all so proud of Eli Ramon and the whole team.
I was shocked, and I'm sorry about everybody, not only about Elan, about everybody. It's a shame, really.
And condolences coming in from the Palestinian community as well. Palestinian senior negotiator Saeb Erekat telling me that Palestinian President Yasser Arafat and the Palestinian Authority are extending their condolences to the 6 American families and to the 1 Israeli family who lost their loved ones. And Judy, we are also told that Yasser Arafat has sent a letter to President Bush expressing his condolences to the American people. Judy.
And Kelly, I was going to ask you about this because you and I have been communicating today by sort of internal email here at CNN, and it's interesting to me that the Palestinian officials wanted to make sure that their message did get out there before the public.
Absolutely. Saeb Erekat, in fact, was watching our coverage and called our bureau here to express his condolences and the condolences of the Palestinian leader Yasser Arafat. He said he was shocked to see the news and again wanted to express his condolences to the American people and to the Israeli people. And then he called us back a little bit later, Judy, because he was concerned. He didn't feel like that message was getting out. Obviously, a very sensitive issue. You have 28 months of violence, the Israeli-Palestinian conflict continuing, but the Palestinians saying they are expressing their condolences tonight. Judy, back to you.
All right, Kelly Wallace, who's been reporting for us all day long from Jerusalem. Thank you, Kelly. It's clearly at a time like this when you say we're all in this together, whatever nationality. We know one of the other astronauts was born in India, and so this was an international flight in many ways. My colleague Anderson Cooper in Atlanta. Anderson.
Judy, as I was listening to that report about Colonel Ramon, I'm reminded of something President Ronald Reagan once said in the wake of the Challenger disaster in 1986. He said, "The future doesn't belong to the faint-hearted, it belongs to the brave." And the 7 people who died aboard the Columbia shuttle today were certainly very brave. Let's take a look at and remember and celebrate their lives. Those astronauts who perished today, Laura Clark, was 41 years old. She was a medical officer aboard a submarine, flight surgeon. Before that, earlier we were talking about the remarkable resume of each of these individuals. She is certainly one of them. And a sad footnote to her story, her aunt and uncle lost a child in the 9/11 disaster, the World Trade Center. Obviously, yet another tragedy has befallen the family today. We're going to check in just for the latest update right now with Carol Lynn, who's at the CNET Center. Carol?
Thank you, Anderson. We do want to give a quick summary of today's fiery re-entry of the Space Shuttle Columbia and the deaths of all 7 astronauts on board. President Bush says even as the nation grieves, quote, "Our journey into space will go on." The first signs of the catastrophe were evident even from the ground. Separate streaks fanning out from the main plume of the shuttle. The mission was on its final leg, racing across the Texas sky en route to its landing at Florida's Kennedy Space Center. Now, at the time of the breakup, the shuttle was at an altitude of more than 200,000 feet above north central Texas. That's some 40 miles above the ground. It was traveling at 18 times the speed of sound. NASA officials held a news conference this afternoon saying the investigation into the cause is already underway, and there is nothing to suggest terrorism. Also, varying sizes of debris have been reported across a wide swath of North and East Texas and into Louisiana. Warnings have been issued, though, to not touch the material because of the danger from toxic substances. Experts say the debris could potentially be found in Arizona and New Mexico as well. And CNN is going to bring you live coverage of the Space Shuttle Columbia tragedy throughout the evening, so please stay tuned. In the meantime, the FAA also has a warning. Anderson, I think that you've got that for us. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks very much, Carol. The FAA is warning airline pilots to be alert to a debris cloud from the shuttle disaster that's hovering over Lake Charles, Louisiana. Officials say there's no danger to planes that fly through the cloud, which could take several hours to dissipate. We're going to go now to Barbara Starr, who is standing by at the Pentagon, where she has been reporting all day long for us. Barbara, what's the latest?
Well, Anderson, what we can tell you is that defense officials are now saying that they will go back through some of their most classified equipment systems, radars, telemetry communications at NORAD, the North American Aerospace Defense Command, and at the U.S. Strategic Command in Omaha, and they will try and see if they can gain any clues as to what might have happened. Now, of course, as part of the air defense system over the United States, routinely, all of the data on any airborne objects, radar trajectories, all of that is routinely gathered. They will go back now and see if they can get any clues as to what might have happened. We asked about whether or not there was any evidence that the shuttle, upon this incident happening, had been struck by something in the air when this event occurred. Officials telling us tonight they have no specific evidence from what they know so far that the shuttle might have struck something. They say they can't rule anything in, can't rule anything out, and they will be part of a complete investigation as they look at some of this radar communications and telemetry. And of course, we want to tell you also, remind people, the U.S. military was very involved earlier today in some of the search patterns over Texas and Louisiana. Fort Hood, Texas, which was getting ready for a deployment to Iraq, indeed launched helicopters over eastern Texas looking for debris. And in western Louisiana, 2 F-15s from the Louisiana National Guard, they began flying search patterns, and they found large debris as far east as Lafayette, Louisiana. That's about 100 miles from the Texas border. They found it in pine and scrub brush, we're told. So this debris pattern is going to prove to be very, very large. Anderson?
And Barbara, all day long we have been talking about terrorism. Early on, a lot of people, especially on the internet, sort of saying, oh, this perhaps is an act of terrorism. That has been basically ruled out by most responsible law authorities. Just want to make sure, the Pentagon, what are they saying on that front?
Let me give you one indicator, something I was watching quite closely earlier today. It's a Saturday here at the Pentagon, and routinely, top senior officials, military and civilian officials, are here at the Pentagon on Saturdays. They've been doing that since the 9/11 attacks, and they've been in every Saturday for their routine planning for any contingency in the Persian Gulf. Well, we found out a number of meetings about planning for Iraq were scheduled, and I can tell you, as far as we can determine, all of those meetings went forward. There were no changes in anybody's schedule. The routine planning meetings for Iraq went on, and one has to think if there had been anything otherwise untoward in the shuttle incident, those meetings would have been called off. People would have been very busy on this other event. That did not happen.
You mentioned NORAD being involved in this. If you could just give briefly the scope of U.S. military involvement in the recovery efforts in the investigation.
Well, there were about half a dozen helicopters flying earlier today, 6 F-16s out of Texas, 2 F-15s out of Louisiana. A number of transport planes were also moved around the country. They began shuttling NASA personnel back and forth to several sites. Now, a lot of that is on standby now for tonight, and what will remain to be seen is tomorrow at first light, although they have night vision equipment, at first light tomorrow will we see some of these aircraft back in the air. What the military is waiting for tonight is whether FEMA makes any formal request for military assistance, for ongoing military assistance. We're told that has not happened yet, and we'll just have to see how all of that unfolds tomorrow. Anderson?
All right, Barbara Starr at the Pentagon, as you have been all day. Thanks very much. As we continue to cover this breaking event, we are going to go now back to Judy Woodruff, who is in Washington. Judy?
Okay, Anderson, we know that a big part of what the military is doing is helping to secure any debris that is on the ground that officials have not had a chance to get to retrieve and to make safe so that it can make its way back to NASA. One of the places where we know debris has come down is in East Texas, and we make our way to the town of St. Augustine, Texas, where our colleague Maria Hinojosa is at the home of a family that has found some debris on its property. Maria, are you with us?
Yes, Judy. I am about 150 miles northeast of Houston in the county of St. Augustine. We're on the farm of Ronnie Joe Evatt, who has about 500 acres. I got here about half an hour ago, and Mr. Evatt has been kind enough to take me around his property, where he has already spotted 4 pieces of debris, 4 very clear, distinct, and different-looking pieces of debris. The first piece we saw, Judy, was really laid out in the middle of his where his cattle grazes. It was about 5 feet long and about a foot wide, and it looked as if it had been charred and simply twisted off. It's very hard for me to tell you what it would have been part of, but clearly a large 5-foot-long piece that was in the shape of a U, an upside-down U when we saw it. And if you got close to it, it actually did smell a little burnt, very porous gray. Then we drove another little bit to another part across from the cattle field, and we saw something that was pretty incredible. It was perhaps a 1-foot-long, very thin piece of steel that seemed to have been plunged right into the earth, was standing straight up into the earth like a stake. Then we drove another mile away to another part of his property, and again found another piece plunged, really looking like a bracket with bolts. You could see the bolts, you could see the nuts on it. In fact, one of the people that's accompanying us on as we're looking for these pieces said it actually looked like the form of a cross. And the final piece we saw was about an inch, a square inch. It was a small square inch. You could see 3 screws, and actually a little area where it seemed to have some computer pins sticking out. So this is just on one farm in St. Augustine, Texas, where many of the farmers are going out and surveying their land, and they are in fact finding quite a bit of debris in this very large area of St. Augustine County, Texas.
And Maria, so remarkable that no one has been hurt when you think of all the debris that has come down from that enormous machine, that shuttle up in the air. Maria, just to clarify again, where is this farm in relation to Houston?
It's about 150 miles northeast of Houston where we are, Judy. And in fact, as I was walking around and looking at these pieces, as I said, some of them look like stakes really planted straight into the ground. It is a miracle that no one was hurt. These pieces are we don't know how deep they go into the ground because no one wants to touch them, but they are pointy, they are sharp. It's just very lucky that no one was hurt in this area. But people are continuing to survey and finding them bits and pieces. There have been no officials who have come to this area on Ronnie Joe Everett's farm yet to look at these pieces. There have been some media, but no one yet officially to come and look at them or take them away. And he himself has looked at them but not touched them as he has been advised by the authorities.
And just quickly, Maria, did Mr. Everett see or hear anything overhead when the shuttle exploded?
Well, he was feeling it. He, in fact, was feeling that the earth was moving underneath him, trembling, and he had heard before shuttles coming over the area, and immediately called his daughter and said, by the way, is there in fact a shuttle coming in? Daughter said, yes, there is. And 3 minutes later, the daughter called back and said, the shuttle has disappeared now. So it was a very quick moment from the time that he felt the rumblings. Anywhere you go in this area, you talk to people and they'll tell you what they felt. They felt that there was, as if there was an earthquake, a rumbling sound, as if there was a train, the earth shaking, cows running. If the cows were out to pasture, I heard some people talking about seeing their cows running at the time when they heard and felt this sound and this movement. So here in this part of St. Augustine, there are many people who are in fact spending their day who are looking. They've come from other parts of Texas nearby to spend their day trying to find out where this debris is. So there are people who are not officials, but who are out, in fact, looking for parts of this debris. And right now, actually, Mr. Everett is pointing out to me that there is a plane circling above. He said that there have been several planes and helicopters, orange helicopters, over his area of about 500 acres, that there's clearly a presence of authorities who are trying to zero in on this area. So right now, passing above us is a plane that he believes, and I can see it, he believes is a kind of surveillance plane.
All right, Maria Hinojosa reporting, as you just heard her say, from a farm in Texas over 100 miles outside of Houston. So interesting that the farmer describes the earth shaking. So when shuttles have gone overhead, and he experienced the same thing today. Anderson, back to you in Atlanta.
Well, Judy, we are going to be joined on the phone now by a man by the name of Robert Arnold. He's a local reporter with WKPRC. I'm told he's in Hempville, Texas. Mr. Arnold, what are you seeing where you are?
Right now, this is just one of the areas where they have cordoned off, where they have found debris. You can see the yellow crime scene tape forming a triangle from some of the areas. The investigators have just finished a very meticulous investigation in this area, taking pictures, detailed measurements before moving on. Part of the problem that we've been seeing in the 3 counties, San Augustine and Sabine County specifically, is there is so much debris scattered over such a wide area. All they have time for right now is to just mark it, leave a volunteer firefighter, a deputy sheriff in the area to make sure nobody comes by and disturbs it, but they have to mark it until federal investigators get a chance to get into that area, and that is a monumental task at this point. One of the more eerie things we found was about 15 to 20 miles to the west of where we were as we were traveling through San Augustine County. Along Highway 103 on the side of the road was a perfect mission patch. It was intact. It was singed just a little bit, but it was a perfectly intact mission patch, and it bore the names of all the 7 astronauts. So in addition to the debris, there are some very eerie, very tragic findings out here in this area, and the people who live in this area are on edge at best because they're not sure what they're going to come across as they walk through these wooded areas and on their expansive properties. Anderson, back to you.
Robert, we are looking at some very disturbing pictures, obviously, right now. How widespread is this debris in the region you're in? I mean, we see the shot that you're showing us right now, but as you drive through this area, I mean, is this every couple of yards? I mean, how often do you come across debris?
It seems to go in spurts. You'll go for about a mile and you really won't see anything. Then all of a sudden you'll hit a patch where you'll see little yellow markers just about every couple of feet. And some of the pieces they're finding, they'll find pieces anywhere from as long as 12 feet down to as small as a quarter. We were on one farm with one gentleman, Willard Knight, who found a piece that was really no bigger than I would say a bathroom tile. So that's the problem. You'll go in through different areas and there won't be much, but then you'll hit other areas and there'll be a tremendous amount of debris. Anderson?
You had mentioned this patch that you had found. Were authorities on the scene? Had the area been cordoned off?
Yes, actually, they had a volunteer firefighter by the name of Stacy Rouse who was on that area. They have marked it with a small evidence marker flag right now, and they're waiting again until investigators can get to the area. That's the problem. They're just having to mark these areas off and just stand guard and make sure nobody disturbs it until federal investigators, obviously, and NASA officials have a chance to actually get to the scene and process that debris themselves.
Robert, the picture we are seeing from, I assume, behind you is of a hearse with local law enforcement authorities sort of gathered around. Am I to assume that those are human remains?
Yes, that is. That was found by the family living in this area here in Hemp Hill, and they do believe it was a leg, and that's what they spent so much time doing, so much investigation out here to make sure that they document everything thoroughly, taking pictures, taking very detailed measurements of the area, and they finally finished that, bowed their heads before they took that remain, placed it in the back of that hearse, and they have finally left this area. Anderson?
I don't really want to go into too many details on this, Robert, but is there a sense of whether that is someone who was on the ground at the time debris hit, or is it believed to be a member of the Columbia crew?
At this time, they believe it may be a member of the Columbia crew, given all the attention that the investigators put into this area, and they roped it off, spent quite a bit of time, like I said, taking measurements, taking photographs. So right now, they are treating it as a possibility of being a member of the shuttle Columbia, but then again, that official determination has not been made as of yet.
Okay, Robert Arnold, appreciate you joining us from Hemp Hill, Texas. Obviously very disturbing pictures. We're going to be going now to Rusty Dornan, who's at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. Rusty, what is the scene there?
Anderson, Houston may be a big city, but it's really a small town when it comes to the Space Center. Nearly everybody here knows somebody who works for the space program, and it's really hit this town hard. And even outside the Space Center here, there's already been a makeshift memorial put up, people bringing flowers and flags. A lot of the businesses in town have put up signs expressing their grief and their sympathy for the families. Of course, here at the Space Center, I think anyone who watched that press conference could see how difficult it was for them to even get through it. They talked about how this is just not a job, it's a passion. Sending people into space is a passion, and they feel very close to the families involved. Usually when the astronauts are going through trainings, folks here have barbecues with them. They become part of the big family here, and to lose them is a very painful experience. Now, as we know, the future flights are on hold, but the astronaut training will continue, and they're talking about that the job will go on. However, they did talk about the fact that when asked what would come out of this tragedy, They said they didn't even want to think about it, that they didn't want to allow themselves to think about what they might have missed. They only want to think about these 7 families. Of course, there already is a very tremendous program in place here at NASA with grief counselors and that sort of thing that is ongoing all the time. Even as President Bush was addressing the nation, grief counselors were coming in to talk to Mission Control and really trying to address the folks here and how they're feeling about what's happened. So all around, continuously, they did say this has just been a very bad day here at NASA. Anderson?
Rusty Dorn in Houston. Rusty, can you hear me, or are you on IFB? All right, we'll go back to Rusty Dorn a little bit later on. We are going to go now to Judy Woodruff, who is standing by in Washington. Judy?
Thanks, Anderson. Somebody else we've been talking to, hearing from all day is our colleague Ed Lavandera, who is in Nacogdoches. I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly, Ed, in
right.
East Texas. This is, I gather, one community where a considerable amount of debris and presumably human remains may have come down.
We have seen, heard reports from many of the people we've talked to throughout this part of East Texas that almost everyone you talked to did say they heard this thundering sound, and what really stands out is just the length of time that they heard that thundering sound for. One woman I talked to said it seemed like it lasted 2 minutes long, the sound, and then they started hearing debris falling all over. We've got CNN crews that have been throughout the region here today, and we understand that there are officials who have gone around in certain areas and started picking up some parts of debris. We are here in downtown Nacogdoches, which is essentially almost kind of become like a gathering spot here for many people, and it's all because in this little parking lot over here there's a small fragment of the Space Shuttle Columbia, and what we have seen here is almost kind of a bizarre scene. Many people here coming together, just sharing stories, the recollections of what exactly happened this morning, and what we've seen. If you walk around this area in this part of downtown Nacogdoches, you do hear a lot of people just sharing with each other, reflecting on the different stories. And throughout the region, what you've also seen is just everyone armed with their video cameras and still cameras and going around the area taking pictures. In fact, at one point we saw a small piece of a fragment that was on a sidewalk just near downtown here, and it was no bigger than 3 inches by 3 inches, but there was a crowd of about 20 people around it taking pictures of it. And this is exactly what you've seen. I spoke with one mother who was taking her children around, and she said, you know, in a weird sort of way, this is unfortunately a historic day, and one of those days where people always remember where they were, and that was the way that mother described it to me. So she wanted to be able to spend that with her children and explain to them what exactly has happened. We've seen crews around this area. We do understand that we'll continue the process of pinpointing the different type of debris and wreckage that needs to be picked up. And for the most part, we do understand that a lot of people have been heeding the warnings that officials here have been giving folks, that they need to stay away. And what we've seen is a lot of stuff like this where they have cordoned off these parking lots, whether it be military personnel or state or local police. We've also seen private residents who have had debris land in their property, and they'll cordon off their own driveways or backyards, whatever it takes, to make sure that nobody hampers or touches the debris that is in the area. So we've seen a lot of private citizens take it upon themselves to do that as well. Judy?
Ed, I want to try to give our audience a better sense of the geographic spread of where this debris and possibly human remains have come down. You are in Nacogdoches. Tell us, I don't know if we have a map available to show our viewers, but you know Texas very well. Talk about where you are in relation to Houston, the Houston Space Center, in relation to maybe to Hemphill County, where we were just, where Anderson was just talking with a reporter there, and before that we heard from Maria Hinojosa, who was in St. Augustine County. I mean, how big an area are we dealing with here?
We're talking with a massive area. East Texas, and East Texas, you have to remember, is also very different from what I think a lot of people's image of Texas is. East Texas is hilly. It's known for having known as the piney woods. So this debris in this land, this terrain around here is very different from what I think most people's image of what Texas is supposed to be. So you're dealing about an area that has a lot of just a maze of rural roads that cross through it. Nacogdoches is north of north of Houston and about a 3.5-hour drive southeast of the Dallas-Fort Worth area. So this is an area that is, you really have to know the roads to kind of navigate through here. There's one major highway that kind of connects you up into the northern part of Texas. But this is a massive area, and a lot of where the debris has fallen, quite frankly, I wouldn't be surprised if you've seen it fall in wooded areas that might take several days to reach, or on large farms or ranch lands that could, I think I've heard reports of a lot of people just combing through their land to see if they might come across anything. In fact, we saw a couple of guys riding around as we were driving into here, cutting across their own land to see if they could find anything. So a lot of people paying attention to this. This is going to take a lot of time just to be able to gather all the different pieces that are scattered all over the place. So you're talking about a huge area.
And Ed, once again, what kinds of pieces are they describing to you? We've just talked about what was in that parking lot, but what else are they describing?
Well, what they do describe is that a lot of people, and I think it's based on what a lot of people have heard us reporting throughout the day. For example, the talk of the tiles and the foam fragments that Miles O'Brien had been talking about throughout the day as well. So some of the fragments that I've seen kind of resembled that. In some places, it's been harder to see than in others. But a lot of the stuff that you do come across as well, we haven't seen anything bigger than about 5 or 6 feet in diameter, and a lot of the stuff is you could tell was burned pretty well. So it's hard to tell exactly what the different fragments might be, but as soon as the NASA officials are able to get to some of these locations, I think they'll be able to instantly recognize perhaps what some of the pieces might be.
Well, one would assume they're going to have to use some local authorities to help them do that, police and other, perhaps fire and other officials. All right, Ed Lavandera with us from Nacogdoches in East Texas, a place where a good amount of debris and we assume human remains have come down from the shuttle Columbia. Let's go back to Atlanta now and Anderson Cooper. Anderson.
Judy, thanks very much. As we've been talking about the recovery and the recovery effort so far, I want to go back a little bit and go over the actual event itself. It occurred around 9 a.m. Eastern Time this morning as the Space Shuttle Columbia was around 200,000 feet or so at an altitude of about 200,000 feet. We know they were traveling about 12,500 miles an hour, undertaking a series of banking turns which help slow the Space Shuttle down as it approaches the landing pad in Florida. We're going to play you now the actual voice communication, the last known voice communication between the Columbia crew and the Johnson Space Center in Houston.
And Columbia, Houston, we see your tire pressure messages and we did not copy your last.
Roger.
There was obviously the silence that occurred after that last message from Commander Rick Husband, who was at the controls just about 60 minutes before the Space Shuttle was supposed to land at Cape Canaveral in Florida. There was a press conference earlier today. Milt Heflin, the Chief Flight Director, and Ron Dittemore, the Shuttle Program Manager, held a press conference at the Johnson Space Center in Houston. Both said obviously an investigation will be underway shortly. They have already begun to impound the hardware. They said preserve the evidence, impounding the data for investigators to search over. Obviously that will be combed over very carefully in the coming days and weeks and months. There's no telling how long this investigation might occur, no telling if and when the next space shuttle will launch. We're going to check in right now with Carol Lynn for an update on what's been going on around the country. Carol?
Anderson, we want to recap now the shocking events of today, the tragic loss of Space Shuttle Columbia and its crew. Columbia was on its way back from its 28th mission to land at Florida's Kennedy Space Center. But over central Texas, a trail of destruction. The shuttle began breaking into fiery pieces at more than 200,000 feet. The nation is mourning the loss of the 7 Columbia crew members. They were coming home from a 16-day scientific mission. The mission was also historic. Crew member Ilan Ramon was the first ever Israeli astronaut. President Bush fondly lauded the astronauts for their bravery earlier from the White House.
These men and women assumed great risk in the service to all humanity. In an age when space flight has come to seem almost routine, It is easy to overlook the dangers of travel by rocket and the difficulties of navigating the fierce outer atmosphere of the Earth. These astronauts knew the dangers, and they faced them willingly, knowing they had a high and noble purpose in life. Because of their courage and daring and idealism, we will miss them all the more.
Meanwhile, the probe into Columbia's deadly descent is already underway. NASA investigators are gathering data, and across Texas into Louisiana, authorities are gathering pieces of fallen debris. Please stay with CNN this evening for Special Report at 8 Eastern, Larry King Live at 9 Eastern, and other live coverage of the Columbia disaster. We're going to go throughout the night with live coverage. In the meantime, Columbia headed for home, as all shuttles do, flying in fast and hard. In the days and weeks that followed, NASA will try to understand what caused the shuttle to break up just minutes short of her final destination. CNN's Frederica Whitfield traces Columbia's timeline.
Early Saturday, before sunrise in Florida, good weather was expected at the shuttle's landing site at the Kennedy Space Center. The mission's only glitch so far had been a pair of malfunctioning dehumidifiers, which raised temperatures inside the shuttle's laboratory payload module slightly higher than desired. As the sun rose in Cape Canaveral, Florida, the early morning fog burned off, and Mission Control gave the 7 astronauts the go-ahead to come home on time. Mission Control radioed the instructions. You are go for the deorbit burn. Shortly afterwards, Columbia begins its descent. These were the last words heard from Columbia.
And Columbia, Houston, we see your tire pressure messages, and we did not copy your last.
Roger. At about 9 a.m. Eastern Time, NASA officials lost contact with Columbia as it soared over north-central Texas. The craft was at an altitude of about 200,000 feet, traveling at 12,500 miles per hour, and was about 16 minutes away from the estimated landing time. The loss of contact was the first sign of any trouble.
Communications with Columbia were lost at about 8 a.m. Central Time, about 10 minutes ago.
Fearing the worst, NASA ordered flight controllers to pull out emergency procedures and ordered them to retain all their records. There was no further communication and no further tracking data. Debris was found across a large area of southeast Texas. NASA issued a warning that any debris in the area should not be handled because it's hazardous. Frederica Whitfield, CNN.
And Anderson, they're still finding debris across a couple of states, and it is a big job ahead. They're trying to secure those areas to make sure that people do not touch the debris, which of course can be toxic.
That it can be. Carolyn, thanks very much for that update. We're going to go now to my colleague Lou Dobbs, who's standing by the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. Lou?
Anderson, thank you very much. I'm here now with Congressman Dave Weldon, who is a great supporter and advocate of the space program, a great friend of NASA's, and in whose district many of the people who live and work here reside. Congressman, I know that you've been here for some time. Your thoughts?
Well, it's a tragic day for the families, the crew. It's a tragic day for the entire NASA and the entire community here at the Space Center, but it's also a tragic day for the nation.
Indeed. The NASA Administrator, Sean O'Keefe, has been briefing a number of congressional leaders, including yourself. Already, the search has begun for answers. What can you tell us about what you've learned to this point?
Well, many people were very concerned about that debris that hit the orbiter on launch, but I was reassured by Mr. O'Keefe and his assistant, Bill Reedy, that that sort of thing has happened on many missions in the past, and there was no significant damage to the orbiter. So I think we really need to let the investigative teams do all of their work and try to get some answers here.
Ron Kiddamore, who is the manager, as you well know, the director of the shuttle program, focused on that issue. I'm obviously a man torn both with the loss of the astronauts and the shuttle, seeking already answers. the issue of readings on these sensors, what is the best information you've gotten to this point as to what was the earliest indication of what went wrong, and as specifically as you could?
Well, what we were told when we were briefed was that there were several sensors that had gone dead. One of them measured the pressure in the tire on the landing gear. There was another sensor, I think, involving some hydraulic equipment. It went dead, and they tell us they don't know if the equipment was going bad or the sensor or the power to the sensor. And then there was some sort of indication at the bond site between the tiles and the aluminum skin that there was some temperature going up. And then, of course, after that, they lost all data.
The tiles being, of course, the
thermal protection
tiles.
Yeah.
Upon re-entry to protect the aircraft, the spacecraft from the high heat that's generated. What is your thought as to what this means right now? I know we're all in the midst of loss. We're in the midst of grief over this tragedy. What are your thoughts as to what it means for the U.S. space program?
Well, my major concern was the station. We have a shuttle mission that was supposed to go up March 1st to the space station. I've been reassured that there's enough supplies on the station that they can wait till sometime in June. We also have this redundant capability with the Russians. They can go up there and bring materials and exchange crews. So I was
aboard Soyuz.
Aboard Soyuz or Progress vehicles. So I was assured that we can keep the station going okay, and that, of course, is part of our space program.
Sure.
But, you know, I'd like to see the shuttle return to flight safely, and I want to take whatever amount of time is necessary to reassure us all that it can fly safely.
After the dreadful Challenger tragedy in 1986, it was years before the shuttle's return to spaceflight.
Right.
What is your best assessment now?
Well, I'm hoping it won't be years. Hoping that we can put the resources behind investigating this, that we can get answers fairly quickly and put the best minds behind the necessary changes that have to be made to make sure it doesn't happen again. And hopefully it will not be, I think it was 32 months last time, and hopefully it won't be that long.
Congressman Dave Weldon, we thank you very much, and what I know is a very difficult day for you.
It sure has been.
Congressman,
Good
thank
to
you
be
very
with
much.
you.
Now back to you, my colleague Anderson Cooper in Atlanta. Anderson?
Lou, thanks very much. We're going to go to Kelly Wallace, who's standing by in Jerusalem, as she has been reporting for us throughout the day. Kelly, obviously reaction there to the death of Columbia Space Shuttle astronaut Ilan Ramon, the first Israeli astronaut chosen to fly on the Space Shuttle. What sort of reaction are you hearing?
Well, Anderson, Colonel Ramon's experience was viewed by many Israelis as a ray of hope after months and months of violence. So as you can imagine, his tragic and sudden death hitting this country very hard. The latest information, we are told there will be a special tribute for Colonel Ramon at the Sunday cabinet meeting, of course headed by Israeli Prime Minister Ariel Sharon. The U.S. ambassador to Israel will be there as well. Colonel Ramon really was a hometown hero, becoming the first Israeli astronaut to go into outer space. 48 years old, spent his career in the military, fought for Israel in 2 wars, also took part in the mission, the bombing mission of a nuclear reactor under construction in Iraq in 1981. So throughout Israel today, people remembering him. He is the son of Holocaust survivors as well. And so many Israelis saying he is a symbol for Jewish people all over the world.
Well, Kelly, he had also brought a drawing that was made by a young man in one of the death camps. Tell me about that.
Exactly, Anderson. He took with him to space a drawing from a 14-year-old, a pencil drawing, a 14-year-old Jewish boy who was killed during the Holocaust. So he took this with him to space. Obviously a very powerful moment, being the son of Holocaust survivors, but a very important symbol really to Jewish people all over the world. And we understand also, Anderson, that Colonel Ramon was not really a very religious man. He was more of a secular man, but he did want to follow certain Jewish traditions in space, so he observed Shabbat, the Jewish Sabbath, and also observed kosher traditions while he was in space, and that was another important symbol. He knew this was a big step, really, obviously, the first Israeli astronaut in space, and so he wanted to take the Jewish heritage there as well. Anderson.
And that he certainly did. We're running pictures from a documentary that we actually spoke to the director of the documentary shortly ago, a documentary made about Colonel Ramon that he was still making really for the last 4 years. Also, Kelly, I also have a quote which I read from the Associated Press that a friend from high school said that Colonel Ramon had sent her emails from space talking about, quote, the divine happiness of looking at Earth. And this woman says that he wrote that he'd like to keep floating in space for the rest of his life. Obviously someone who has been highly motivated to get into this space program. He became an astronaut in 1997, and he's been living in Houston with his family ever since. Isn't that right?
Exactly, in Houston with his wife Rona and his 4 children as he's been training there. And the Israeli ambassador to the U.S., Danny Ayalon, saying earlier in the day that his family really enjoyed being there, going to schools in Texas, and enjoyed the experience.